Do you like that ceiling? What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Wait, we gotta already check something really quick. It did update. Okay, that wasn't updating before. Fuck yeah. How we doing? Hello, Set Thashel Crocheting GZ. Hello, hello. You said you were planning. Oh wait, let's see also if this works. It may or may not be working. Oh, let's fucking go. Woo! Oh my gosh, every single thing I have ever programmed obviously works. First try, every time. Never needs rewrites, obviously. What up, what up? How we doing? I was planning on Sunday, but it actually turned out that today was the day that I had the most free time in the evening. Tomorrow we're doing a birthday party, and then on Sunday I am trying to keep up on a group Baldur's Gate 3 game, which is so hard. It has the same issues as like trying to keep a D&D game together. It's not nearly like it's not quite that bad, but it's close. I have to actually schedule it. It's crazy. Negative talking budget. Try to end stream. Don't worry, it'll get back up soon. I do need to. That basically starts counting, like basically right at the start of stream. I need to make it to where I just need to make it to where it can't go negative. Is what I really need to do. But that it mostly works, and that's all I need it to do is mostly work. Perfect timing. I'm probably gonna be able to be here for the whole stream. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm definitely. It's tough, you know. I don't like ideally. I want to have a consistent time because, you know, then more people can plan on it, and I think it would just like overall be better, honestly. But there is the kind of stealth benefit of like when it has this like kind of weird variable time, it means that more like there's a wider variety of people that can make it on any given day, even if the overall number is lower, which is nice. Let's see. Next 0.5. There we go. Boop. 55.5. I didn't do as much before the stream as I was supposed to. Uh-oh. So I am just cleaning some stuff up before we fully get into it. Let's see. But no takeaway or anything, so we'll be able to pretty much jump straight in. Glad to see Star System didn't mess you up. Is that the is that the Windows? Yeah. I heard about this. Eden was messaging me about this. It did not screw me up, thank goodness. I was a little bit worried about it. But I do not have my stuff on auto update or anything, because I think it was related to a security update, right? Yeah, I do not have my stuff set to auto update, so I think that probably saved me. All the system crashes today. Yeah. I also did not do as much before the session as I meant to either. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, but I think with that, I think we're probably good to go. I don't know. Paige is crinkling something in the background. Oh. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm so glad I refused to let Windows update. Yeah. It is something I learned not as long ago as I probably should have. But being on the bleeding edge has some benefits, but also some detriments. So I've been trying to lately give software updates a little bit more time before I instinctively update. But I think with that, yeah, I think we're kind of ready to get rocking and rolling. Being on I've never heard that. That's very funny. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, you tend to lose a little blood. Yeah. I think, okay, Critical Role watch. Why is that so small? Why is it so teeny tiny? Oh, because it's the wrong one. Which like kind of makes sense. Let me make sure I didn't put anything crazy on there. Yeah, okay, now we're good. All right. The only people who should be on the bleeding edge are people testing bleeding edge for a larger rollout. Yeah. Which, I mean, ideally you would like counter that, like, by the time a standard user has access, it shouldn't be the true bleeding edge. It should be, you know, the well-tested edge. But I think even I at this point have been in the habit of giving any updates a week or two to disseminate to a larger audience before I take part. Let's see, and does this work? Hey, beautiful. The only thing I need to do is maybe move that up a skosh. Yeah, we're just going to move that up a skosh. Make the chat a skosh bigger. Yeah, that's fine. All right. And we need to get to 145.12. 145.12. But yeah. It has made me consider one of the... There's a very big balancing act between, you know, risk mitigation and spreading out your potential fail points, but also complicating and introducing more potential points of failure. Like, I am hyper aware right now of how ever since all the internet issues, I've eliminated so many points of failure that I have really centralized a lot of my shit to the point where, like, if one of the few things involved in my setup does fail, it will, like, completely take me out. So the balancing act is something I'm becoming acutely aware of, and I'm trying to figure out how I can spread out my failure points a little bit, create some redundancies, because yeah, it's like if streamer.bot failed right now, basically everything on stream that's auto magic would fail. But I think with that, I think we're pretty much good. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that this works. Topic switch. Boink. Man. Speaking of streamer.bot, it is still... I cannot figure out for the life of me. There's like one thing in it that is not working, and I cannot figure it out. And I thought I might be able to figure it out today, but I still can't. I'm just going to try putting it in a different queue, and we're going to see how that goes. So weird. But with that, Let's get into it. I'm excited to see. I don't think I noted Shale. I need to note Shale. Get rid of those. Shale, played by Chris Perkins. There we go. Oh shoot, did it mess up? Yeah, streamer. There's only one small thing that's messing up in streamer.bot, but it's not even that it's messing up. It is that I set up something that should trigger every 10 minutes, and it just isn't. And I cannot, for the life of me, figure out why the fuck it's not triggering. It's like everything about it is just like, it should just work. And it just isn't. And I don't know why. So that's the only thing that's being a little weird. But with that, I think we're ready for Critical Role. Yeah, I think we're good. All right. Matthew, what do you have to say to me? Oh, I guess right just a little bit before. I did add some new emotes. I added some new emotes, and I uploaded more emotes to the Discord. There are several new ones in the Discord, and there's, I think, 2 new ones on YouTube, because YouTube has like a cap that it will allow, and we are at that cap unless we get more members. But I think other than that, we're chilling. I still find it wild that they use C#. Look, C# for local applications, I dig. But their documentation's a little crazy, I won't lie. Like quaggers? Yes, exactly like quaggers. Were you talking to me? My phone was in my butt. Nah, we're good. Okay. We're good. Okay, I think, yeah, we're ready to go. Timestamp after the break is 45:12. Tab is unmuted. Let's make it happen. Playback speed 0.25, and we are ready to go.
Boop. Thread over to them when they arrive. So anyway, so we've had a break. If you wanted to use any of your hit dice to heal up during the short rest, now's the time to do it. I know you reattuned to the Dragon Slaying Longsword. Also, oh, and just so you guys noticed before, both Grog and Vax leveled up to 14 as well. Vax took a level of Paladin. During the short rest, Grog also took his 14th level as a Barbarian. And as Berserker, I think a lot of you know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
We'll find out. I'd like to reattune to the Cloak of Displacement. Okay. And then the Boots of Haste, are they spent for the day for anybody? Or if I were to wear them, could I get the juice or no? They're done.
They're too big
then I'm
for
going
you,
to
Teeny.
Then I'm going to... They would shrink to me.
Wait, like
I'm going to reattune my Keen Dagger then, for the moment.
Oh, thank you for the resub, Dr. Hoovy. I think that that must have gone through before I was all connected up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the tier 1.
So it's Deathwalker's Ward, Keen Blade, Cloak, 3 items.
Okay. Okay, I'll let it happen. Usually tune like 1 item or short rest.
No, I can do 1.
I think it's fine for this.
Tell me, boss.
So you can attune as you walk up the rest of the way. It's fine.
I rolled all 9 of my hit dice.
So you're out of hit dice now?
Yes.
All right.
Wow.
Everyone else good?
Yeah.
Ready to jump back in?
Nope.
Did it get you? Okay, good.
52 points, that's not bad.
All right.
Oh, sorry. What's going on?
So,
Here, is this it? Did I
Does anyone
steal?
need more healing? Are we okay?
We're good. We're good. Oh, and because I conjured woodland animals, I lost my hunter's mark.
yes, you do.
But
But you know where you need to
I don't know where it is.
All right, let's hurry.
So, as you guys slowly make your way up towards the peak of Gat Shadow, you all come to rest, maybe, from what best you can tell, is the entrance cavern that Umbersoul currently calls its home. Across this blackened, dark, craggless surface, you see clumps of dead, petrified trees, leafless, gnarled, and devoid of any life. There are signs of melted stone, soot. Long ago, there may have been a fire that claimed the top of this mountain and kind of set its visual presentation that got its name. However, this is your moment should you wish to make your way towards your conflict with Umbrasil. How do you wish to prepare?
I want to sleep for a day. I know.
Yeah, I want to rock back and forth in a corner.
I'd like to go stealth, and I'd like to see. Is there one clear main entrance to this place?
There is a cavern opening.
Yes.
There are a few like small little looks like inlets into the mountain at certain points, but the path that you guys land on that ends, you're going to have to climb around the mountain to get to the entrance of this. There is no like walk up path.
Yes.
It's actually just an opening on the side.
So
of the
we're
mountain.
further down still. We're not near the entrance.
You're about 400 or 500 feet away from the entrance.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
You stealth ahead and look a little bit. You notice the path comes to an end, and you probably have about 100 feet. You're gonna have to scale the side of the mountain to get to
From
the.
where I am, I can tell that we need to climb around. But if I look?
I think this is solid. I like the skipping until basically the first obstacle, or in this case, I think the first what you would more call a challenging path of having to scale the side of this mountain or use like a fly spell or something similar. I like starting it there. The only thing I might say is, especially since we're coming back from a break, it's, we're past the short rest. Everyone's done all the administrative stuff. Maybe a few more things to get us back in the mood. I haven't said it in a while. Maybe talk about some smells. Maybe talk about some noise. Is it eerily quiet? Is what do we maybe this might be one of the few times that I would try to get all 5 senses. I don't always go for all 5 because I think some are better at certain things than others, and they're not always applicable to every situation. But this in particular, we're coming back from a break. It's this big monumentous thing. It's a big biome change of going from like the plains and the forest outside of the city to this dark, foreboding mountain with the dragon lair. And even 300 or 400 feet, if there was a strong stench, a loud noise, we're at the point where we could probably start detecting some of that as the various characters. So I think do a little bit more to set the scene, but in general, choosing the, kind of fictional point to start the real time again, I think this is a good point to start at, right before the next challenge. And I like the first challenge specifically being a challenging path, because I think that a challenging path, as opposed to, say, like an obstacle, like if they just got popped in front of the cavern door or the cavern, entryway, and it was just big ass boulder in front, that's more of an obstacle. Or, if there were like 2 giants guarding the front entryway, right? Again, another obstacle. I think those can be a little bit more intimidating, especially when you're kind of going from 0 to 100. So I like the first thing that they encounter that they have to overcome being this challenging path. It's not going to change. It's just a cliffside. You got to either climb it or fly or use rope or something, but it's not such a binary as a boulder guards. So I think it's a little bit better for easing the players into things than maybe like a hard obstacle. I'm session prepping and Mega's mentioning smell. I can't figure out how to get smell in here, but I'm actively trying. Look, as I've said, I need to make an actual like concise video about it. But I need to go back and find my document. But smell is best I think, for telling you about something in a way that will not be visible to the naked eye. So it is talking about the current state of something. Not really its past, not its history. I think that touch is a much better sense for talking about some things like historical or innate properties. But smell is, there is something that you won't be able to hear, you won't be able to see, but you should know that it's either happening or has recently happened. So an easy example, the stench of death, of rot, of decay before the adventures happen upon a body is a good way to foreshadow an event that they can't immediately see, can't immediately hear, because it happened very recently, but it also happened recently enough, and it's not part of like the innate sense of this place. So I think that's what smell is best suited for, that like other senses can't do. So yeah, that is the direction that I would go. And if you don't have anything like that, then you don't need to include it to a degree. There's something here with the smell. I'm just not awake enough yet. They would expect rot. I need it to be something else. They would expect rot. Yeah, I would need to know kind of what is the thing that is being foreshadowed. You know, what is the recent event or the upcoming event or the thing that you are trying to tell them about ahead of time, that they wouldn't immediately see or hear. Then we could brainstorm some smells for it.
Look very hard. Do I see any other little holes or cracks or anything above? On
Near
our
it,
side?
you see one other small entrance about maybe 60 feet below it, a little bit to the left.
All right.
Pretty cool sound effect.
It's freaking me out. He does this.
Oh, dragons are being foreshadowed in Critical Role. Yes. Yeah. No worries, Daniel. No worries. But that's interesting. Maybe we'll talk about it more in an office hours at some point.
Is that your music, or is
It's not my music, that is.
But it's really cool and scary.
That's the
Shale, did you know, did the scouting party, where did you find the bodies? Where were they left?
Which actually, it's probably a couple hundred feet back. They
Okay.
made it near the peak.
Yeah.
However, they were spotted upon the approach.
Right.
And you heard the battle, the very short battle that ensued.
Yeah.
And heard the screams of them far from your eyesight.
I will have pointed them out then.
Yeah.
so that's why I cast Pass Without a Trace on this.
There must be an
How
alternate
far
entrance.
above our position is that smaller entrance?
It's all atmosphere, guys. Paid them to do.
Dragon just farted.
I know. All right, so towards where the actual walkable portion of this mountain cliff ends, you have about 40 feet of scalable wall at a kind of an upward angle before you can reach that small little inlet to the mountain you saw there. An additional 60 feet beyond that is the larger entrance where you saw, best you could tell, Umby retreat towards them, or exit before you were watching him emerge from the mountain.
What do you think? Do you think I should
I
be
missed it.
climbing in that little hee hole?
Do you want say that again?
There's the main entrance above, but there's also a smaller little gap lower down. You can't fit in there.
The other thing that I'll say, and this is something that I've grappled with on how to handle, because I've talked about how I really like exploration, I like challenging paths, and a lot of times exploration challenges or challenging paths, the duration of the challenge is kind of definitional to how challenging it is. So like Matt just rattled off a bunch of numbers about the length of the cliff, the length of the walkable area, the tilt, and I've already forgotten all of them. And so I think that there's two kind of solutions. I think the kind of default solution is draw it all out, which is I think, fair of like, draw a short little thing of, okay, there's, the walkable area up here at the top. You guys are down here. There's a cliff like this. This to this is, I think he said like 40 feet. That doesn't take that long to draw out. But there's a little bit of friction there, I think, undeniably. And something that I don't want to say unsuccessfully tried, because I don't think I have enough data points to like really mark out a trend. I've always kind of felt that despite, D&D being in these feet units or meters, whatever, I think that for exploration type challenges where you're not necessarily wanting to run it on a grid like you might for combat, run it on a grid or a hex map, I think there feet makes total sense, even if it's like a more exploration type challenge within the combat. But outside of combat, if you're doing, travel or more exploration stuff, I have thought about the fact, or I've tried to run it with just units relative to how much they can overcome with one roll. Because it makes sense in my brain of like, okay, rather than, have this be 40 feet and then they have to do all this math or whatever, you say, okay, you'll have to overcome this, you'd have to make one roll. But that gets complicated when we talk about units of rope, when we like length of rope, when we talk about the feet of certain spells. And so the one time that I tried to run this, it was in a sort of a series of like chasms and plateaus. So, it was them like hopping between some plateaus. Some of them had, height differentials. So they would have to like leap like upwards, or they'd have to climb. And I measured all of the distances in terms of like one jump or one climb. But it got complicated when they started to use different features that were measured in different like kind of like foot lengths that didn't like really neatly fit into this this kind of more abstracted notation, you might say. So I feel like there's something here, because that's much easier to remember of, okay, the length between A and B is, a single jump. But people's jump distances are different. It's tough because, like, the jump distance between A and B is going to be predicated on your strength. Grog's jump distance is going to be much different from Scanlan's. So, like I said, I feel like I've always felt like there was something here, but the one time I tried it, I didn't feel confident enough about it to use it again and with some modifications. So I don't know. It's like the slurry of numbers that Matt just rattled off is tough to keep track of as a player. And so it's like, I think that Matt should draw it out, but drawing it out kind of sucks. So it's like, I don't really expect Matt to draw it out. So I don't know. I don't know what the solution to it is. Distances might be more important if a party have distinctly different walking speeds. E.g., monks can end up being almost double the speed of other classes. Absolutely. Exactly. Or if you have like the mobile feat. Yeah, like there's so many things that can modify that. And so I've thought about potentially yoinking Daggerheart's range estimations and basically saying, you know, for the purpose of these exploration challenges, if your walking speed or your jump distance is in this range, it is considered short. You know, and then giving those in the exploration challenge of, okay, this climb is a short climb or a very short climb or a long climb, you know, like those sorts of things. But I feel like at that point you need like a chart next to the table for people to like convert their numbers into, which maybe that's a solution. Maybe. And it would make it easier for improv if, like, as a DM, I have this, you know, chart out at the table, but then I can use very natural words of, yeah, it's a short climb, it's a long jump. Long jump is a little bit tricky because that's also, like, kind of a keyword in 5e. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Higher than average walking speed rarely comes up in travel because of that. I almost think people like rogues, rangers should have higher speed because it allows them to scout ahead, and classes with higher speed now aren't great at scouting. Yeah, it's because it's weird. The higher speed really only comes into play in combat. Like, speed is basically a combat only statistic, which makes it, I mean, it adds to the list of reasons that, like, movement is kind of odd, which we kind of talked about last session with the two-tiered rule system. But yeah, I don't know. I've always been of the opinion that there is something here, but I can't quite put my finger on how to do it. For me, distance is just an extrapolation of the number of skill challenges the party must confront while traversing. Exactly, right? I fully agree with you, John Elliott, but every time I've actually tried to, like, run that, like, as a mindset, it never gets quite there. It's always just a little bit more cumbersome than just doing the feat and drawing it out with all the feat measurements. But it really feels like it shouldn't. You know, it feels like there should be a way to get it much shorter and snappier so that you can do more complicated traversal challenges without having to worry about getting exact foot measurements and, like, making sure that everything makes sense as a DM. Because that's my trouble, is that I want to do more complex traversal challenges and exploration challenges. But if you're getting exact foot measurements, then the way that certain pieces slot together, it's way more likely that things will get a little bit messy and a little bit funky with, you know, if you're using exact foot measurements. People are going to fucking whip out a squared plus b squared on you and say, this climbing challenge doesn't make any sense, DM. How dare you? But it feels like there's something there. Yeah. It also adds to the list of why the 3 tiers of play is kind of 1.5. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The 3 pillars of play. Yeah. It's why when I was reviewing Daggerheart, I was very happy to see that Daggerheart identified itself as a combat-focused system. I was like, that D&D should identify itself as a combat-focused system. It doesn't mean that you can't explore, can't do RP. Clearly, the makers of Daggerheart are wanting to RP all over the place. But it is the system itself is focused on combat. Yeah. Matt could have just described an explicit pathway like you see a narrow cliff you would need to shimmy across, a large crag that requires a jump, and a sheer wall you will need to scale. Yeah, and I think I might try the Daggerheart ranges at some point, because it feels like that might be the most natural way to go about it, and I just need, like, a scale chart, I think. And then a scale chart could give you enough wiggle room as a DM to not have to worry as much about the exact measurements. Maybe, but still allows a way for players to convert their stuff. So, like, if they have a 40-foot rope, that's, they just look for the range that falls within, and okay, that rope can cover a short distance. Maybe I'll try that at some point. I feel like that's the closest that I could get to it. Yeah. Also, I was just thinking of some homebrew, and I was like, shoot, you need a conversion chart. Yeah, and that's the problem, is that conversion charts are annoying. Conversion charts are super annoying. But I don't know. Pillars, not tiers. Yeah. Another option is custom DC per character, depending on their general traversal capability. The same cliff could be a DC 15 for Grog, but DC 10 for Vax based on their agility or acrobatics. There's something you could do there. I mean, you wouldn't want to base it on the modifier, because the modifier itself is, interacting from the opposite direction with that DC. But there is something to be said for, modifying the DC based on, like your jump distance. So, like, jumping across a gap is, since Grog has a higher jump distance, then it's maybe a different DC. But you could argue that you just use athletics for that at that point. It feels like there's something there. I don't know. Yeah. Their skills should do that for you. Yeah. I don't know. It's odd. Just catching myself up. I'm about to finish my 4-year campaign. Want it to be epic. Any advice? Ooh. 4-year campaign. Want it to be epic. I have only... Well, that's not true. I've had a few... I've had a few end of the campaigns with varying success. I think one of the things that really helped was real life festivities, honestly. So when I finished my very first campaign that I ever DM'd, that was, I think, like 1.5 years long, we had like a big real life party. And so we're having pizza, snacks, the whole kit and caboodle, as we also do the session. And I legitimately think that like the real life factors really helped with that. The other thing that I did was make a big homebrew monster that was multi-phase. So the most of the last session itself was basically one big boss fight, but that boss fight traversed a large area. So you could have this a couple of ways. I think about like the fight in this is such a weird reference, but the fight in Jumper, where like they're teleporting like to the pyramids, and then they teleport to the Colosseum and they punch each other a little bit, and then they teleport to New York and punch each other a little bit more. If you have like a planar traversal, that could be interesting. Something like that. Use the flavor and conceits of whatever the boss fight is or the final challenge is to take them across maybe a few different locales, or have the existing environment change multiple times over the course of the session and combo that with a change in mechanics. So at the end of it, it feels like this huge monumental challenge, when it was actually stealthily like 4 or 5 different challenges just strung together. And you can even put in some little mini challenges of like, again, I don't know why I'm just using the looper the jumper example. But it's like, oh, he jumps away after phase 1 or phase 2. And when you follow them, you can't find them at first. So maybe there's like a little like mini investigation of like, where the fuck did they go? Or something like that. Or like something unexpected has changed, and so they need to do a little bit of like a non-combat analysis to figure out how it's changed. Yeah. Callbacks are always good. Callbacks are never a bad thing. Putting long-standing places in jeopardy. So if Matt was, I don't know, say ending the campaign right here, I would say that taking this Umbrasil fight to Whitestone would be a really good idea. Putting a place that if he hadn't already blown up Amon, I would say Amon. But, taking it to Whitestone, I think would be a good idea. Putting places and people that they've spent a lot of time with, in jeopardy is a good way to drive an amount of investment. Yeah. I think those are my kind of basic ones based on what I've had. A lot of people also like victory lap, either like sessions or victory lap moments after the fight. So think like Winter's Crest and Whitestone sort of vibe. I've done that once, didn't do it another time. I didn't notice a huge difference in the reception, at least like based on that, it seemed. But some people like that more than others. So yeah, that'd be the general advice, I would say. At an end of arc, my group had a boss scatter us into different areas with old enemies we defeated from our past. Was fun and nostalgic. Hell yeah. Nostalgia, callbacks, big, can be very, very solid. If there's any way that you can tie in personal arc choices, so like for Percy or for Craven Edge, or for Percy with what's his face, Smokey. Like if you could somehow tie in Smokey to the final fight, if you could somehow tie in Craven Edge to the final fight, bringing back their personal arcs so that they can really distinctly kind of defeat their final demons in a way, can be nice. So yeah, excellent advice. Thank you, good sir. I'll try to make you all proud. Hell yeah, I know you'll do great. I have no doubt. Mega wants Gilmore to be lol. YouTube actually censored me for the other one. It's not just a meme. Yeah, the auto censor on YouTube is absolutely a thing. But yeah, I mean, to a degree, yeah. If this was the final fight, put Gilmore in some jeopardy. Yeah, absolutely. You're reminded of my idea of a divination wizard, the best BBEG, who starts off the battle by casting a custom 9th level spell that reverses their rolls. Passing DC equals fail. Never ran it. It's just too cruel. I can see it. Yeah, messing with reversing DC is a homebrew mechanic I have encountered in multiple different ideas, like multiple different incarnations of homebrew. And it is an idea that is very often incredibly flavorful, but the mechanical impact is so high, and it turns one of the most consistent things in TTRPGs of you roll high, that is good, it reverses that, and that's like, that is such a monumental reversal that when looking at it, I'm like, man, I've never wanted to risk that, because it's such a mindset shift for your players that I've always been like, I don't know if it's worth it. You know, players with low dice start crying. I know. Specific cottage provide. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. Back to Sierra.
I can try and scry inside the cavern.
See if it's something that would be worth.
Get a battle
Venturing into?
perspective.
Yeah.
All right, you have to give me a few minutes. So we're all right with that?
Let's
Sure, do you
stealth
need
down
any-
and
Yeah,
hunker
let's
down.
go. Yes.
I'll use. Can I use my ranger skills to try to camouflage us into the side of the mountain to make us even more non-seeable?
Yeah, totally. So we'll save the purposes of that. You guys want to make anyone at this point would like to make a stealth check to go ahead and keep yourselves hidden from any onlooking parties.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Oh, that's good.
Add 10.
Natural 20.
Jesus.
Add 10 to it.
At 10 for pass without a trace.
30, all right.
17.
30 with sparkles.
24.
Oh, 30 with
22.
sparkles.
16.
29.
Why, I do declare.
Well, I do declare I'm invisible.
The armored cleric cannot be seen.
Where did Pike go?
32.
All right, so with Vex's help, you guys managed to take bits of the mud, soot, and the burnt remnants of the one slush forest that dotted this mountainside, and darkened your exteriors to help obscure the vision of anything that wished to pry, along with the magic drawing the shadows to your forms. You were pretty confident that most of you would be fairly difficult to be spotted by most creatures.
I'd just like to point out that my complete total is 45.
Of stealthing?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for pointing that
Yes,
out.
it's mostly for your benefit.
I appreciate it.
That's ridiculous.
How? How?
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Plus
plus
my
15.
15 benefit plus pass without a trace.
No. Jeez.
Wow.
And somehow
I get
I feel a
37.
radiance of
Something?
smugness.
You stealth through time.
Yeah.
People who had seen you previously in your past have no recollection of ever actually seeing you.
Marty McFly is holding a photograph.
Exactly. All right, so
Oh God.
what's up now?
I take a little of the soot and I give myself some like druid battle makeup.
There you go, just smear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you scry yet?
I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
I do the same thing. I soot my face up too.
Don't get shit in your face.
Let's all make battle
Battle.
paint while she's crying.
Absolutely not.
Pretentious asshole.
I want to do a hand.
These
Nice.
spores are
That's right.
No,
Like
that's
someone
fine.
grabbed you by the face.
I get soot on my finger and walk up to Percy and just put a line from his forehead down his face.
I feel violated. Thank you.
all right.
Shale will ask Frog if he wants any soot on his face. I'll walk over.
Put soot on your face, you come near me with that wicked, wicked staff of yours.
It is not wicked. It's just a staff. It doesn't even have a name.
What? How can you have a staff and not give it a name?
Only men name their things.
Yeah, my staff doesn't have a name. It's kind of true.
She called it a boomstick.
You know, if you kill this dragon, you will be the best Goliath that's ever lived.
No.
Yes.
Really?
No one else has killed a dragon of this size. Not among us, not among the herd.
Pike killed a dragon.
Did she now?
It was pretty big.
Well, we all did. But it wasn't this big. It was pretty big. It was pretty. It was a lot bigger than me.
It's the size of a dragon.
I'm sure that experience will come in handy.
All right, let's do this.
All right, I scry. I focus really hard on the dragon.
Okay. On number 2.
Yeah.
Correct. All right.
Do you need any of his
Juice.
stomach
Essence?
vial to help you scry?
Sure. Can I have some of a? I scrape a
cover
little
that.
stomach bile.
Does that help? Does that help?
Yeah.
Well, here, let me pull up the actual specifics for Scry here.
Bro, based on my recollection of Scry, I feel like that would help. Cause it's like if they have like an item that it's either like an item that like belonged to the person or was like relatively important to them. You know, Matt's looking at the specifics, which I think is fair, especially for something more impactful like this. But gut instinct, I feel like that would absolutely help.
This is gonna go well.
Or wait.
He can sense when you.
He's gonna sense what I can scry, can't he? Maybe I can just try and scry inside the lair.
It largely depends. How
What do you want to do?
I mean, he knows we're coming.
Can you scry the little cavern to see where it leads to? Can you like scry your mind up the cavern?
Yeah, actually, can I do that? Like it's like a camera drone.
It's more like picking a location.
Sure.
You know, as opposed to an actual like.
I want to try and like focus on Umbrasil's whereabouts, but I want to just see if I can kind of get like a nice bird's eye view of inside the cavern.
Okay. I mean, you are familiar with the target as you have done battles. That does adjust the saving throw for the scry. So, without further ado, what is the DC of your spells currently?
19.
19. As your eyes close,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
your vision projects itself beyond your form, beyond the cragulous landscape of Gat Shadow, out beyond the mountain pass that ends abruptly. Beyond the cavern entrance, you are pulled within the darkness. Suddenly you find what little bit of light scatters across the damp stonework of the inside of this cavern. You see stalagmites. You see pools of murky, greenish, brackish liquid, ever so gently disturbed by the little bit of wind that curls in and out of this cavern. You see towards the back what appears to be an elevated platform next to another pool, where a large outcropping of stone that has just slowly pulled itself out of the rock, nearly touching the very height of this cavern. You don't see anything in there. All you hear is
What do you see?
Dude, last session we were talking about positive metagaming with Scanlan. And, there was a tiny bit of debate or disagreement about the particular use of the specific word metagaming, which I think is fair. This is something that I think is straight up metagaming and is straight up positive metagaming of what Chris Perkins just did there. Of like, maybe Shale would have asked that no matter what. But I think it's much more likely that Chris Perkins hears you can't see anything and uses that meta knowledge to make a fun joke that also simultaneously characterizes his character very distinctly and gives Keyleth some roleplay opportunities. I just thought we were talking about something else. The previous example is also straight up metagaming. Oh, okay. Right, I remember that. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is another example of what I would consider positive metagaming. And on a broader scale, I think that a lot of very negatively connotated terms in TTRPGs, whether that's railroading, metagaming, fudging, all of these things, I think I would classify them as just tools that can be very easily misused. You can use metagaming to make the game less fun. Or you can use metagaming to make the game more fun. I think the same thing with fudging, same thing that even with what we might call railroading. Like, I think that there's not an actual difference between what people might positively call linear storytelling or guiding the players. Something that people love a DM like Brennan Lee Mulligan for. I think that the real delineation between that and railroading is whether or not the effect on the game and the narrative is negative or positive. I think that's really the only difference. And so I think it's an interesting thing to point out whenever I see it, of like, oh yeah, like that definitely was metagaming, but it made the moment and the overall vibe and the table better. One of my... Oh, I wasn't even looking at the stream. I just thought that was Sam, not Chris. It did give Big Sam energy. I agree. One of my favorite ideas is scaring players by asking them to make a wisdom saving throw because a villain is scrying on them. I think that's a really fun idea if the players already know that like the villain is a divination wizard. Like if they already know that very specifically, I think that's a really fun, cool idea. Yeah. As a broad rule, I find it positive metagaming if you're reminding another player to make something explicit like information sharing. If the other player isn't telling you on purpose, then using that info is the negative kind, taking away their character choice. Yeah, and I think that even if you know that the other player isn't telling you, I think you can still... I think it's almost even more fun to kind of prompt the other player into explicitly not telling you. Like, I think that you can use positive metagaming in that context to not necessarily force the other player, but to give them an opportunity to decide whether or not to tell you. And then that makes them not telling you like a very explicit character choice that you can play with, and it can be played for drama or conflict, or potentially character growth moments. So yeah, withholding info from fellow PCs is tricky inherently, but that's a different convo. I think it is, and I'll give a very level one take that we, don't need to dive into too much, but I think that withholding information from other players is tricky and, it's like a deep well of conversation. I think that that a PC withholding information from another PC that the players both know, but that one PC is in the dark on, I think that is more broadly, like, I think that's more broadly going to go all right. Like, I think as long as the players are all on the same page, PCs can be on different pages. But withholding information from other players, I think, is much more tricky. Obligatory MCDM mention. I'm gonna have to watch Matt Colville on stream at some point. But it's not happened yet. Matt Colville has a good video about this called On Rails. Also another one called The Sandbox versus the Railroad. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It seems like Matt has very similar... Matt Colville has very similar opinions to me, which makes sense. One of... friend of the channel, Ryan Immel, said that Matt Colville was like a big inspiration for him, and me and Ryan have pretty similar opinions on most things. So that internally tracks to me, yeah. My players once said I was railroading the campaign because they felt like they had to go the way they went, but I always had other options, and thought that if they felt their characters had to make... though they felt their characters had to make. Yeah. I mean, it's, and that is kind of, and that's why I sort of define it the way I do is, in that case, it's sort of like the player feel discussion that we had last episode of doing like saving throw crits. Of like the motivation there was pretty purely player feel, and I think that the difference between linear storytelling and railroading is kind of purely wrapped up in player feel. If the players feel like they have to go away that they don't want to go, that can run the risk of feeling like railroading. But sometimes it's good for them to be not forced to go away, but to be, let's say, motivated to go away, to go a certain way. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Monitoring and managing player feel while also constructing a solid narrative is one of the many balancing acts of the DM. It's very in-game to check if it's on purpose or not. Yeah, I agree, Daniel, yeah. Maybe you could have done a better job at hinting at things. Maybe they could have paid better attention. Hard to say. Yeah, and it could be that they didn't find like they didn't like the motivations. Like maybe they thought that the motivations to go the certain way were too contrived, but that's purely based on them not getting a different piece of information or just not paying attention to it or misinterpreting it that would have made the motivations more palatable for going a certain direction. It's hard to say. It is, like I said, it is such a tough balancing act. And that's a case where, like, listening to that player feedback is good. Because railroading is one of those things where it's sort of like when you're in an argument with someone and they say you're being an asshole. You know, you don't get to decide that you're not being an asshole. If they feel like you're being an asshole, you are. That's an external judgment. You know? And railroading's kind of similar, unfortunately, where railroading is an external judgment of how someone feels about the progression of the plot. And the way that they feel can be impacted by decisions that they made and failures on their end. But that doesn't change their perception of it. And at the end of the day, as a DM, you don't want that perception to exist. So even if some of the failure is on their end, it is partially your job to bridge that gap and overcome that and work with them on how to get the feel up. Just like in like a relationship of like, even if I personally feel like I wasn't being an asshole, I have to work on how do I portray myself better? How do I keep their feelings into better account? So that I don't come off as an asshole, because I don't want to come off that way. And I don't want them to feel that way. So it's very tough. It's very, very tough. When you get to that accusation, it's worth introspection to check to see if you could improve, but it could be on them too. Yeah. And that gets into like interpersonal issues. Yeah. I find also that railroading for some players is kind of a catch-all. It doesn't mean the same thing to all players. Absolutely. Yeah. These are not strictly defined terms. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. But anyways, fun times.
Oh, nothing now. Is that it? That's all I see?
That's all you see.
Did you see Amberson?
No, but I heard him. He sounds very rough, or possibly sleeping. I don't know. There was a lot of heavy breathing. Very like deep, not, shallow breathing, not impassioned breathing.
Could he still be invisible?
He could, I guess, still be invisible. Also, the cave was covered in acid pools and dark and dingy and everything else we would kind of expect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
Well,
We're going in the small hole or the big hole?
I don't think he caught my presence. I don't think he's necessarily expecting us. If we can have the element of surprise here.
Let me check out that hole up top. You guys can watch me do it.
go in the little hole then.
I'm little now. It's a big hole. It's quite big, actually.
It's roomy.
I'd like to climb up to it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Spider sense tingling the whole time.
All right, so
I honestly think the best solution here is to have... I mean, we already know that fisting the wound is a very effective strategy with this dragon. So I think the real question is not, anything to do with the interior. It's just like, do we fist the small hole or the black or the black hole, small or the big hole? Oh no. I had a whole different type of accidental joke at the punchline. No. Oh no. Yeah, the black hole of the white hole. Yeah. Marisha switched from heavy to shallow reading. To me, as a Marisha implied they were similar. Yeah. The black. Oh, that was a good Outer Wilds reference. I think we're gonna play Outer Wilds on either Sunday or Monday, maybe something around there. Damn it! I fucked up the joke. It's all our first ever campaign. We started it out, and it turns out some of the players just thought D&D was done differently or had different expectations. Oh yeah, that's absolutely a possible. I run a more narrative campaign, and when pieces started coming together as a whole, it looks like one straight line, but the path there was windy, and they only said something about it when it all came together. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Anyways. My joke failed. Damn it.
You managed to find bits of rock to pull yourself across the way. It's not too long a distance, but enough to the point where I need you to go ahead and just make a basic strength check.
14.
14, okay. It's hard, and you can feel part of your muscles, build up lactic acid from the exertion from the previous, round with Umbrasil, and you not being necessarily the strongest individual of the troop, but you do manage to scurry your way up to the edge of this small opening in the mountainside. Get inside and you get a look. This hole continues for about 15 feet into the mountain before it ends abruptly. The only other thing you notice is there are currently 4 long, dead skeleton corpses within this hole. Perhaps some sort of mountain climbing expedition or travelers that found their way there and couldn't escape. There are remnants of what appears to be a small camp, perhaps a small fire that has been long iced over through winters past. A layer of dust sits on everything, and other than the occasional gust of wind that finds its way in here, largely undisturbed for a long period of time.
I'm going to look through the remains.
Okay, you rummage through the remains. You find roughly 85 gold pieces amongst their corpses, and fair change in silver and copper.
I don't take that.
Copper.
I think it's a. This is something I have to hold myself back from a lot. And why with you guys, I especially in the early days focused on sensory descriptions a lot, is because sensory descriptions are one of my strategies to go after the general concept of show don't tell. At the end of the day, you can run an incredibly successful, incredibly narrative, intricate, and investing session and campaign without a single sensory description. But for me, the senses are a really, really good way of doing show don't tell. Or at least you could call it a familiar strategy. Some might call it a crutch. And I think that's a good example of Matt doing a bit of telling instead of showing. Is he is describing this small camp. It's all visual, and maybe he could have just left it where it was with the layer of dust sits on top of anything, occasional gust of wind, whatever. But he does specify, and he does the tell portion of it.
Largely undisturbed for a long period of time.
Largely undisturbed for a long period of time. Now, there is a place for telling instead of showing. Most of the time, it is for shortcutting. But I try to stay away from it, especially on lower stakes pieces of information. So I want to do as much showing instead of telling. So I would describe the smell of stagnant water or mildew, or the air feels clammy and stale. try to get after. I mean, I think that the thing, getting out of the sensory arena, I think that describing the layer of dust atop everything is a good way to go about doing this. Communicating this idea of it sitting undisturbed for a long period of time. But Matt couldn't help himself, which I get. When I say Matt couldn't help himself, it's because I've been there, where you feel confident about your description, but then you kind of feel like maybe you didn't communicate the entire thing, and like you tried to communicate that it was undisturbed, but you want to make sure that they get it. And so even though, I did everything that I was probably supposed to do, I'll just tell them just to make sure. And I fully understand it. But it is something that I have been actively trying to work on, is feeling confident in not talking too much, in not over-explaining. For me, I've been trying to work on feeling more confident in that arena, because when you do see a DM do it, when Matt does it or when I've done it, you don't over-explain, you give them exactly as much as they need, and you let them sit with it, it can feel so nice. It can feel so solid to really activate and really access that. YouTube swallowed the comment. Oh no. Running a one-shot without using any sensory description sounds like fun, but tedious concept. Yeah, I can feel that. I do think that senses make it easier for almost anyone to imagine yourself there rather than it being abstract. Telling is great for things like history or even scrying, things where you aren't supposed to feel like you're literally there. I agree. Me and Paige were just talking about this, of show don't tell is a good heuristic, but we were talking about biographies, where a lot of times in biographies it will have a much larger amount of telling rather than showing, and show don't tell is most often used in movies and screenplays and on stage plays and musicals, where you want to do as much showing as possible. In the darkness, the damp, stale air burns itself into your nostrils. Acrid and harsh. Yeah, exactly. That is so much more interesting to me. And honestly, even if Matt had just left out the last bit, I think he would have gotten his entire point across. If he just left out it looks like it's been undisturbed for a long time, I think they would have gotten it. But I understand. I understand the feel. What are you what? You're ridiculous.
I can't believe I've never thought to do that before.
Paige just tied a... I can't believe it's so funny. The string, even though the string is not green, it's gray. It also got edited out somehow by the chroma key. Probably just because of color spill. Paige is feeling silly today. Oh my goodness. Oh, getting back into it. God, I'm gone. I'm all lost. The best feeling as a GM is when you hint at something, then the players start debating and outright state the thing you were hinting at. Yeah, exactly. it is so much more interesting for them to come to that conclusion based on your evidence. Yeah. Yeah. How do you fight that urge to overexposit Mega? Oh my god, through practice and not very successfully, if we're being honest. Like living in the uncertainty of the info you provide, fighting the urge to ensure your PCs get it immediately can be hard. Yeah. It is. Yeah. This is less me giving advice and more me talking about a current training regimen goal of mine. This is something that like I believe in, and I know that there is a balance, like you're saying, of like finding the perfect balance between mystery and player confusion or forgetfulness. There definitely is a balance, but I know that for me, I am not near the balance point. I am well on the side of over-expositing. And so for me, any amount of holding myself back is getting me closer to the balance point, because I'm sure y'all couldn't guess from having been in these streams, but I am definitely on the overexpositing side. I think Matt is much closer to the balance point than I am, but I've been working on it very actively, so it stands out to me when I do think he is overexpositing. Why do you have a ghost bagel? Ghost bagel. Dun dun dun. But yeah. So this is less I mean, I guess it is technically a critique, but it's more a interest point for me in my own training regimen.
To look through the remains.
Yeah, you rummage through the remains. You find roughly 85 gold pieces amongst the corpses, and fair change in silver and copper.
I don't take that.
Copper, the pennies of D&D. Poor things. Copper dragons everywhere, just so disappointed. You do find an oil lantern. You find climbing gear for 4 people. You find some long spoiled rations, and you find what appears to be a very, very molded diary.
And to very quickly compliment Matt on progression, I would take a bet that if Matt ran this sequence in the first 10 episodes, they would have been looking on everybody. They would have been looking in the tent. They would have been looking in a chest. It would have all been individualized. And I really like this. I don't mind them getting treasure. I don't mind them getting, these small amounts of gold. Or currency, I guess you could say. But I like that he is just saying, okay, across the entire camp, this is how much loot you can find. Collate it all, put it all together so that we can go through that. And another big compliment point is ending it with the most interesting thing. Because, a lot of it was things that might be useful for problem solving or resource management later on. Like, we were just talking last session about, like, climbing gear. Super cool. Gives them some potential options within the dungeon to come, I would hope. But ending it with the interesting thing. This is going to help them. Yes, some of them are going to be busy writing down the loot, etc., but ending it there, giving that the recency bias, is going to have at least one of them say, oh, well, I want to check out the diary. And then as the DM, as everyone else is writing down all of the loot and, you know, keeping track of it or whatever, probably your note-taking PC if you have one. While they're doing that, you as the DM can keep the narration going, can keep everyone else in the fiction by talking about the interesting moldy diary. And I will be very surprised if that's not exactly what happens right here. So, I think huge progression on Matt's part. I like this so much better than I think however he would have run the first 10 episodes. Or run this sequence in the first 10 episodes. I like this so much more. Because I think to give first 10 episodes, Matt, a little bit of credit, I think that there is maybe something potentially interesting about having the interesting thing, you know, in a maybe like more of a back corner, or have it, you know, just be on one of the bodies, but the other bodies just have like fucking copper or whatever. There can be a sense that like, oh, you know, if we wouldn't have checked all the bodies, we would have missed that. Oh, how many other things are we missing? I think that is a reasonable mindset, especially if you're coming from something like video games. I think that is a very cool and intriguing feature in video games. But, big but, I think that this style works substantially better for keeping the players in the game, in the narrative, and out of their character sheets. To use the video game comparison, out of their inventories. You want them to be in the world as much as possible. And in a video game, if you have to go around to every single body, you're just hitting go to body, take all. Go to body, take all. You don't even have to actually look at what you gain in the video game, but then an interesting thing will have like a little bit of a different border, a la BG3. So when you're doing the take all looting, you see the interesting thing and you glom onto it. You can't do that. You can't go through it that quickly, and you can't like signal the interesting thing while allowing them to ignore all of the non-interesting things in a TTRPG. So I think because of those like external factors, what Matt is doing here works so much better for TTRPGs, and I love to see him do it. See you later, Deadly. Have a good one. I DM for many folks that are not regular TTRPG players or really new, so 99% of the time with them, you have to be very explicit and direct. With my regular players, I can let them come to their own conclusions. I think that's a super, very, very fair caveat to everything we were talking about earlier, Torben. I think that's a really good caveat of and I think that goes into a level of comfort with existing in the fiction, with being invested within the fiction, with staying in character. And I think when you don't have maybe that supreme level of comfort yet, if you do something like you're less direct with them, and, you know, encouraging them to stay in the fiction, to stay invested, that can start to make them a bit uncomfortable, or they're not used to how to think in there, and so they feel like they don't have any options. Like they're not used to existing within the fictional world and behaving as if they have all of these options. So as you get them used to it, I think you do have to be significantly more direct. You have to bridge that gap as the DM when playing with that type of player. Yeah, I think that's a super good caveat to put on it. Yeah. A really cool video or office hours in the near future could cover this topic, translating our understanding of video game mechanics and interfaces into the narrative. Ooh. I'd have to think about that a lot. I don't know that, like, you know, right now I can rattle on about it when we have, you know, a very clear example. But I'd have to think about if I could write an entire script on that. Maybe. Yeah, I'll think about it. Maybe. Anyways.
And you find what appears to be a very, very molded diary.
I take out the flame tongue dagger and give myself some light.
Okay. You start scanning through, and from most of the pages that are still intact and not completely molded over or destroyed, it appears to be a journal that contains writings of what was an expedition to reach the peak of Gat Shadow, because there was some sort of movement, some sort of activity up there that nobody could really discern. The rumors speak of some sort of creature that would stalk out in the night and steal mountain goats, pardon me. Mountain goats! Steal mountain goats, steal, or find and kill anybody who lived, and there used to be a smaller village that lived north on the mountainscape that is now abandoned because this creature, the folklore at the time that supposedly lived at the top of the mountain. It speaks of the entrance, the place that Umbrasyl now calls the lair, and this leads you to believe that this is a fresh lair. Umbrasyl did not appear to always live within Gat Shadow, but is only currently making it its lair at the moment.
And is this a dead end, or does it look like it goes further in?
Make a perception check.
Okay, by the light of my dagger.
Actually, this would be investigation.
Investigation, all right. 20.
Wait a second.
No, wait, sorry.
Ooh, we might have theory time. Theory fodder. What's up, Andre? How you doing? Welcome. That's some theory fodder. Umbrasyl did not always live at the top of Gat Shadow, which I think we could have implied, and it fits within my current understanding of how everything has progressed. But it's just some extra confirmation. And definitely continues to reinforce that Umbrasyl is not originally from the area. Which is good. We're going to work that into our theories later. Could I recommend a campaign to watch? You can recommend it. We are trucking our way through Critical Role right now. We past the anniversary of campaign, or me starting campaign 1. We passed the year anniversary like a few weeks ago. So I have a feeling that campaign 1 is gonna be going for a while longer. I can only do like 1 to 2 episodes a week because the streams are so long and I talk so much. But we do have Legend of Vox Machina on the list, if I can figure out how to watch it legally. Some of the Dimension 20 stuff, all of the Exu stuff, campaign 2 of Critical Role. I think those are the current list, and I think those are going to keep me busy probably for years, at this pace at least, unless my voice becomes suddenly substantially more resilient. Right now, I just I lose my voice so quickly. Like, I would love to do Critical Role 3 times a week, but I just can't do 3 Critical Eyes a week. It's just impossible. I lose my voice too quickly. Any campaigns from Legends of Avantris? I think we were actually just talking about Legends of Avantris like yesterday. People were talking about people were saying it was really good. It's not on the list, but the list will evolve as we go. The list is definitely not set in stone. Basically, the strat right now is go until I finish campaign 1 and then evaluate what to do between campaign 1 and campaign 2. That's basically the order of events currently. So when I'm evaluating that, I'll probably do some polls. I'll do a lot of audience participation to try and pick that. What up, John? How you doing? No worries. Have you tried vocal exercises? I have. The problem is, and this is purely a skill issue. But the way that I go about, how do I say it? When I'm doing non-scripted stuff, which, you know, this all is. It's all off the dome. It's improv. The way that I talk just as a person is not very good for your voice. I modulate my tone a lot. I add in random amounts of vocal fry for like pretty much no reason. I do that airy stutter. The way that I go about communicating just as a dude is not conducive to good vocal longevity. So I do external things. I try to drink tea. I get the honey. I get the lozenges. But I would have to like train my natural way of communicating out, which I have legitimately, unironically, have considered doing. But it's also like I might not need to do that if I just like become comfortable with the current pace. The other thing is doing like 3 8-hour streams a week might be tough for my IRL life. So yeah. But I honestly do need to just get on like a more normal voice care regimen. Right now it's very sporadic. It's all over the place, very undisciplined. So I think if I got on a more regular regimen, it would be better. But it's not too bad right now. For Lovum, and going back to our conversation about CR being kid-friendly, Lovum is rated TVMA, and there's a reason for it. Even if you could legally put it on YouTube, you wouldn't want to. Got it. Yeah, Lovum is it is something that I absolutely want to do content about, but the more I've looked into it, the actual Critical Eyes format is probably not going to end up being conducive to Lovum. Maybe I'll find out another way to do it. I have some ideas, but that's like next year. Mega's problem. I don't have to deal with it for a while. For regular game is a small entity. It's actually run by Matt Mercer. It's called Campaign. People have mentioned Campaign 2 before. Yeah. We do love your style of communication, though. Thank you. I appreciate your appreciation. Yeah, I am definitely not. Yeah, I don't naturally communicate in a way that is good towards consistently doing that for long periods of time. So yeah. What up, Sue? How you doing? You could always do season reviews like you do with book club. I have not done book club in a while. Book club was a lot of work. Yeah, it's like that's definitely the most how do I phrase it? That is the most I can't think of the right way to phrase it. It's the most like accessible version of the content that I could do. Like that involves like the least risk. It's probably in terms of actual like complication, maybe that's it. It's the least complicated version of that I could do, where I feel like confident that it would actually work. But book club takes, and like that style of content is a lot of work on the back end. And ultimately, like I'm working on making longs, but ultimately I like being live. And like that's the thing that really gets me out of bed at the end of the day is like going live and talking to people. And, you know, the book clubs, doing them live was awesome, but the majority of the work that went into a book club was not live, which is tough for my just personal motivation to do it. So I've thought about some things. I have like 4 or 5 format ideas for it. Some more or less complicated than others. Yeah, but we'll see. It'll also depend on like what I think I even want to talk about, which will probably impact the format, and yeah, it's going to be complicated, but I always find mega pronouncing acronyms like words funny. Lovum exu. Yeah. I look. I like. As long as you can understand me, I think I'm correct, and I don't. I don't mind putting them a little weird, you know. Rip Book Club, yeah, Rip Book Club. I've thought about other formats, but none of them work. I even like Fishbowled one of them, and it doesn't work. But I'll tell you this, book club is something that I have an internal desire to bring back, but the actual implementation of it, I can't figure out. I can't figure out one that will keep me motivated. So it's tough. I don't think I went your book club. Sorry. Lol. Not specifically your Viz. I was imagining like mostly ad hoc conversation. Yeah, it's the having to watch it beforehand. That's the problem. All of the work outside of the live is the issue. Book club might not be feasible, but some kind of storm like Cosmere thing would be awesome. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe. I pronounce it neither, but I do find Lovum being pronounced kind of nice. Exugrates. I have no idea what the difference is. That's funny. Hey, that's I get it. I understand. And I'm just gonna do what's easy. EXU. I don't like X being the middle letter. I think that's my problem with EXU. I don't like XU.
20.
20. Filling along the walls, you find elements of the rocks that are easier to break off than others, but this predominantly is the end of this cavern. It's a cave, yeah.
Right. Okay, to my sister, it's a dead end. It's nothing. Come.
All right, so Vax finds his way back to the group.
It's a dead end?
Here we go.
All right. Jesus. This ain't gonna be good. Shale, would you like to lead the way?
Yes. Now, I may not survive this. I'm quite old, and I can only see about 30 feet ahead.
Well, then maybe
she doesn't lead the way. Maybe
My sister should lead the way. You stick to Grog. Will you, Grandma?
Can you?
I whack him.
Wait, they don't get to dodge.
No, because unexpected, she is swift and she is strong for being one-armed and of her age. The sting hits the side of your shoulder before you have a moment to really understand.
Off the side of the mountain.
And your diminutive form is thrown about 3 or 4 feet back before you catch yourself.
And I skitter off ahead of the group.
Okay.
I cast protection from acid on Grog again.
Okay.
Sweet anus.
Now, if I don't survive, loves, I do have some magic on me.
Oh.
So
What
this
kind of
staff
magic?
has runes. You can scratch them off and magical things will appear.
It's not planned for you to die, all right?
And this horn, if you blow it real loud, it will let out a tremendous thunder. Could bring down the entire cave.
Again, I don't think you should be planning for your own death.
Take that horn. I'll take the horn.
Well,
Oh,
it
wait,
might
you can use the
explode.
horn. All right.
It might explode.
It's a little unstable.
Scanlan, you should take the horn.
She's not dead yet.
I'm saying when she dies. If she dies.
We're not going to divvy up her stuff. That's bad luck.
She's bequeathing it to you in her will.
And this pendant here, which looks like a dragon tooth, it's a dragon tooth. And if you wear it, it will close your wounds.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't believe it. Can I insight check her? I feel like she's lying through it.
Maybe we should just kill her now and take the
Natural
stuff.
20.
Really?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
So, Chris.
I'm being super sincere.
Oh. I really want all those
honestly
things.
believes.
Oh.
Shale, you seem almost like you're...
My hide armor ain't worth shit.
Okay, all right. As I was saying,
I think it's probably either. Probably either. It depends on the expectations of what a guest player means, because like I've had very few guest players at my table. Like, guest players are not a super common occurrence at my table. But the few times that they've been there, it was like the general expectation that this guest player is just playing an NPC that will continue to exist in the world. So the expectation was always like, after the player stops playing them, we will have to interact with them. And our DM will hold us to our previous interactions with them as a guest PC. So, yeah. My take is that guest players get a lot more leeway since any impact of their badness is inherently limited in time. And I think that that's another sort of concept is I've never had a guest player at my table just 'cause. Like, I've never just been like, oh, this person just like wants to play for a session, like roll up a character. It has always been, there is this NPC that is in the story, and do you want to come and play them? So there was always a level of like, the guest player is more of like an actor inhabiting a predefined role. So they were always trying to really play up that role, and were never like chaotic or bad or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think the long and short of it is, it depends on the table expectations. Like, if the expectation is that this character is disposable and they will die, and that Vox Machina should harvest their magic items after the fact, if that's the expectation that you have set for guest players at your table, then it's fine. But like, at my table, this would be weird. Like, it would be odd for the player, or for the guest player or the regular players, to like, yeah, like talk this candidly and this like kind of dismissively almost of Shale as a character. Not to say that like they're doing anything wrong, but it would just be odd at my table. So I don't even really know how to like think about how it would go, you know? and it's lightening the mood, so overall good. Yeah, like I think that in general, it seems to be working at this table. Which is like all you really need at the end of the day. I've been a guest player, but I have never had one on for a single session. Yeah. It's interesting that you've only had guests inhabit an existing NPC. I've never considered that. I love character building and assume guests will want to build their own. Bad assumptions, maybe? It's... How do I phrase it? I have also had... Like, to me, that's... And you know, when we talk about, like, assumptions and, like, earlier we were talking about, like, the definition of railroading. The thing that I have called a guest player is what I have described. Anytime someone wanted to come and play and make their own character, it was assumed that they would come back to play them whenever they could. So in my first campaign, we had one of my friend's little brothers could only come like half the time, maybe even like a third of the time. And I just made a contrivance for that player to like not be involved. Or for that character to like disappear occasionally. But to me, I didn't consider that a guest player. Like, it was actually relatively similar to how Ashley is. And Ashley and Pike are. But I made, like, an explicit contrivance for it. And, like, that's why when I call Ashley a guest player, like, to me, it's a joke. Because those are very different. Because she has a custom character. She has Pike. And, like, Pike doesn't become an NPC when she leaves. So she can't be a guest player. That's why when I call her a guest player, it's sarcastic. Like, to me, a guest player almost definitionally is a temporary player that inhabits an NPC. But I recognize that that's not a universal definition and might be a minority position on this topic. But yeah. I've never been at a table or run a table where we had like single session folks that made their own characters. It's just never even... I've never had a player that wanted to. Like, weirdly enough. The first time that I ever had what I would call a guest player come on, it was because they would come in and listen to the show or to the game sometimes, and they just wanted to be involved, and they asked me, can I play X NPC when they finally find them? It was like someone that the party was going to go and rescue. And they asked me, oh, could I play that person? And so I think that experience like formed what I consider a guest NPC to be, because they didn't want to like really play. They just kind of wanted to be generically involved. I think they even ran with like a monster stat block. I don't even think they made like an actual character stat sheet. So yeah, just like a very incredibly different tone than what Critical Role does. It honestly threw me off during Vasselheim. Vasselheim threw me off for a lot of reasons. But yeah. I've only guested as one of my retired PCs or NPCs that happen to be showing up in someone else's game. Yeah. I would understand it like you're introducing an NPC, and if they have future interaction, it would be through DM. I would think that having an existing NPC played by a guest would be jarring. The times that, like I said, it's not like a super common thing in my games, but it was always an NPC that existed in the world, but the players hadn't directly interacted with. So whenever the guest NPC joined, it was always to draw like explicit importance. So it was like when they finally found the person that they were questing to rescue. Basically the equivalent of Kima. Like, imagine Kima. They had never met Kima before, never interacted with her before, and she's like the goal of this multiple episode quest line. And then the first time they meet her, I would have been like, when Kima spoke for the first time, it would have been the guest player. And then, you know, if the guest player couldn't make it back, but Kima was in the story, I would have played Kima from then on. But I do agree with you, Sue. It would be, if it was an existing NPC like Allura, I wouldn't have a guest player come in. So it's a very like narrow thing in my head, which is why it hasn't happened a whole lot at my tables. So yeah, I don't know. Just very much a not something I'm against in any way. It just hasn't like really been the situation, you know. The one time I was a guest, I was playing an NPC that was set up ultimately to be a minor villain. Ooh. See, that's fun. I would love it for a guest PC to play a villain. I really like that. I also think it becomes more common if you have forever DM friends. They have a pile of PCs. Yeah, that's true. And for the majority of my DMing career, I have been the only DM. So at this point, 2 of my friends have experimented with it, but that's been in like the past year, contrasted to like the 10, 12 years at this. When did I start DMing? Yeah, 12 years at this point that I've been DMing. So me having another DM friend has been a relatively new circumstance. Yeah. PCs inhabiting NPCs can be revolutionary for TTRPG's methods of storytelling. I've had PCs guest take control of Captive, Irina, and COS to provide more insight into Ravenloft. Yeah, this is exactly the sort of way that it has been employed at my table. Is exactly that sort of situation of Captive Irina, of they find Irina, or they, you know, in another example within Critical Role, when they found Ripley, the first time interacting with Ripley, and if I was wanting to be really cheeky, I've never done this, but I have thought about it, I think it would have been so fucking sick if they had been able to, like, get not Percy, Talison's, like, sister or mother or childhood friend to inhabit, to play Ripley the first time that they encountered her. That would be so fucking sick. Like, if a NPC and a PC have an existing relationship, bring in a guest PC that has a unique relationship with that player. Ooh, I think it'd be so fucking fun. I've never done it, but I think it would be so sick. Yeah.
That's like the Taskmaster thing when it's like, I thought it was my mate Janet.
It's exactly like that, yeah. I feel like CR have done it a couple different ways, though. Yeah, they've definitely done it in ways that I had not considered it before. So it's strange because I don't have a lot of advice couched within the way that CR does it, because it's not something I have like experience with or even experience really considering. But it clearly, I think it generally works at their table. Sometimes more successfully than others, but generally works. Guests in my group have always been visiting friends' family for a single session. Yeah. Oh, especially family. Woo. They created new characters, and then when they left, their characters became NPCs who left soon after. Yeah, that seems definitely like the Critical Role style. Yeah. I'm interested in trying it. I don't know if players would be down. I should just ask. Yeah, always worth asking. The number of things that need to happen to make a PC able to play an NPC easily is unusually high. It is definitely odd. Yeah, that transition point. Yeah, that's evil. I love it. Oh, it would be so cool. How dare you stream as I'm watching the first half of the episode? What up, Mr. Multi? How you doing? I was brought into a table I used to run. A bounty hunter ordered to by their patron to bring one of the players to the same patron. Warlock not following the patron's wishes. I was bringing the PC to Avernus. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and I think that's like kind of the core distinction between the way that I have always experienced guest PCs guests versus CR's guests is the times that I have had guests, it has always been there is a story reason for an important NPC, and then I make that NPC a guest PC. CR seems to approach it almost from the opposite angle of there is a person, there's a guest that we want to play with us. Let's create a reason for them to be here. A la Vasselheim, even Gartok, even though it didn't work out. It definitely seems like they want to play with their friends, even for just a session, friends that can't commit long term. And then they just contrive a reason to get them in there. Which I think makes more sense when you have, an actual play live show, and it's not only playing, fun games with your friends, but it's also to an extent a little bit of exposure, because all these people are by and large public figures. So I think that this makes sense. And if you run in a massive group with tons of people that play, or have a lot of friends that want to try it out, I think the CR style works perfectly well. I always just had a much smaller group of people that actually wanted to play D&D, but it may be a slightly larger group of people that thought the story aspect was cool and wanted to be a fun part of the story, but didn't really care about playing D&D. Was definitely, so I think it's really mostly depend on your group dynamics at that point. Yeah, and sometimes even powerful see Zara. Yeah, absolutely. Anyways.
You seem like you're almost expecting to die, or like you're looking forward to it.
Well, I'm very old, and if I can die fighting a dragon, well, there's no better way to go. If I don't die, oh, great, wonderful.
Okay.
All right, just checking that we wouldn't disappoint you if you don't die.
Wait, just to be clear, if we killed a dragon, are you going to say you killed a dragon, or we're going to say, I killed the dragon? Who's going to be the greatest Goliath?
Why, you, of course.
Yeah?
I'm past my prime.
We'll shake on it.
I will shake on it.
Which is easy because you put out the proper hand from the one arm she has.
Yeah. We don't want to mess with her, put each other.
And Shale, what type of magic do you wield exactly?
I wield this staff.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Very clear.
Shale for the win.
This is going to be great.
She's going to cast magic.
I'm on board and committed to this. This is very exciting.
Thank you, Shale.
We're still stealthing.
Let's try to live.
Yes.
All right. So remember, acid pools everywhere.
Don't
do we
fall
have
in them.
And do we have any type of cohesive plan, or just?
We're just gonna go in.
It's really the stupidest fucking
Let's
thing
just go get it.
ever.
It might be.
I'm already looking.
We're going to be very quiet.
Very, very quietly. I love you all. I love you
guys.
guys.
Right,
Hey,
so coming up,
Vex.
We can do this.
Vex, I have your acid armor.
I'm not gonna
Maybe
go
you should be on the
like
broom.
this in the entrance, but yeah, I'm gonna
I am
try
on the broom.
to climb up and peer over the edge and look as carefully as I can.
go ahead and make another strength check.
With you on the outside.
I'm gonna stay on the broom to avoid
17.
walking.
There's advantages to both. Advantages to both.
Okay. You manage to climb your way up to the mouth, the larger mouth of the cavern. It's about 40 feet across, at the very, very front of it, and about 50 feet up. It's kind of large.
40 feet, 50 feet?
Yeah, 40 feet, 50 feet. And the rest of you guys, how are you pursuing?
I'm gonna come.
Rest of you are climbing along the mountain as well?
Yeah.
Wait, is that the way in?
Is there anything you can do to make the dragon visible in his invisibility, like set fire or your fairies or?
I do have fairy fire. You combine the two things that you said, and it's fantastic.
Nice.
Yep.
Do you have that?
Totally meant to.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just climbing. I'm just following.
All right, so everyone who's climbing, I need you to go ahead and roll a strength check.
So wait, who's climbing where? What's happening?
Does anybody want to ride the broom
Distance to
with
the
me?
cave.
I'll ride the broom.
You have to kind of climb around the side of the mountain to get to
There's
the
no
stone.
actual
Gotta
walkway
Nathan,
to
gotta
it.
Nathan Drake it up to the.
Oh, sure. I'll Nathan Drake it. Yeah.
My gloves of swimming and climbing. Are those
Percy's-
attuned items?
I'm not a climber.
I don't believe they are. No.
I'm
Just
gonna put on my gloves of
But is it
swimming
just
and
an
climbing,
athletic check?
which I got
Strength.
2 years ago.
All right.
26.
26.
19.
18.
I don't know what they do.
Advantage in the roll.
Oh, great. Okay. 16.
16. Okay.
18.
18. Okay.
12.
Okay. And you're floating up.
Yeah.
So all of you begin shimmying across the surface. The wind is piercingly cold. The clouds up here are dark, and there isn't enough moisture to rain, but there are flashes of some sort of just a wild lightning storm that kind of go off in the distance in the roiling clouds. As you're making your way across, like your foot skips across one of the stones, it breaks and falls beneath you, and you almost lose yourself. Grog grabs you and holds you in place and pulls you back up.
Sorry, Grog.
Nope, nobody saw anything.
I thought I would be stronger, but
You're a champ.
Oh, wait, aren't you wearing the strength gauntlets?
Yes, I am.
Oh, shit.
That brought me to 12.
You all slowly make your way to the very mouth of the cavern. You've been at this point as well. You wanted to go ahead and make an investigation check?
Scooching in, yeah.
All right, go for it.
24.
24. Okay. Fiddling around the exterior, there are two rocks that are nearly identical placed at each side of the cavern entrance. Upon approaching, their texture and their weathered appearance is far younger than the rest of the stone around them, and it catches your attention.
And do I need a further investigation check to discern their nature, or?
The nature is some semblance of a magical enchantment. This is a little beyond your understanding, unless you want to try and upshot it in the way you know.
Pull me up to the front. We got this.
Would all Sound? You want to grab that big
Boy.
gal?
The big what?
Shale.
Oh, Shale.
And yourself.
You got a trap up there, friend.
Something. There's rocks up here that look a little funky. I don't think they actually are rocks.
Rocks. Hey, Keyleth.
Huh?
You should go. There's rocks. You can do something for
I
rocks.
love rocks.
Yeah, I know. Go up there with Shale. Shale's a rock.
Okay.
Go.
What's happening? Where am I?
Just come up a little bit slowly. There are a couple of rocks up here that look a little funny to me. Don't step on me either.
Oh, right, you're so tiny right
I'm
now. I
dapper.
keep forgetting that. Yeah.
Very brave for someone so small.
Yeah.
He is really teeny.
Do you want me to like put you like in like a little pouch? It can be like a kangaroo. Like.
We're gonna die.
All right. All right.
Another time.
As Keyleth and Shale approach the threshold that you're currently standing at, the rest of you are a little ways behind. He points out these two stones. Go ahead and both of you guys make an Arcana check. Shale, just from what you've seen in the world.
Right.
Yep.
13.
I think like 7. Pretty sure my Arcana is 7.
Oh, druids.
Nature.
You ascertain, Shale, just from stumbling upon such constructions, there's some sort of magical essence to these rocks. It's old magic, which is the only reason you really recognize it. It's not hoity-toity, learned in a tower magic, all the stupid people in the world tend to learn. This is old magic. That's all you're able to pick from it.
You know what it is?
Old magic.
Hey, Dirty Bard, could you come up here,
Oi,
please? Like
I'm
I
here
asked in
now.
the first place.
Sorry, I thought that the rock people could handle it. Well,
All
let me take a
hands
look.
on deck.
Scanlan, it's a very pretty
11
rock.
Arcana.
It's old magic.
This is old magic. Not the
So
kind
wait.
you learn in those hoity-toity towers.
And the whole time.
Can
What's
you?
going on down there?
Oh, silly. There's lots of silly positive metagaming happen. It's fun. I think it definitely increases when they have a guest PC. It's old magic. I definitely think that in terms of expectations, I know I described my expectations at one point of like how I thought a battle with Umbrasyl was going to go down in Umby's lair. I have an assumption that it's going to go down in Umby's lair. I don't think that Matt will have Umbrasyl exit the lair, especially given that they've already fought him outside of the lair once and he's super wounded. my expectation, based on what we've heard so far, is the acid pools are basically the only knowledge that we have of the lair and potential foreshadowing within the lair. So right now, I am picturing a sleeping shelf across from wherever the entrance is. Or not even a sleeping shelf necessarily, like a nest, a safety area. So this is Umby's nest. He's a little bird. Has all of the bones of those he's devoured up in the nest. And that's kind of there. Yeah, they got a little verticality. And then we're going to have all of the pools of acid kind of scattered around. And my theory, this is a little weird and wacky, but Matt also mentioned, I think, if I remember correctly, that there was a pillar, like a stalagmite, stalactite that had fused and connected. So I don't think anything with that pillar is actually important, but Matt is drawing attention to the ceiling with that. My theory is that there is some sort above the lair, there is some manner of acid containment vessel. There's some sort of acid containment vessel that has maybe a pipe or maybe a funnel in some way. Yes, Mr. Multi, like an acid sprinkler system. You're getting what I'm laying down. So I think that, there will be a tube from the safety area that that Umbrasil can use a legendary and or lair action to spray his acid breath into the tube. And he can, and I don't actually think this is going to happen. Now I'm just creating my own little homebrew. It's a concentration mechanic. And so Umby can keep spraying it up, and every turn that he sprays it into the chamber gives the chamber 2 turns of acid. But it's a concentration, so you can break his concentration on it. He has to use all of his actions to do it, etc., etc. And then this acid sprinkler system goes to little dispenser tubes around the lair that are pointedly above the pools. And so as the battle progresses, maybe the pools have like a stable this is kind of funny. They have like a stable level, but then they're kind of like a bathtub. You know what I'm saying? Where like if the water level gets too high, they like hit like a drain point, but that drain point only like gets rid of a certain amount every round. So I think as the acid drips down, it will slowly expand the radius of the acid pools. So for every round that acid drips from the basin at the top, it expands the radius of the acid pools. And so eventually, if they let Umby, fucking shoot enough acid into here, the entire floor is lava, or the entire floor is acid, except for Umby's little safe zone, his little safe nest area. Everything is acid besides that. And so there is a potential issue if Umbrasyl gets notified. Like, I think that if they'll have to like do a stealth check, a stealth thing, whatever. And I think that Matt will slightly foreshadow past danger in some way. Maybe like burn marks on the floor, or like that the stone is like shockingly smooth, or something of this nature to put them on their toes. Hopefully encourage them to stealth. And then if they fail stealth, Umbrasyl doesn't attack. He goes over to the tube and starts blowing. Starts prepping, because Umbrasyl doesn't want the entire chamber to be constantly filled with acid. He's reinforced all of the pools so that it doesn't fucking burn a hole through the mountain, but he can't reinforce the entire chamber. And so he doesn't want to keep like a pool of acid constantly burning, you know what I'm saying? But the moment that he's alerted, he runs over and he activates the sprinkler system. He pulls the fire alarm. So there's like maybe a moment where maybe even Matt directly says like out loud, "Oh, you failed the stealth check." And so they all tense up. They're expecting to roll initiative, but they don't roll initiative. He's just like, you hear some scuttling, some shifting, and a large and he's like, and the noise just keeps going. You can each take one action. What would you like to do? We're not even in initiative yet. We're in like faux initiative. So they're all looking around. They're confused. They're not sure. The entire cavern is dark, so they can't see exactly what's going on, and they haven't wanted to light a light in fear of alerting Umbrasyl in the first place. So that's my prediction. Little bit complicated of a prediction, but we'll see. How does he do it? And he says he doesn't pre-watch. An acid trap like under Castle Whitestone? Look, if it's an acid dragon, you gotta have an acid trap. I don't make the rules. Oh, they're describing exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. Even makes the same noise. Yeah, I just opened my mouth and hit a button on the stream deck. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mr. Multi, yeah. So that's my theory on what we're gonna see.
Can you just melt the rocks, Keith?
Like, there's very attractive rocks. What's the situation? What does it look like?
It looks like a rock. Melt it.
No, what's it look like? It's like a.
There are two stones about 3 to 4 foot in diameter that are almost matching, that are younger, less weathered than the rest of the stonework around them.
Pike,
Is there any way to circumvent them?
I need your help.
Or are they like on opposite sides?
They're on opposite sides, so you could circumvent them. They're not like in your path.
I mean, I can alter their shape. I can melt. I can do
just
something.
not mess with them.
They're not real. A few steps back, trick puts.
What do you mean they're not real?
I'll walk up. Can you dispel that shit? Yeah, is it magic?
Well,
Yeah.
just have a look at it.
It's old magic.
Not the kind
magic.
that you would learn.
Ivory tower
Oh,
types
towers.
can't.
Older than me, magic.
That's just old.
Well,
It sort of have that old smell to it.
Hey, fuck it. I'm gonna take a good hard look at this rock.
Hang on, wait. We might be able to circumvent it, right? Can we go around it?
Looking at it.
I have just
What's it-
magic. I don't know if I should use.
Smell it.
Yeah, it's musty. It smells like old magic.
Dispel that magic.
Dispel them.
What are you
Show
doing?
that magic who's boss.
It's one of my last spells.
oh, well then let's avoid them. Let's just go around them.
Can we? Is there is there room on either side of them?
They are embedded in the sides of the wall.
All right.
So you could pass through them, over them, however else you want to try. and
Okay. Well
circumvent.
then, how about this? I'm gonna cast Stone Shape,
Okay.
and can I just?
Oh no. Oh no. Are you having flashbacks? I'm having flashbacks. The last time I remember two magic stones embedded into the walls that they have to circumvent in some way, their carpet died. Oh no! That's the last time I remember them walking between two magical emitters of some manner. It dispelled their carpet's magic, and you know what they did? They fell into acid. Matt stealing from past self confirmed.
Carve out a little like path around one of them on the edge, like
Shelf.
carve a little recess.
Well can, yeah.
Just zip,
Little tunnel.
yeah, little tunnel, tiny tunnel.
All right.
See, rocks, I told you.
Rocks.
We're
Old
smart.
rocks.
Old rock. Very
Not
old.
the kind of rocks one finds. Ivory
clever.
Tower.
Very clever.
So yes,
Hoity-toity
using
rocks.
your fourth level stone shape, you cause a portion of the rock wall on the side of the cavern to actually like forge itself into a tunnel circumventing the exterior rock on the
We
left.
should just do that the entire way into the cabin. Can we just...
I can do it 2 more times, all the way into the cabin.
To be fair, Mr. Multi, this is actually much lower than what it used to be. I did this based on an estimation because I know how many like total characters I say, which is for how long I think this stream will be is around like 300 to 400k. And so this has like 75k with a 300 character decrement every 2 minutes. So I was experimenting, I was seeing what kind of bringing the cap way down would do. And yeah. And we're gonna see what it does. I don't know yet. If I had to guess, I think that you are probably hitting on the trend that it will go down in the future. I'm just kind of progressing through that trend slowly. So after this stream, depending on whatever we end at and whatever the talking budget is, because I also auto-calculate the talking budget at the end. So if the talking budget is, not the talking budget, the talking ratio. If the talking ratio is around what I wanted it to be, but like the budget is like way lower than the cap, then I'll lower the cap from there, and if I could lower it more or less. I also have I measure large chunks of speech, and so if the chunks are too big, which I haven't quite decided what I think too big is yet, but if the chunks are too big, then I would also probably like lower the cap, raise the decrement. But if the chunks were too small, raise the cap, lower the decrement would be it. So yeah, we're like you said, experimenting forward. Yeah. Yeah. I love how doing the exact same trap in the same dungeon. My favorite was using a doppelganger copying the image of a kidnapped dwarf. Ooh. That is fun. Like so it's like the doppelganger thinks that this is such a dope, cool trap, and if the party didn't know the dwarf, then it would be a cool trap. That's very fun, of like rewarding them for making a relationship with this NPC that maybe was optional earlier in the campaign. Yeah, that's super cool. It makes it feel like, oh, if we wouldn't have done that, then, oh, this might have been like a really dangerous trap. But because we know the dwarf fucking just fuck the doppelganger easily, yeah. That's awesome. Oh God, he's talking about taking. Well, oh no.
Okay, let's go through the new hole.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep doing the same.
He's still tiny, right?
Come on.
How much longer is he?
Come on, you big
8
giant
hours.
dummy. Let's go.
I'm on a broom. Do you want to ride it with me?
No.
Just kidding, Percy's already on it.
I'm already on the
Stealthing
room.
ahead and looking around.
Okay. So, do I roll stealth check? Is your, no.
A new stealth check?
Yeah.
Okay,
You've
that's fine.
come out of stealth and back into it.
Okay, so I'm at 40.
Okay. He said with a grin.
Well, I still have pass without a trace, right?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
So I'm at 40.
All right. So you make your way into the next portion. This, you're actually able to start seeing.
Oh, slowly.
People don't see shit.
Slowly.
Satin
You
curtain.
hear
Oh, that's acid.
a raised platform and what appears to be a pool of somewhat pungent-smelling liquid. As you get even remotely close to it, the fume causes your sinuses to open and burn
Your
and
teeny,
tingle.
teeny sinuses.
They barely get in.
Yeah.
Pinholes, really.
So I'm just going to hold still for a second and listen. Do I hear anything?
Make a perception check.
27.
27? You hear a very, very faint breathing. Breathing that is trying to stay quiet. But by the sheer immensity of the beast creating the sound, you can pick up the very subtle movement of air through the normally still cavern.
I'm going to quietly I'm going to back up 15 feet. For everyone who's next to me and for those who are not, it is in here, it is awake, and it is waiting for us.
What did he say?
Pike.
Wait a second.
Don't
Wait a second.
move.
I'm so still.
You just come running in, girl, when shit goes down, but don't move.
What about put her on my back?
Don't move.
Grog, don't move yet. I'm gonna go back in for another look. And
Alone? Oh, God.
Stealth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go along I'm not a barbarian. I'm gonna go along the edge closest to you and move back to where I stopped to listen.
About there would be in tandem with where you were.
And I'm gonna go another 10 feet in, looking.
Okay. As it curls back, the cavern begins to reveal itself further. The pool does come to an end. There are pieces of stone that jut out of the floor. You do see now, scattered across the ground, occasionally a bit of shine, a little coin. Gold, silver, elements of wealth that have been dragged deeper into the cavern that have left behind them some remnants in the process of them being carried and carted in.
If I look back, can I see my sister from where I am?
You can see, actually no, because she's really well stealthed.
But she can't see me either.
No, you guys have no visual perspective on each other. You have all stealthed away from your own party.
Okay. So there's a pool of acid right by me, yeah?
Yes, for this one.
And is there dim light here?
The light grows dim at about this point, and then becomes darkness at about this point.
You said I could see a pool of liquid, right?
Yeah. But a little bit of daylight that's coming in. The cavern entrance would be like over here,
Is
essentially.
the surface of the liquid flat as far as I can see?
From what you can see, it is flat. There's a very, very faint breeze that occasionally comes through, so there's like a slight disturbance here and there, but no like specific visual disturbance.
How far along that pool can I actually see? Like if you had to do a cutoff point.
Because of your dark vision, being an elf, you can see pretty much to the edge of this.
Okay. So it doesn't look like there's a big
divot. There's no displacement of the pool.
I'm going to creep along the wall towards that pillar that you had to stand up initially. Or I'll stop in that corner.
Right there?
Right around the corner, and then move towards you one and see if that gives me any better view.
See a little bit of a further view. The cavern just continues in that direction.
And I still hear the same thing?
Yep. You can hear it very faintly. It doesn't... You can't quite make out the source. There's something about the room and the air that's traveling through here. The sound itself, you're just barely catching it, and it seems to be reverberating into a small extent off the walls of this cavern, which carry sound very well.
What do I see if I look up?
You look up, you see about 60 feet, 70 feet in the air, just past where your vision begins to fade. The only reason you know there's a ceiling there is because there are a few points of rock the top of the cavern does descend into stalactites. It is? Thank you.
Stalactites, yeah.
Yes, like stalagmites, thank you.
Stalactites? Maybe dispensers of acid, you might say? I don't know. It's a theory.
There's no outcrops of large outcrops that this thing could be sitting on from where I'm...
Not from what you can see, no. The mineral buildup at the inside of this cavern leads to a direct slick surface in the walls. The minerals kind of rounded off most of the stone. At the inside of this cavern leads to a direct slick surface in the walls. The minerals kind of rounded off most of the stone.
I'm going to backtrack.
Okay.
I'm going to find my sister. I'm still very little.
Yes.
It's at the back of that cavern.
Okay.
It's not in a pool of acid that's near the front. And it's not just past that.
Okay.
It keeps going back. So if we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're all just going to throw ourselves into it and let the chips fall where they may. The best thing that I can do right now is take it unawares, hurt it for as much as I can.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding you. I want to kill this thing.
Well, we all
This
do.
is the first stepping stone, and I could potentially take it out.
You think you're gonna get
Catch it
once
unawares
back?
before it vomits on all of you. I want to do it. And I just want to know that you're going to come in after and finish it if you need to. I told you what I want to do. I told you.
All right. I will give you a minute head start to get across the room. After that, I'm coming in. So you better hope you're at the dragon by that point.
I start off, come back and tug.
Yes.
Thanks, Arthur.
I'm going to go back to where I was.
All right.
Ooh.
Come on, 20,
87.
33,
What is it?
30, oh, with
With
pass, 43.
All right. So, you're back where you were. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Well, he's a mad little one, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not usually little.
I'd like to go around the column and around the edge of the wall.
Okay.
What do I?
This opens up slightly more, and you get to see a portion of the stone, the mineral grown. A lot of the moisture that is coalesced in the ceiling has come to a central point, and over time has just built up these central columns of rock and natural materials. A few pools of gas.
Man, it's. I think Matt's doing the best he can with, the concept of fog of war. It is hard. This is one of the reasons I mentioned when we were having that discussion between like virtual tabletops versus in person of like, I use fog of war and like generally darkness mechanics less in person. Not because they're impossible, like you're seeing here, but just have a bit more friction on them, eh? What up, Marcus? How you doing? I am assuming you're being sincere. If you're being sarcastic, it is tough for me to read that in chat. But assuming you're being sincere, yeah, they I think Critical Role Campaign 1 started in. I mean, this episode is from 7 years ago, July 21st, 2016, and I think they started in 2015, like spring, summer 2015. I think spring. So yeah, it's. Critical Role Campaign 1 is old at this point. Now they've got they have an entire second campaign, and they've got they're currently in progress on their third campaign. But this is my first time seeing any of it. Never seen Legend of Vox Machina, never seen this. We're actually almost to the point, and I think chat can confirm or deny. We're almost to the point where season 2 of Legend of Vox Machina ends. So we're just about to eclipse Legend in terms of story progression. I'm not being sensitive. I just knew it though. Yeah, yeah. Nubby, yeah. I'm trying to think of if I knew. I'm trying to think, because when I started watching, I believe Legend of Vox Machina was out, but I didn't know that they were connected at the time. So I was just, doing like general TTRPG content and. Was like, I wanted to like interact with actual plays. I wanted a big long series. And so I was like, fuck, I'll do a Critical Role watch through, especially because there aren't very many on YouTube. It's I thought kind of like an underserved niche. And it was through watching this campaign that I learned that I'd heard of Legend of Vox Machina, just the Amazon show. And one of my friends was like, oh yeah, like I heard it's like based on a D&D campaign, but I never connected that it was Critical Role. So yeah, they do move some things around for Lovum, so you might have to wait until after we see season 3. Ah, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, I plan on not even touching Lovum until I'm just fully done with campaign 1, just to not even risk it. Risk any manner of spoilers. But yeah. Yeah.
Towards the
also, this arena does not look big enough for for what my prediction of the fight was. If this is the arena and that's an acid pool, there's not enough. What the fuck's their sponsor? Not Dungeon Forge, Dwarven Forge. There's not enough Dwarven Forge on the table. But yeah, I think that Matt's doing the best he can to simulate Fog of War. But it is definitely when I'm, playing online on a VTT where I can do easy Fog of War representations. I will absolutely play with darkness and dark vision as core mechanics of a dungeon. But when I'm in person, I tend to have the dungeons better lit. Just, so that then I can still have Fog of War, but it's mostly based on corners and stuff, which makes it way easier to represent by covering it with paper or drawing it as needed. When it's purely based on line of sight. Fog of War with darkness is just difficult in person. But if you want to do it, I think that Matt's probably doing it the best way he can.
Base, and you see portions of the ground where elements of the same acrid liquid that filled the pool over here just kind of dripped in. Whether they began this way or turned by the dragon's presence, you are unaware. But that's as far as you can see.
Further along the wall. At that little rock, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And past it, just a little bit past it. Yeah, and then closer to you? Yeah.
Ready. So, at this point, you can make out an additional pool of acid. The far back corner and a risen platform. You see the portion of the cavernous stone beginning to mass into a higher level towards the far back corner.
Want to listen?
Perception check.
20.
20. Thanks, Rogue. You listen in. Silence. Stillness. The very faint whisper of wind far behind you.
Around the entire wall. Further. Past that pool of acid even.
Has it been a minute yet?
Further corner.
I know, right?
About half a minute.
Okay. As you come around this corner, being as careful as you can, looking around you.
Oh, shit.
Your shoulder hits something. You
Stab.
Look. Roll initiative.
What?
It's Fakakta.
14.
Well, I'm going to call it 14. I mean,
That's
it's
a
mostly
14.
14.
Yeah, that's a
I'm going
14.
to take it, and that means 19.
All right. So, you have just bumped into the currently invisible form of Umbrasil lying in wait in the far corner of the cavern. That would be a 20 initiative on Umbrasil.
Fuck you.
How long has it been?
18 plus 2. At this travel place, it's been about 45 seconds or so. So then... All right. So... you hear Chinga out of the back of the earring as... We'll say the rest of you guys are right here at the...
I still want to be stealth on the broom, but I want to take off into the cavern.
I assume...
Man, this is the tough part about Assassin, man. I really like Assassin as a subclass, especially for a class that broadly is so good at everything. But man, Assassin is... I'm trying to even think of how to say it. I like Assassin because sometimes it feels limited, you know? It's like, oh, in this case, he was doing all the rogue stuff. He was trying to sneak up on Umbrasyl, but Umbrasyl's invisible, and he bumped into him, and so now you have to roll initiative, and he rolls low. Because now Umbrasyl isn't, like, surprised. And it is one of the weaknesses of Assassin, but I don't say that as a critique of Assassin. I like that part of it. I like for Assassin to be a very powerful subclass, which I think it is. The ability to, like, reliably, like, obtain a crit through a feature is incredible. But they had to balance it with sometimes unexpected shit just happens and you basically don't get to use your subclass, which is kind of wild. And I wouldn't like every subclass to be like that, but I do wish that more classes had a very, like, risk-reward subclass. Like a subclass that requires certain things to go right in order to be useful, but when those things go right, it's insanely useful. You know, more niche. You know, we have a champion, let's say. Champion is just the broadly applicable, always good, never bad version of subclass design. Whereas Assassin is the more risk-reward, nichely useful subclass design. And I wish that there was more variance in that throughout the subclasses. I also thank you for the follow, Kelly James. I appreciate it. I always imagine Umbrasyl crouched like a cat about to pounce. Oh, yeah. I absolutely feel that. And I do like that, like, invisible Umbrasyl is waiting there for them and doesn't react until Vax bumps into him because of Vax's stealth roll. Like, you know, it's a very good example of, like, Matt rewarding skills and abilities. But also, like, Umbrasyl has invisibility, and Vax, you know, hasn't narrated any sort of attempt to detect Umbrasyl beyond his passive perception. I would be kind of curious. I wonder what Vax's passive perception is. I mean, it's obviously not anywhere near Laura's. I don't think his whiz is that high. And I wonder what Black Dragon's stealth is. I have to assume it has a stealth bonus. Ancient Black Dragon. I'm not going to look too much at the stat block, but we've already seen Umbrasyl in combat, so I'm not too worried. Oh, yeah. Stealth +9. Like, yeah. Stealth +9 is pretty decent. And I'll say I doubt that Vax's perception bonus is +9. So I like that Vax didn't, you know, detect Umbrasyl there. But that's also a good example of, I know back in Marrowglade Lock dungeon in the Raven Queen tomb, someone asked me about, like, passive perception and how I run it. And, like, you know, if I'm planning out a dungeon, aren't I, you know, if I'm planning out places where it needs a certain perception check, but I'm going to allow passive perception to impact that, aren't I essentially just, like, planning out places where certain characters will succeed? And in some cases, that's true, but I think that this is a good example of when Matt is placing an Ancient Black Dragon and he's having him go invisible, plus you get advantage with invisibility, exactly. And he's having him go invisible and all this stuff. Like, this is a circumstance where if Umbrasyl had worse stealth stats, then Vax's passive perception may have overcome that. And I think it's very possible that if Vex had been the one to scout ahead she would have passively perceived Umbrasyl, even hiding. She would have, smelled him or heard his breath or something to that effect. So that's part of the unpredictability, is it's like when Matt is prepping this, he knows that if Vex goes in there, and honestly, if she goes in there with Pass Without a Trace, she's probably going to detect Umbrasyl. Even while invisible, even hiding, her passive perception is probably just that good. But if someone else goes in first, or if they don't all go in together, she's not going to detect it and his passive perception isn't high enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's like the unpredictability of you can design dungeons where, like certain characters' passive scores might auto-complete certain challenges because you don't know if that character is going to be the one to interact with that challenge. And especially when it's like, I think there is a difference between like a hidden door versus an ambush enemy. That's a pretty substantial difference. Of a hidden door isn't going to worry about Vax coming in first. It's just going to chill out there, and then Vex comes in later and maybe discovers it. But an ambush predator super depends on who goes in first, and that might not always be consistent. What is the point of Vax if Vex is the scout? Yeah. I mean, you're sort of hitting on one of the problems of having so many fucking players, where some of their skill sets are going to start to overlap a little bit. But yeah, this is a super, I think this is a very, very good example of a situation where there is a pre-planned obstacle of Umbrasyl being invisible, or a pre-planned threat or trap or whatever you want to call it, that one of the party members' passive perceptions could have detected and essentially negated. But because as a DM you don't know the order, it ended up that their passive perception didn't overcome it. And that maybe is something that, like, that's something that if I'm Matt, I maybe sneak in when we're packing up. Like when we're packing up after the session, I maybe sneak in like out loud, like, oh yeah, you know, I didn't know how that was going to go. You know, if Vex had been the one to go in, she would have just known where Umbrasyl was with her passive perception. And then the players look at each other like, oh, you're joking. And then, you know, maybe Liam says, but she might have gotten detected. And then she responds, well, not if I use Pass Without a Trace. And then they say, well, now you have to use a resource. And, you know, there's now a debate over maybe who should be taking certain roles, which I think is cool. Like making those more of questions and more of debates than, oh, Vax should always be the one to go first because rogue stealth. Yeah. Being live is so difficult. I have so many things that I think would be interesting to contribute to the convo, but all of them are spoilers, so I can't share them. I do think that that's why people love the Discord spoilers chat so much, is I think a lot of people are in your boat. And true enough, you still can't contribute them to me. But I do think that's why I can't imagine what it was like as a viewer before the spoilers chat existed. I mean, we just gotta salute those early fans that had to keep their holes shut. But I definitely think that is one of the reasons that people like the spoilers chat. Yeah.
Trinkets in your necklace?
Yes.
Right, all right. So we'll save for purposes of this here. And this is going to be you with your big stick.
Awesome.
Chilling here with the rest of the party. All right, so at the top of this round, you just hear the growl, the snarl. You say Jenga, go, you know, blade's already at the ready. You go to stab as all of a sudden, you hear the swishing sound of air being cut through at such a speed that it causes a high-pitched whine. Claws and teeth come spinning out of nowhere. You can't even see your attacker, but you feel the brunt force behind each of these blows.
Because it's invisible, is there no uncanny dodge?
No, you still get uncanny dodge on one of them, on one of the attacks, just from your roguish instincts.
Displace a cloak.
Correct. It gets disadvantage on the first attack, which is going to be a bite. That's a natural 19 and a 2. With the 2, that brings it to a 17.
Jeez.
Yeah. So with that, you see for a split second what looks like the ripple of teeth snap before you, missing your face by mere inches before they disappear once again. 2 more claws. Whoosh, whoosh, toward.
Okay, I actually think I was just thinking, oh, I need to turn up the speed because now we're in combat. But before we fully dive into the combat, because holy shit, how much more episode do we have? Let me check. Oh, 426. We've only been through like 40 minutes of 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, we got like 2 hours left. With that, I think we should take a quick break, go to the bathroom, get some water, all that fun stuff. And then we will jump back into the Umbrasil fight. So I'll also run ads for the first time in a little bit. So I'm gonna run ads on Twitch and YouTube. If you don't get them, I don't know. Sometimes they're weird. But I will see you all very soon. I also got snacks. And as always, pistachios go right through me. All right. Let's get going. I mean, it'll depend on how much of the rest of the session is combat. But I think we should be like no problem. Like I think we won't have any problem finishing the stream or finishing the episode this stream. But theoretically, I was thinking about this. Like I said last time, the big goal is start at least a new episode every Wednesday. So if theoretically I did have to cut the episode short here for some reason, we would just do part 3 at some point before Wednesday. So it's a little bit more, ad hoc, not as organized as it used to be, but trying to get at least one ep every week. You fool, don't jinx the tech problems. You fool! 0 dropped frames, baby! 0 dropped frames, 0%. Ooh. I'll still knock on wood. I'll be respectful. But 0 drop frames.
Towards you, the first one, it's a 19 again, and a 7. That's going to be a 22. Just hits. That brings you. Your AC would be 20 because you're not.
Have you committed to a streaming on this day schedule or just going by vibes? I'm not committing to it. It's more my goals. I'll tell y'all, even though it's bad for viewership and it's like I think worse for y'all not being able to plan as well. My IRL there are IRL complications towards my schedule being consistent. And that it may resolve at some point, but it will not confirmed resolve until like September. So it might just be a no schedule sort of channel until September. I'm trying to offset that with like more streams, but yeah, just easier to know which it is. Yeah, I feel you. So yeah, my goal is keep it at least a new episode start on Wednesdays. That's the goal. Hopefully, I can do that and accomplish that, but I'm not gonna like schedule a recurring event, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah. Hopefully, and it might resolve sooner than I think it will. It's a very unpredictable thing, but.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so that would put you at 6 plus 8, 18 points of slashing damage.
So half to 9.
Also, your displacement has gone down from your cloak. So
this round.
For this round, yeah. The next attack is a 4 plus 15, it's a 19. Yeah, 20, yeah. The second claw swings through. At this point, as from the pain of the first strike, the dragon claw hits you. You back up to the very edge of the cave and duck out of the way as you hear the wind change. As you do, you hear the stone crash behind you as the claw misses you, slamming instead to the side of the cavern wall.
I just didn't expect you to be so little.
It's now your turn.
I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to hold my turn until one of my friends is on top of this thing, and then I'm going to stab it.
You hold your action until one of your friends is on it, and then okay.
On it.
All right.
Not on it, feet away. Against it, attacking it, melee attack.
Okay. All right. So that ends your turn. Everyone else, I need you to roll initiative.
Oh, shitballs.
Balls and shit.
Not bad.
Boomers.
Oh,
Your initiative you rolled for was
19.
So 25 to 20.
22.
30.
You rolled in that 20.
30.
You rolled in that 20.
Are you on the broom with me still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hanging, so I can drop, but...
Did that roll last week?
All right.
I didn't bring this out.
So,
Excuse me, that
so that's 20, I think you have 20 to 15?
Another 19.
Another 19. Ooh, Max.
17.
17.
18.
Nice, Mike. What?
So, Pike, then Keyleth. All right.
Let me get 16.
Scanlan, what'd you
I got an 8.
get? And Scanlan.
That's
good. Here.
That's good.
Alrighty, so as you guys hear the crashing of
Here,
stone
First
on
level
the far corner, accompanied directly after the whisper of Vax's cry out of Jenga, You already know shit is going down. Percy, you're up first. I'm the bottom of the broom that has not moved yet. What are you doing?
I'm going to drop down.
Yeah, let go of the broom.
I'm going to just fire blind to where I heard the noise coming from.
Okay. All right. So you're firing in this direction.
Yep.
Go ahead and make your attacks at disadvantage. First attack.
Is a 25.
Due to the massive size of this currently still invisible entity, you do manage to catch an odd bullet towards its form. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh my god. 10 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty. Gun goes off, echoes, a little bit of dust comes loose from the ceiling and pulls down as you get ready for your next shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the next shot.
Okay.
Forget it. Might as well go for it.
Disadvantage.
That's 20.
This time the shot goes a second time. Poofs against some stone in the distance, not hitting its mark.
Third shot for the run. Fucking.
Natural 20.
And a 1.
Oh my god!
Woof. Dude, Shale is actually Shale's actually a fighter. That'd be hilarious. I don't think we've actually seen her cast magic. I think you're right. She's a fighter or a barbarian or something. There are other numbers on the die. Nah, not for old Taliesin. There's not.
Always.
So with that, the third shot, nothing emerges from it, and you look down. It's not been a day for Percy.
It's not been a day for Percy. I'm going to start making a dash into the corner there, up in the
Not
garage.
dash, 'cause you use your
No,
action.
I'm going to make a run. That's already just a walk.
Is that some sort of weapon?
Not anymore. It's not.
She takes her one good arm and kind of cleans out. Missing an eye now. There, maybe missing an eardrum.
Probably.
All right, that's the end of your turn, Percy.
Actually, oh god, that's a terrible idea. I'm gonna hide behind I'm actually gonna roll and hide behind the pillar behind me, if that's okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta fix this.
All right, there you go. That brings us to Vex.
Yes, I'm gonna fly on my broom as far in as I can. And land maybe on that? Sure. And again, just shoot arrows towards where I heard it coming from.
Okay.
I feel like I have one blazing bowstring left because I used it once in the last battle, right?
You still have more use, yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna try it through the blazing bowstring.
Go for it. So disadvantage on the shot as you cannot see the actual entity. You're firing into the darkness.
Natural 20. And another natural 20.
Fucking piece of shit. 19.
19. Nope.
War God's Blessing.
Okay, so as your reaction, you guide her. Second, the blazing bowstrings unfortunately used in the first attack that missed.
Wait, no, but that was just for first attack. That was just I rolled twice for
Disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Oh,
So that's the blazing bowstring.
gotcha. Okay, I misunderstood. All right, so yes, so with that, as you go for the attack, you can see the actual arrow itself bursting into flames. Not quite sure where to fire. You're about to pull back and aim, and Pike shouts to you, putting her hand out. Suddenly, a spark of divine energy hits the front of the bow and corrects its course beyond your actual arm motion, and you release based on the faith you have in Pike. The arrow strikes true. You hear a slight growling roar in the distance. Go and roll damage.
Strike good or true.
It's 22.
Nice.
22, nice.
Wow. Eyes up is awesome.
Raw? No. Raw dash is something that raises an entity's the entity that uses dash's move speed. So unless the flying broom has something else going on with it, let's see. Flying speed of 50. Yeah, no. Nope, it would not. I would say it has a flying speed of 50 feet, so it can move, and then you could hop off of it, and you would, at least the way I read this, you would maintain your full move speed. If the broom of flying was the one that moved you, because it has a flying speed of 50 feet. It is not that it grants you a flying speed of 50 feet. So you could fly on the broom, hop off, and then have your full movement and dash with your movement. That all said, I'd be fine if you want if we wanted to bend the rules on this. If you wanted to dash, if you wanted to have the broom of flying dash, maybe an animal handling check, maybe Arcana, something like that. And you'd have to, use whatever action is the thing. Off of just at base, I'd probably do like the save or suck mindset. But if I could think of something more interesting, maybe I would work it in. But yeah, raw now. So the broom counts as its own movement. In a 6-second round, the broom flies 50, and then you jump and dash 60. as that is how I'm reading it. That is how I'm reading it, especially because it can move independently of you using a command word. So there's no reason that it couldn't move independently of you otherwise, unless there are mounting rules that I'm forgetting. Because I would consider you to have mounted it. So I wonder, D&D 5e mounted movement. Let's see. Movement in mounted combat. Mounted combat. The initiative of a controlled mount, which I would consider the Broom of Flying a controlled mount, changes to match yours when you mount it. It moves as you direct it and only has 3 action options. Oh! Dash, disengage, and dodge. Ooh. So, controlled mount can move and act even on a turn that you mount it. I mean, this definitely means that it moves separately from you, but this is a weird one because the Broom of Flying is not a mount in like the direct keyword definitions. But if I was trying to use rules to understand how it would fit into a combat, I probably would use the rules for mount, which would imply that it can dash, disengage, or dodge, but dodge doesn't really make sense because it doesn't have an AC or health or anything like that. So we're at this weird, like, rules as intended cross-section where raw is unclear. Or I wouldn't even say necessarily that raw is unclear. I would say purely raw. It can move 50 separate from your movement speed. Now, that is informed by the mounted rules, because that's how mounts work, even if this isn't technically a mount. And if you wanted to extend that, I would probably let a player argue me into allowing the broom itself to dash, because mounts can dash. I would probably let them argue me into that, even if I don't know that that is quite true raw. Yeah. It's kind of getting niche, but if the broom rider gets slowed or reduced speed, the broom could still go full speed. That is indeed how mounts work. Mounts have their own stats. So I would say, yeah. If I'm ruling this at my table and the rider of the broom gets like affected by the slow spell or something like that, or Lance of Lethargy, like the Eldritch Invocation, Lance of Lethargy, I would say that the broom is not affected at all. The broom is definitely, I think the one thing that I can be very confident on is that the broom is a separate entity that can fly independent of any rider. And that could kind of be implied from this, but it is directly confirmed of you can send the broom to travel alone to a destination within 1 mile of you if you speak the command word, and et cetera, et cetera. So we know that the broom can fly independently of a rider. So at that point, I would say that its speed is totally disconnected from yours. Now, what other actions it can take, that's up for debate. But its speed is definitely disconnected from yours. Yeah. Niche interaction. Broom of Flying is one of the biggest headache items that you can ever give your players. I'll tell you that. Even beyond a flying carpet. The Broom of Flying, especially at its rarity, it being an uncommon magic item makes it appear in so many campaigns, like compared to like a rare or something, or very rare. And I think that uncommon makes sense for it, but flying is so how do I even phrase it? It's not even that good because there are substantial risks to it, but because it's not the default, like method of transport for most PCs. Cough, cough, Aarakocra. Because flying is basically non-standard, it subverts so many standard D&D traps, and introducing consistent verticality is tough to design for on an actual gridded map, and it is tough to consistently keep in mind as a DM. Not to say that it's like invalid or, again, super duper powerful, but you will find it is now a consideration that you have to keep in mind for like every trap you build, every obstacle you introduce, every challenging path. Like suddenly, once they have a flying speed, a pit is not a challenging path anymore. It's just a normal ass path. And they don't have to spend any resource to get that flying speed. And since the broom can move independently of its rider, everyone in the party has a flying speed, as long as there are no like timers or pressures, which we've talked about during Critical Role. Like not having any timers or pressures like affecting the party isn't a super uncommon situation for campaign to find itself in. Timers are hard, and a lot of DMs don't really think about them or consider them. And so if you don't have any timers pushing your players forward, since the broom flies independently, any obstacle that you encounter, everyone can fly over it. You fly one person to the other side, the broom goes back for the next. You fly the next person, the broom goes back. Even if you're not letting them fucking ride two at a time, you can force them to have it be one rider, and the broom still gives everyone a flying speed. So it's not, again, there are so many ways to have it not be that powerful. But within the reality of like the average D&D table, it results being much more powerful than a standard uncommon, and so much more of a headache for any given DM. Now I'm picturing Vex riding the Mickey Mouse broom in Fantasia. Lol. Also, it's not the default for humans, such a common fantasy people would love to explore. So it gets used if introduced. Yeah, absolutely. If it gets used if introduced. Yeah. Yeah, it 100% does. Yeah. I feel that the broom should be an item that requires attunement. You know, I think I'm generally, when I'm brewing, I try to avoid attunement wherever possible, because I think attunement is kind of lame, but it is a tool that solves a problem. And in the DMG, where it's recommending how to build new items, when it says, you know, should an item require attunement, the direct explanation it gives for attunement is consider whether the item might be more powerful if it is able to be quickly passed from PC to PC. Which is so funny, given that the broom does not require attunement. And I think that the designers are imagining a situation like this, which I would say it's not that much more substantially powerful, because during a combat, there are pressures, like, you know, having just the broom shuttle people back and forth is, you know, there's risk involved. If the broom gets disrupted in some way, you know, someone might fall. There are issues. But using it in an exploration context, if there are no pressures that make the time that it takes to reuse the broom actually matter, it is incredibly useful to pass it between person to person. So yeah, broom of flying. I honestly, like, just by the books, if you're just looking at the stat block, it's probably fair to rate it uncommon, but the context of how D&D actually plays out, it should definitely be higher, maybe rare.
My first attack.
Yes.
Okay, if I release trinket, is that an attack or is that like a bonus action?
Or honestly, just not in the game.
I believe in the actual item.
I think it's a bonus action.
Raven's Lamba. You can make a melee attack. No, that's not it.
Bonus action.
Bonus action to release it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna use a bonus action and I'm gonna just shout at Trinket to go run towards my brother.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack it again.
You send Trinket out 10 feet in front, and Trinket's gonna go, it's 40, right?
40 feet.
Yeah.
Trinket rushes forward. There, you're gonna make your second attack. Trinket, big old grizzly bear type entity just charging into the darkness, growling, echoing through the cavern.
Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yes.
27.
27 with disadvantage still hits, yeah.
Okay.
Your honed senses to dragon kind, you can remember the mass and general size and placement, and based on the sound you heard and the growls from the first impact you made, you just strike again in the same direction, hitting true. Roll damage.
12.
12 damage.
Is that sneak attack because my brother's next to it?
Yeah, 5 feet. Well, you know. It's occupied with me.
Yeah.
So I would have got sneak attack on both those.
It's, yes, I'll...
Oh, just on the one.
Just on the one.
Okay.
Yes, I'll allow, because he is currently threatening it. It was a lucky shot. It was a very lucky shot.
Additional 5.
Alrighty, good to know. So a total of...
17.
17, thank you. Both arrows done, Trinket rushing in.
And I want to duck down if I can behind that whatever that I'm standing on now.
I mean, you duck down, but you've used most of your actions this turn to just assail and sentry gun, so you can't hide per se.
Okay, I just want to duck behind it
You're
so I'm kind of not away from anything
Cool.
flying at me.
Makes sense. All right, so we're now at 20. So, at this point in time, the roar hits. Echoing through the cavern. As the echoing begins to vibrate and the noise doesn't subside, the low hum turns instead to a... As seemingly out of the pool of acid, a cloud of biting, stinging insects emerges.
Oh shit, he did insect plague.
Floats this direction. Getting the three of you right there. And we'll say for the purposes of this, that you guys are both in that radius. Anyway, so this cloud of insects moves in to where it is... I need Percy, I need Shale, and I need Vex to all make Constitution saving throws.
Oh. 8.
Ouchies.
21.
All right.
18.
18. Okay. So you guys both being dexterous and quick, but also, able to maintain your form, especially can in this turn, manage to pull out of the way without too much impact. However, poor Shale is just surrounded by the insects.
Oh no, Shale!
I would have to have stress.
You take 12 points of piercing damage as the insects just riddle you with bites and stings. All
Shale,
right.
do you have any gold teeth or hidden savings accounts that we should also know about?
She can't hear you.
It's at this point now, you hear a few footfalls. Max. You see a splash in the pool next to you that almost scatters against you. Bits of it hitting the edge of your armor, but the armor absorbs the blow, being attuned towards acid resistance. A few other steps as it begins to work away. I will allow you to make an attack of opportunity with disadvantage.
With disadvantage, but... Oh, shit. Yeah, okay.
Yep, so go ahead. As you just sense it, it's moving away, and you just kind of wildly swing out in front of you.
Nah. 15. Nah.
15. Whiffs on air. However, moving forward, a voice comes roaring out into the area.
You dare soil my home after what you've done below. I will watch you dissolve before I suck down your liquid forms.
We are all so smelly.
I need Vex, Pike, Keyleth, Scanlan, and Percy to all make dexterity saving throws.
Do I not have cover?
Not enough to prevent this. It's a lob stream of liquid acid that comes on and surrounds Corrodon.
Do we get advantage on
I
it?
wouldn't die.
Dexterity saving roll?
Unless you have something that gives you
Sorry, what's up, Matt? He doesn't have cover? Unless, I guess, this doesn't go all the way to the ceiling, but no cover there is tough. And I will say, if I remember correctly, that's how White Dragon Math works. Wait, what do we mean? Ancient Black Dragon. Am I misunderstanding what the thing is here? Enables each creature in that line, or however much. I mean, it looks like the acid breath is. Now, I will say, I honestly, off the top of my head, don't remember how cover interacts with saving throws. I believe it just like lower, or it gives you like a certain amount plus. D&D 5e cover. Target with half cover has +2 bonus to Dex or AC and Dex saving throws. So is this a Dex saving throw? I see no reason that he wouldn't have cover there. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can't see exactly what the angle is. But I'll say, and maybe, you know, Matt and them are there, they're looking at the table, they have a better perception on this than I do. But if my perception is accurate of this situation, if I'm ever debating about giving a player that sort of buff, like a situational buff, like cover or high ground or anything like that, if I'm debating on whether or not they get it and I'm uncertain, I'm favoring giving it to them because I want to encourage them to think tactically about their placement within the combat. So like right now, what this tells me, and I would say tells Taliesin, is don't really bother trying to take cover. Don't really bother. Just like stand out in the open and shoot at it. Run away from the AoE spell. There, you know, position yourself relative to the acid, in case there's any like push or pull effects. But don't worry about taking cover. It's not needed. Which is not the feeling that I want to instill in my players. I want to instill the opposite. But it also could be that Matt's Black Dragon is modified in some way. You know, maybe its acid has like the Sacred Flame caveat or the Sacred Flame buff where Sacred Flame ignores cover. Maybe his acid damage has that where, you know, it kind of goes around corners and whatever. Very possible. But based on what we can see, I don't know that I would run it that way.
I'm spending a resolve. Because that was bullshit.
There's nothing that helps us.
Like our fancy feast didn't help us.
Can I burn another resolve or?
You can only do it once
Oh,
per
God damn it.
turn.
Okay.
All right, so
Wow.
Can I use cutting words to buff my roll?
use cutting words to reduce the damage.
But not to... Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm pretty sure that's how it
That
functions.
seems right. Yeah. All right. 18 then.
18, all right. Hold on, just double check while you're saying this. Just to bring up the ability. It's a good ability to use.
I should know this.
Yeah, it would have to be damage roll because there's no attack roll. There's no other roll incorporated this other than damage. So,
Got it. It just happens.
right. But it reduces the damage roll, which affects everybody.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure.
Wait, I think I cast resistance on. I cast it on Keyleth. I cast it on me.
I
think you cast it on Scanlan.
It's faded
No, I'm
since
okay.
Yeah, it's
concentration
faded.
spell and-
So it
Well,
lasts
Scanlan's
for like an
got the
Got
armor.
armor. I'm okay.
Got the number roll for creatures roll. So yeah, if you were to use cutting words on this, it would reduce the damage all of you would take from it.
All right, I will use cutting words to reduce the damage.
What are your cutting words?
My cutting words are, your lower intestine smells like shit.
Go ahead and roll your bardic inspiration die.
10.
Gesticulation.
Shit roll.
Come on.
3!
Oh, so 18 saving throw. What was yours?
10.
10. Keyleth?
14.
14. Vex? 1. Pike.
7.
7. Okay. So reduced by 3, you all suffer 47 points of acid damage.
Including me with my acid armor.
Take half of that.
Aren't you glad I gave you the armor?
47.
You take 23 points of acid damage.
All right.
Calculator.
After this long, angry, boastful diatribe, as it rears back to blow, your words confuse it, and the spray seems a little off-center than what it intended. However, most of you are now currently dealing with the searing pain of the acid pressed against your bodies. Ending that turn, Vax, you're up.
Did I see where the ejection of acid came out? of
You
your
did.
area?
It came from this area.
Fuck, that
Does that
sucked.
allow me to use, am I still at disadvantage even though I saw right where that crap came out?
Correct, because you don't know if it moved away or not. You don't know exactly where it is. You just know it's somewhere in that vicinity.
I'm gonna throw 2 daggers at it and
All
hope that Trinket's near it, but we'll see. So at disadvantage, bollocks. Okay, no, that's 15.
Nope.
22.
22 just hits. Trinket, however, is actually adjacent to Umbrasil, so you do sneak attack it.
Oh, what's up?
15 dagger.
Get him.
6, 18, 18, 19, it was 26.
26?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so the one dagger just vanishes into the darkness. The other one sticks into the hide for a second before disappearing into the smoke, reappearing at the side of your belt. You hear a low.
I'm gonna use my movement to go along the back edge of the cave as far as I can.
Here?
Directly opposite from my family.
All right. Looking at the rest of this cavern,
There's 3 other
Look at all
dragons.
the gold hiding over there.
there is what seems to be the majority of the funds that were gathered from Western and whatever else elements of the previous Dragon's Hoard have currently been brought over to the new layer. Who knows how much has been.
6 copper.
I thought that was his magic eating spot, I guess wrong.
So, then your turn. All right, that comes to Shale.
All right.
Yeah.
Insects, right?
You are currently surrounded by stinging, biting insects.
Okay. I will stride forth. I'm slow and old. I move 20, so I'll use all my movement 40 to advance.
There you go. You come pushing through, brushing them off with your stump and your staff, waving it in front, angrily growling. You come to rest at the side of this one pillar that juts out of the ground with Vax right above you.
I'll just sort of dimly look into the darkness and see if I can see here. Like, there's just gray mist in front of my eyes right now.
You can see. You can't see anything.
I really like Shale's description of wielding quarterstaff space her wits. I like Shale. I will say, so I'll work on it. I need to think about the arena. I haven't really considered it too much since I discovered that it wasn't my weird floor is lava abomination. So I need to actually think about it and take a look at it.
But you do hear right in front of you a growling, snarling bear. And like you see elements and flashes of the bear that you saw Vax summon forth from her throat.
I'm Vex.
Vex. And the dagger disappeared into something, right?
Get my
Someone
episode
follow
40, 600.
It's the best thing ever, Matt. It's the best thing ever.
All right, but I can't hear the dragon at all. I guess it's kind of stomping around.
It's stomping around a little bit. You gather and you saw where the actual projectile came from, so you know it's somewhere in this vicinity.
You're not very brave, are you? Invisible, hiding, afraid to show your face.
Good one.
Taunting.
Taunt.
Oh, bollocks. Well, that will be a 9.
A 9. You hear slowly curling out from the darkness ahead of you.
Bravery means nothing. Survival and victory mean everything.
Oh, shut up, you flying suitcase.
That's how you end around. Mike, you're up.
Oh, it's something my grandma would say. Careful, put me on medication.
I'm going to.
I could use some right now.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold my action and I'm gonna backpack onto Grog.
Okay, so you move on over and leap up on Grog's back. Holding tightly. What's the trigger for your action? Holding.
His next attack on somebody.
The next time you sense the dragon is attacking somebody.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. What are you holding? What action are you holding? Is it a spell?
No.
Yes.
Okay. So you begin preparing the spell. You're now concentrating on it as you're holding the back of Grog. Okay. Holding that bit, that brings us to Keela. Keela, what are you doing?
If I move through Insect Plague, will I take damage, or is it if I end on the other end in it?
You don't know.
I seem to waltz through it.
That's true. You waltzed through it, and you didn't start in it, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did, but you took the damage on top. You didn't take damage again after you got out of it. All right. Let me. I want to see if I can move. I'm having a hard time seeing, Matt. Can I get my full movement of 30 feet into like this corner here?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get around there unless you want to try and go over the top of the rocks. That way, it's gonna require a climb check.
Oh, really? I can parkour it? Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
14.
It's not too hard. You run up, grab, leap over the side. 5, 10. You can get right there.
Okay. And then I think the dragon is
Somewhere in
roughly
this vicinity.
here.
You can see Trinket is currently snarling and like lashing out and biting in this area of the cavern.
I'm really sorry, Grog. I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire. Roughly 6, kind of, yeah, somewhere where I think he is.
Why's that bad?
Means you don't have acid resistance anymore. It's a concentration spell.
Oh.
But none of us can see him. Yeah.
Alrighty, so.
Sorry.
Also, I'm going to turn you into
that,
an eagle again.
Fairy Fire. You guys watch as suddenly this burst of somewhat violetish blue light, like a small tiny explosion of glitter and starlight, just hits the area and outlines the entirety of the large dragon Umbrasil.
Holy moly. And with my bonus action.
Which, yeah, failed saving throw.
Damn right he did. With my bonus action, I'm gonna go into my.
Actually, you know what?
He's going to take his thing.
He's gonna do his thing, isn't he?
Yep.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, I do. Third and final legendary resistance. You get a glimpse of where Umbrasil is, and then the magic dissipates. Umbrasil vanishes from sight.
Damn it.
Shit.
You burned his third legendary action. You burned his third legendary action.
That was a good thing.
You burned it. It's
Does
gone.
that also negate my disadvantage from cutting words on the save?
Well, no, you can succeed
Because you
automatically.
can see it on
Yeah, no,
automatic.
it's a
Balls.
choice to succeed.
So that's dead too.
No,
Does he use the legendary action before he fails?
no, it's true. Yeah,
So it kills that too.
it does. Yeah.
What? What's it kill?
No, my thing's dead too.
Oh.
He double fucks.
Great. Fuck you, asshole.
Save it like that.
Well, no, essentially he rolled a disadvantage to make the saving throw.
Failed.
It,
And then decided.
to
Take his
succeed
legendary
based on
action.
legendary
But it's gone. It's gone. They're gone.
They're gone. They're gone.
Okay.
They're gone.
Maybe.
You can't.
There are, as far as you know from previous
Unless he
experience with
can-
dragons, there are no further uses of its legendary resistance.
What a dick.
Then your turn, Keyleth?
I don't.
Level 1 spell. You still have more up your sleeves if you want to try it later.
Huh? What?
So it's level 1 spell. You can future rounds ready if you want to.
No, I know.
Yeah, from what we can see of this map, it doesn't. It's not terrible. You know, it's not what I would say what I would call white room combat. I like that there are obstacles like that. That sounds like, you know, maybe like sarcastic or something, but I legitimately like that there are obstacles to interact with. The only thing I'll say about the obstacles is that the players can't use them. They can only interact with them, or they can only like avoid them, which is fine, but it's a little particular. Like it's a little bit different. I think alternatively, you could consider these to be paths instead of like distinct nodes. Which maybe I'll do. I mean, I can whip up that alternate configuration really fast. So that would just be like dot ding 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 dot, and then we would have red path there, red path there, and then let's see. Oh wait, no, that's an eraser. What am I doing? And then, white path, white path. I think it is probably more like, I think that this one looks a little bit worse. So I think that it is more generous and like overall better to consider it like this, which if you're designing this, I would want to consider those acid pits more of nodes, like a spot that's going to hurt, but is not insta-death if you hang out in it for like 1 or 2 rounds. I'd maybe say like for their level, I don't know, like 2d6 or something. Nothing crazy damaging, but enough that you don't want to stand there. Yeah. Little bit weird that, basically Umbrasyl has no, no interaction with these obstacles, but that can work. This dungeon really looks like the type of dungeon that you would make. And I don't know if this is what Matt's doing or not, or if this is his idea or his intention. This looks like a dungeon that you would make. Oh, and actually, I mischaracterized these. This is a treasure node, more than anything else. It's not white. This looks like the sort of map that you would make if this node was really important. Like if the actual mission of the entire thing was here. And then that means that you have either this easy path that, any guards or something might anticipate you taking, this path right here. Or you can maybe subvert or flank the guards if they try to stop you, say here, or they try to set up some sort of path. You can subvert them by going over and around the obstacle, overcoming the obstacle in some way. So that's like the vibes that this is giving me, is an arena for like an emplaced defense where there will be enemies along the easiest path. And so going around said enemies or subverting maybe a block right here or something requires going over and around the like the acid pit and stuff. For an arena featuring a goal, which is to kill a singular villain or a singular entity, I'm not getting a ton from this map and layout. There might be something that, changes about it midway through the fight. The biggest thing that I'm seeing for a single entity fight is this choke point right here, which could be very useful given that Umbrasyl really only has like one ranged attack, I think the acid breath, and that's like on a recharge. So maybe you can have some interesting concepts with the choke point, and if Umbrasyl tries to progress towards the party, they can get around and up onto this and then again use the choke point. There's maybe something a bit interesting there. But Yeah. I'll save the rest of my potential opinions and analysis for until we've seen the entire combat. But that's my gut kind of base reaction to it.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna go into my B shape form so I can do another spell next turn. Can I just kind of tuck and see if I can hide? Take a bonus action to hide kind of in like this little nook and cranny here?
You can't use a bonus action to hide, unfortunately.
Oh, because I'm not a rogue?
Because you're not a rogue. Sorry, girl.
Can I hug that pillar and say...
You can totally do that.
Okay.
And you are currently hugging the pillar going... What effect it'll have? We will see
I'm scared.
At the end of Keyleth's turns, when you use one of its legendary actions, 2 of its legendary actions to do a wing attack. It's going to beat its wings, everything within 15 feet, which right now will only be trinket. Has to go ahead and succeed on
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah. It is a thing that I think about a lot. Yeah. And especially, I think that Matt's maps have, like, undeniably gotten better. So now it's actually more interesting to talk about them and critique them. Because it's like, okay, like, this map does a few different things. This is kind of what I think it would lead towards. And taking screenshots of it is way easier now that it's Dwarven Forge. Like, I tried to analyze the Ember Hold, and I did, but I had to cobble together, like, 5 or 6 different screenshots and, like, try to overlay them, and they're from all these different perspectives, and it's a mess. It got so much easier to, like, understand and look at once he started doing Dwarven Forge. I don't think that the difference was probably that intense in person. It's, I think, purely because we're looking at it, you know, through a camera, through like a static angle, that the 3D-ness of the Dwarven Forge pieces make it look a lot nicer on screen. In person. I mean, I'm sure that this was a big upgrade for them in person, but probably not as big as it was in terms of like production value. I think production value, it was probably like, it was very impactful, I think. So yeah.
Dexterity saving throw. Go ahead and roll dexterity saving throw for trinket.
Come on, Frank.
I'm gonna roll brown dice for trinket.
But he's gone. Dexterity? 12?
12, okay. So trinket takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
He's resistant to bludgeoning.
With armor? Okay.
Yes.
So it takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage. However, is still knocked prone from the blast of wind, which whooshes through the entirety of the cavern, causing dust to raise up. The actual, the cloud of insects gets shifted a little bit before having to reform back in its place from the sheer force. In doing so, suddenly there's a rush of air and 2 giant slamming sounds as feet have placed themselves right up front with Shale and Vax.
Wow.
I have a lot of concentration on
When I die, I'm coming back as a character named Vix.
You can find another dungeon master. All right, so that ends Keel's turn. Grog, you're up.
I take the tiny pipe backpack, and I would like to run along the right, the farther wall from you. Opposite direction.
Oh, this way?
Yes.
All right.
50 feet, using diagonals to try and get as far around that pool as I can.
That's about as far as you can get there. So that's movement with Pike on your back. So that's movement?
That's, that's good. And I'll use my bonus action to go into a range.
All right.
Yeah, I say, Pike, give me a slap.
Sends you into the rage. You stop your action. Anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay. Are you holding your action for any particular thing?
Well, I can't really hit him from here.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That ends Grog's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I can't see him, right?
Not from what you can tell, no.
Balls. I will. I can see Vex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Shale.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Shit. I can't do much without seeing him. Here's what I'll do. I will. I'll start by inspiring Shale, and I'll just step out and sing. And I will always buff you. And then I will pick a place and cast Stinking Cloud.
Okay. You take your D10 inspiration die.
Excellent.
And
I know.
Stinking Cloud. I haven't seen that in a while.
No, well, that's too late. I already said it.
Yep. Stinking Cloud, where are you setting it?
I can have a pointer. Well, I'll just come over here. Right here.
Right there? All right. We'll put this over here for now, keeping track of the Stinking Cloud. We'll just know the insects in this vicinity, as most people have passed beyond it. Oh, no.
I killed you.
Oh no. No.
All right, so with that, Umbrystill's going to go ahead and attempt a Constitution saving throw. That's
Fail.
a 3 plus 14. It's a 17. What's the DC?
20.
Ah!
Or, yeah.
Suck it.
Right. That'll technically be the start of its turn, but we'll carry that over. So, all right, so the cloud appears.
Yeah, and you can see the Stinking Cloud is doing a good job of obstructing the bottleneck. So if there was a way to get the rest, because that's, what is that? For a second I thought that was the dragon, but it's not the dragon. The dragon's like over here. If you could get the party to the other side of this and have Umbrasyl either be here or here, that could then you could have Grog kind of stand as the stone wall. Like, the bottlenecked nature of this map is definitely interesting, and you can see the players already starting to use it. I almost wish that there were like small passageways between these that the PCs could use, like any creature like below large or something could use to circumvent like the bottleneck, but the villain or the adversary, in this case Umbrasyl, wouldn't be able to use them. I don't know how you'd construct that naturalistically to the point where it doesn't like feel like a dungeon map. But something like that could give this map a little bit of spice. Just more of a way to utilize this bottleneck, because they're doing it well. And I think that you can see, like, to a degree, I think Sam analyzed and noticed the bottleneck, wanted to utilize it, and then realized that they can't really get past it, especially Grog and Pike that have that are across this acid pool. So I think that that's why he kind of cringed after he did it. But there's definitely something here, yeah. Have you ever been in a bottleneck situation in one of your games? I'm thinking of the last time I played. In recent player experiences, no, actually, now that I think about it. In DMing experiences, I love bottlenecks. I especially love what I was just kind of getting at, which are conditional bottlenecks. So scenarios where either just the PCs are bottlenecked or just the enemies are bottlenecked, making that sort of asymmetrical arena, I think is very fun and intriguing. But in terms of pure bottlenecks, yeah, use them all the time. I think that bottlenecks in terms of like a battle arena are one of the primary ways to not reward, but highlight your marshals. Like, Grog is going to be at his finest if the players can either create a bottleneck through their actions, or if there just is a bottleneck built into the map and he can get there and, you know, essentially be the shield wall for the rest of the party. I guess maybe I shouldn't say at his finest. There are plenty of ways to highlight a barbarian, but that's, I think, a really easy way to highlight, and it becomes really quickly obvious to the players. Like, when they see a bottleneck, if they identify it, it's like, okay, who's going to go and stand in the bottleneck? It's going to be Grog. No one else is going to plug the hole, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, and it is kind of interesting if we want to talk about this even more. One of the things that I'm currently not taking into account, because frankly, it would just be too hard, and it's not, it would be too hard for the notation, is that all of these nodes are vertically connected. Which, if you want an example of how much of a headache the Broom of Flying is, try to represent this map while having every single node connected. But beyond the Broom of Flying complications, Umbrasyl can fly. So I would still have this version of the map, but essentially, if I was like designing this combat, I would be like, okay, most of my players, most of the time, are going to walk. So I'm going to design the layout as if they're walking. But I need to consider that the adversary could essentially teleport at any time. not actually teleport, right? Not he's not truly going to teleport between these nodes, but the adversary can bypass any sort of obstacle freely. Like so speaking of conditional bottlenecks, this is a conditional bottleneck. It's only a bottleneck for the players. Umbrasil can hop right over it. So that presents some additional considerations, and kind of goes even more towards my feeling of this layout. Of this feels to me like a capture the flag sort of layout. And like it feels like there is some flag over here, there's some objective. They are supposed to go and get it and then get out. And there's a bottleneck for the players so that as a DM, I can almost guarantee that at least the majority of them, unless they spend a ton of resources, that the majority of them are going to have to go through this bottleneck, which makes it much easier to like design obstacles and traps and adversaries. But then I give my adversaries, the guards of the flag, you might say, the ability to overcome the bottleneck, because I don't want the guards to be bottlenecked. I want the players to be bottlenecked so that it is difficult for them to enter and exit. But the guards, I want them to have freer movement around the course, essentially. So that I can make sure that the players can't like trivialize the combat somehow. And make the return journey much, much easier. I want it to be tense the entire time. So yeah, everything about this combat, again, so far, he might change some stuff up, is leading me towards that flag captured sort of feel. Yeah.
In the space, you can already hear. Are you gonna move? You say we are.
Oh, there's no more cloud of insects, yeah?
It's still in this vicinity. Anyway.
Oh, if there's any way to avoid it and move up to where Kiki is or anything?
Yeah, you want to make strength check? Fine.
All right, I'll do that. I'll move up to where Kiki is. 17.
17. Yeah, you actually hopscotch up, leap over Percy and get up on top next to her there.
Oh, Percy, didn't notice your bald spot there.
Just grows in light. Just grows in light.
All right, that ends your turn, Scanlan. With that, it's going to use its third legendary action this turn to attempt a tail attack against you, Vex.
Thank you.
That's Vex.
I will stab you. That is a 19 to hit.
Nope.
Nope.
20.
20. With that, you dodge out of the way. You feel the impact of some large, heavy slam onto the stone right next to you. Pieces of it break off, and it withdraws. Just barely dodging it in time. All right, that ends. That comes to...
Since he made an attack, can I?
Yes, you can.
I would
Your
like
thing,
him
girl.
to command him to be visible.
Oh. So,
Reveal himself.
what's the word?
Reveal.
Okay.
Appear.
Appear. There you go. It's caught. All right, that is a 19 plus 11. I'm pretty sure it makes the save.
Fuck you!
What a dick.
Sorry. Below chuckled.
First, like a bonus action.
That would have been during your turn. You can only hold your action.
Yeah, you both go Percy.
Good try. Brings us to the top. Percy, you're up.
Oh god. Okay, I'm going to take a second to try and pray that my second gun doesn't break, because it's going to get really ugly. And it doesn't. My gun is fine.
All right.
My gun is fine.
That's about it.
But that's it. I'm going to start running straight down as far as my legs will take. Not that way. Towards the pool.
Towards the pool? Okay, so
Angle
There's some
like there,
clouds
and now
and
to
insects.
yeah, oh, that's the insects. That's right. So yeah, no,
As long as you get out of it.
I'm rolling. I'm going to roll around the stone to the right then. As far as I can go.
Yeah, you're
as
out.
far as you can get there. You're outside the insect cloud.
We're just
Not worry.
following
Okay.
All right, and as you're running, you're like cleaning it, polishing, loading it. Okay, looks good. Looks good.
Kind of bunching up over there.
Oh yes, I'm going to spend my bonus action to do a quick heal.
Okay, your second one?
My second one. Go for it. Oh god, that was awful.
That's okay. Done that.
So yeah, good. You can move on. Sorry.
Okay, Vex.
Do I have any kind of sense of your stinking cloud is right there?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
But you do see elements of the cloud are displaced in places.
Yeah.
It's not showing you exactly where it is, but you are aware that the entity of Umbrasil is directly in front of Shale and nearly directly in front of you.
Enough to like negate the disadvantage.
No.
No,
Not
because
just the fact that you are technically in its melee range, so any of your range attacks.
All right, disadvantage again, right?
but that's
Unless it's 5 foot. So if it's a 5 footer, it's a melee, remember. But it's 5 feet. But regardless, it's close to you.
It's
Bad
close
news,
to me.
Yeah.
If Trinket gets up, does that use any of my stuff? Trinket can move
You
freely.
can move independently of you.
So Trinket's gonna get up,
It's half movement, yep.
and he's gonna bite its Umbrasil's tail to try to distract him, so I can run between its legs.
Okay. So Trinket's gonna go ahead and roll perception check for Trinket.
Trinket, snack attack.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got keen sense of smell, so he's got advantage on smell perception.
But there's a
There's a stinking cloud right there. It's gonna be roll again. We'll see if Trinket can
Smells
discern
farts.
between.
Okay, well, I rolled a 15, and I don't know what I add to it.
Be Trinket's wisdom.
Oh, perception, 7, so 22.
22? Okay, Trinket runs past here. I can only make 20 feet of its movement because I'd use the rest to get it prone. However,
Right.
straight to the side begins reaching out and starts snapping. So you want to give Trinket.
He's gonna attack.
Okay. As part of your attack action that you're doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna have Trinket do one of his attacks so I can move and
As
run.
like your bonus action on it? Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Have Trinket roll for an attack. With disadvantage because it is invisible.
That's good. That doesn't count? I feel like it still counts. Though. Okay, it's only 15.
15. Trinket slashes out in the air. With the obfuscation of the stinking cloud and the invisible dragon, Trinket's just getting mouthfuls of air.
What does Stinking Cloud do to me?
Makes you sick.
Makes you sick?
Fuck, I tried to run away. I tried to run around and run past Umbersill.
You're not in the cloud.
But I would go through it if I tried to run between
Right.
his legs. I'll just try to run along the side.
Okay, so
I think she wants to do like a cool kind of,
Yeah.
you know, Legolas
on the broom still?
taking down the...
Sure, why the fuck not? I'm on the broom. Does it matter?
I mean, it'll give you a little more action. You just can't attack from the broom because you'll have disadvantage on your attacks since you haven't finished your setup yet.
Jesus. I just want to run on the broom and use my bonus action. Is that as far as I can get?
That's about as far as you can get on your regular feet.
On my broom, though.
There.
And I can use my bonus action to hide? Can I try to hide?
You are completely out in the open. You have no way of hiding right now. You can,
You can dash
hide.
it.
You don't see me.
You can dash and get further away.
I'm gonna dash and I'm gonna get further away.
On rogue bonus action?
Oh, yes, you can.
Hide, dash,
Yes, you
disengage.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that.
Yes,
I'm gonna hide behind those things.
There?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can get there. However, as you rush by, Umbersill does get an attack opportunity on you. It's
Yeah.
going to make a bite as you rush by. That's going to be a 30 to hit.
I think that hits.
All right.
Disadvantage since he's in smoke.
Huh?
Because he's in farts.
That's not quite what it does.
it
Must be 10, sorry.
I'm gonna die.
Right. That is. So you take 25 points of piercing damage, plus an additional 8 points of acid damage from the inside of its mouth.
Cool. Tight.
Total 33 points of damage
Cool.
as you rush past.
Oh, jeez.
All right. That ends your turn, Vex?
Oh, that it does.
All right. The insect cloud fades away.
What's he gonna
Insects
do?
just dying off and dropping to the ground in piles of currently twitching insects. However,
The bees.
Cicadas.
The bees!
the acid pools suddenly begin to rumble and expand and reach out.
I'm glad I hid behind.
Oh, wow. I'm glad
Any creature within 20 feet of the pool has to make a strength saving throw. So that will be
Oh, no.
Shale, Grog, Pike, and Vex.
Yay.
5.
No dexterity.
You have
You have your inspiration, that's
Oh.
true.
What do we?
Want to use it? Well,
A strength, no dex saving throw.
over the hump. It won't help me.
It won't help me. Yeah.
Save it for a good moment.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet, good to know. Pike,
21.
all right.
13.
13 and
Monster.
5. All right, so you guys both manage to, as the pool switches out, it comes up to your knees, Grog, and you just kind of pull back and lean against the wall as the pool subsides back. No immediate effect. Just barely manages to catch you. However, both Shale and Vax are pulled 20 feet into the pool. So, Vax, should keep saying it now, over and over again. Pulled into
It's
the
like
actual
as
acid
insult
pool.
to injury. You're gonna die, and I'm gonna call you your brother the entire time.
Yep, sorry about that. You both are knocked prone and pulled into the water. Because it is an acid pit, you both also suffer 12 points of acid damage.
Wow,
You do both
okay.
Shale and Vex.
That's a thing that can happen. All right.
All right, now, Umbersill, who failed the saving throw.
Gets to spend his entire turn coughing.
Okay. I wasn't too far off. Okay. Interesting. So, what do I consider that on the map? That probably doesn't actually modify the map. Because it seems like that's a lair action. And it doesn't actually modify the lair in any way. Because that was what I had originally thought. Is like, okay, the pools expand, and then they will like slowly go back down. But this is almost like a pull, in a sense. This is almost like Umbersill can do a little fucking oh god, what am I thinking of? Not Ramatra. Not Sigma. Like a little who's the Overwatch hero that throws a little ball out and then it sucks people in? Is it Sigma? I can't remember. But it is almost Orisa. It's an Orisa pull. It almost seems like it's more of a feature of Umbersill that he can occasionally do a little Orisa pull into the acid pits. It's less of them expanding and more of them pulling them in. Which is definitely interesting and definitely makes these I was debating between which of these two configurations was more accurate, but I think with having the Erisipol, it's definitely more. Oh, and also, I don't even know why I don't have these connected. That's silly. Silly little oversight. Having the 20-foot margin is also huge. It's massive. So, I mean, it kind of baits into this area, which I'd also been debating. It's like, should I represent this path over here? I think you could. Like, I think that this representation would also be valid. I also think you could maybe add in a node over here behind this rock. But I think that that's a little needlessly complex. And now, knowing that 20 feet get pulled into the pool, it's really more like this is just an extended area of this. And it's all truly an obstacle when paired with the adversary that you're going to put in this room. It's a cool ability. I like that. It's obviously not exactly what I predicted, but I like it as an ability. And it seems like it probably doesn't do 2d6, it probably does 3d6. So I almost had the damage too. If it did 12, I'm going to assume it did like 3d6. Yeah, interesting. I'm trying to think if that... if that modifies this too much. I don't think it does, but it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting design for Umbrasyl. I mean, in general, I like adversaries that utilize the environment that they're in, and that is absolutely what this ability does, which is very cool. And to an extent, actually, the one thing that I will do is I'm going to add a node over here. I think that is sort of necessary now. Because before, it's like you can kind of abstract these two nodes into basically the same general zone. But with the 20-foot margin, this node does definitely become distinct from this one. This one's a much riskier section of map to be in, which does make the map a little bit more dynamic. So I like that. I definitely like that. And the pull is better if you don't want to make the map too big. Like, this map is fucking massive. Obviously, I didn't grid it out. But if we wanted all of these pools to be the same size as these pools, and not even too much bigger or smaller, this the map that I came up with is gonna have to be 2 to 3, maybe even 4 times the size of this map. But I wanted it to be this big to leave the room for the pools to expand. But if you want it to be small, making it a pull in rather than an expansion of the borders, it's kind of the same concept, where the borders of these lakes sometimes are 20 foot wider, sometimes are not. It's the same general concept, but it allows for a much smaller map in the meantime. And without having, the pools potentially just dominate the map in a way that you don't maybe want them to. Because if, these expanded by 20 feet, there's basically no more land left, which I know is basically what I pitched here, but this was going to be a very slow process over the course of 5 rounds that the ground slowly disappears. And only if Umbrasyl is taking the action. So for a lair action where, you don't want it to be this big dominating force on the map, I think that's a really well designed and executed lair action. I like it a lot. The map, in general, still not sure about, but I like that lair action significantly.
this up.
Very
Maybe
obvious.
the sticking cloud worked.
Spends his entire turn.
Fails every creature's action. Spends its action, retching and reeling.
All right. Coughs his innards up a hole in his gut.
Yep.
Dragon hernia.
Yep. So the action is spent. The dragon just, which is good because it rolled a 5 and got its breath weapon back. But it can't use it this turn because it's just coughing in the middle of the air.
Nice work.
It rears back about to spit the acid before, and like bits of it shooting out of the nose, and it kind of like the whole milk in the nostrils thing. After the dragon. Okay, that ends its action. It is going to move out. Let's see if it's. I forgot to roll concentration for the invisibility on the last attack that happened. I just rolled a 1.
Hey!
Hey!
That. It appears once again on the map. The invisibility spell no longer there.
Oh, thank God.
Now we can watch it kill us.
Is going to, it's going to stomp over out of the cloud.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect. Right there.
Wait, what? Oh, no. Does Trinket get an attack?
I think it does actually. Go ahead and roll for Trinket.
Yeah, he does. I don't know which one I want to roll here. They've all been betraying me.
17.
17?
Yeah.
That misses.
Yeah.
4 hits, and Trinket just the claws streak across the back of the dragon's hide. No damage sustained. Good job, Trinket. All right, so
He's trying, man. He's out. He's so brave.
he's doing great.
Brave
Back to
man.
it.
Okay, I'm gonna dart up behind the pillar of stone there, and I'm gonna chuck a dagger at it.
All right, what's the far range on it?
60.
60 feet.
I'm a sharpsharpthrough, so there's no disadvantage.
Very nice right now.
Is out of range.
Yeah,
Throw
I'm
it.
closer. Yeah. I mean, I know how far I can throw a dagger, so I want to get up close enough to be within range to throw a dagger.
Still can't get close enough. Not with your full movement.
You just
You can move 30 feet.
Where are you? You're in the acid?
I am in the acid.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to go to my sister, I'm going to drag her out, and I'm going to pop the 1 healing potion I have down a gullet.
Okay.
And pull her behind the I'm going to pull her to behind so we're both behind that pillar.
Okay, so you pull her behind the pillar. You go ahead and feed her the healing potion. That is your turn. Drag you out of the acid pool.
Potion of greater healing.
All right, so that is a 4d4 plus 4 healing to you.
4d4 plus
All right, that
4.
ends Vax's turn. Shale, you're up.
All right. I'm going to stand up if I can and make my way back onto firm rock. Do
Okay.
I take any damage when I start returning?
You do actually. You take 6 points of acid damage. You have now stepped up right there.
there, right?
Yep, the dragon fully visible to you.
Pick on someone your own size. And I'll whack him on the derriere with my staff.
Go for it.
All right.
So you're at 3 attacks, correct?
2 attacks. The first one is a very, very sad 14. I'm not going to waste the d10 on that.
Funk across the hide, no damage.
Is that? Oh my god.
Oh, for love it.
No, Chris, no.
You have inspiration?
What did you It doesn't do shit with a 1.
Natural 1.
That was the best of us.
Yes. Betrayed.
As a level 3.
Do you get a 3rd attack with your? Wait, is Shale a fighter?
We got more.
Get a 3rd attack with your action.
What's up? Oh, yes, you're right. That one, I rolled a 19. I will spend the inspiration die and turn into a 26.
Hey, no damage with the course.
Oh, what is this? I do 11 points of wacky, wacky damage.
Nice.
Shale is a fighter. That's so funny. I love that. Oh my god, what kind of fighter? If she's an she's probably like an Eldritch Knight or something. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, I love Shale. 10, 11 points of wacky wacky. Sorry, I looked off screen there for a second. Because Bird was going crazy. I was legit joking when I said fighter before. Oh no, I'm sure. I totally believe you. I don't think people would just like throw out a spoiler that blatantly. Was Eldritch Knight even out at this point? Yeah, Eldritch Knight is PHB. So Eldritch Knight was there. Yeah. Xanathar, so PHB was Champion, Eldritch Knight, and Battlemaster. Xanathar's had Samurai and Arcane Archer. And I think that's it. And then yeah, I think that's it. And then Tasha's was Rune Knight and Psy Warrior. I don't think I missed any. I think those are the ones. Might be mixing it up with another subclass. Probably like Psy Warrior or something. Yeah. Because like Psy Warrior came out in Tasha's. As did Rune Knight, which is also like vaguely magical. Yeah. Xanathar's a Cavalier. That's what I was forgetting. I was like, wow, I'm missing Cavalier somewhere. Cavalier's a weird one. I've always wanted to make it work, but I ignore it most of the time. I mostly just ignore that it exists, because mounted combat is weird. Although, to be fair, Cavalier's kind of like Assassin, where like they're kind of great when they're on their horse, but less so when they're off their horse. The difference between Assassin and Cavalier is that mounted combat, I feel like in general, is so rare. Like, assassin is good and like nichely very powerful in a situation that like rogue might naturally find themselves in, even if they aren't an assassin. Whereas cavalier, like even having horses, I feel like is sort of rare, unless the DM like makes a point of it. Which then sort of puts Cavalier into like Ranger territory or Monk territory where your DM has to like cater to it, which is always an odd place to be for a subclass, you know. 2024 PHB make Paladins the new Cavalier. That makes sense historically. They get a free summon steed every day at level 5. It feels so weird to me. That is very, very similar to how Paladin was introduced in, I believe, 1st edition, but maybe 2nd edition. That is, Paladin was much more similar to just a Cavalier than like PHB Paladin. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have to see what I think when we get there. I will say I'm not like the biggest fan of Paladin in 5e. Like, it's fine, and I think that it was made better and more interesting as additional oaths got added. I think that if they wanted to make Paladin what it was in 5, it needed to get like the cleric treatment, where like in the PHB it has like 9 different oaths. And like each one of them gives you just a unique aura, and like that's like pretty much all it does, at least at like 3rd level. But they struck this sort of odd balance with Pally in 5. It's not a bad class. Like, it's not like Ranger where it needs to be catered to, or even Monk to a degree. It's definitely like a competent class that works within the larger D&D 5e dynamic. But I don't know. It's sort of like Sorcerer. Actually, Sorcerer and Paladin I have very similar opinions of, where the only thing that really distinguishes Paladin for me is Smite. But also Smite is pretty similar to Sneak Attack. And so Smite is just like kind of like a spell slot, like a resource-based Sneak Attack, rather than something you get all the time. And the most unique things about Paladin is easily their auras. But I think if that was going to be the thing, is they have like these passive auras, I think they needed to work it even harder. I think that should be like the thing that people think of when they think of Paladin, but people definitely think of Smite. I don't even think that's debatable. And I think that Smite is not unique enough, sort of like Sorcerer's meta magic, where like it's not distinguishing enough for me. Correction, having a live horse is rare. Well, true on that, Topaz. Yeah. I think Cavalier is one of those things that the DM needs to prep to be fully usable. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm comparing it to like Monk and Ranger, is because Monk and Ranger can be very competent classes if the DM caters and preps for it. But just like base, like White Room combat, White Room exploration, like if the DM is putting in minimal effort, Ranger and Monk get substantially worse, which is just odd. I heard Pally's always had the ability to horse up. Yeah, I can't speak for like 3 and 4, but I know in like 1 and 2, they did. I wish that Paladins could take additional oaths like Warlock invocations. Make an oath not to lie and you get X. Make an oath to protect your allies and get Y. I think that'd be cool. I mean, look, hey. We want to turn every class into a warlock? Do not let me stand in your way. I am so down for that. But yeah, I totally see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that oaths could be a very interesting customization mechanic, very similar to invocations. And then you have a separate, like, core mechanic, very similar to how warlocks have pact magic, right? Like, pact magic's the thing that really sets warlock apart. Is like, their pact magic is so different and so distinct from every other form of casting in 5e. And then they get paired with all of this wild and wacky customization, a lot of which gives you free spells because, you know, you have limited spell slots. So I think that, like, that all makes sense for warlock. So I think if you take paladin and, like, yeah, maybe one of your oaths gives you a smite-esque ability, which they added to warlock later with Eldritch Smite. You have one of the oaths give you that, and, you know, other oaths give you other things. You basically customize your own personal oath for your character. And then you have, again, I would say that the coolest thing and the thing that would set Paladin apart the most would be the passive auras. I think that you make the passive auras the main shtick of Paladin. And their aura that they get is maybe dependent on their subclass, or they get a certain enhancement to it based on their subclass, or another option very similar to, like, divine... The cleric feature. Fuck. Divine... I can't remember. I can't remember the second word. Anyways. Yeah. I think that would be very much the direction that I would like to see Paladin go in. But honestly, look, if they want to make Paladins the Cavalier, dope as hell. That's fine. Put everything into that. If they, like, I just think that each class needs to have, like, a core identity of who it is. Barbarians rage. I think druids should wild shape. Fighters get the things that everyone else gets, but they get way fucking more of them. More attacks, more ASIs, that sort of, more health with second wind. They just get the things that people get, but more. Which, you know, arguable if that's a great core feature, but I think it works. Monks get more movement. Rangers get more exploration. That you can see the two ones that are kind of shaky. Rogues get sneak attack. Wizards get their spell book. Yeah. I think that right now it's paladins get smite, and I think that smite is a weird / bad, like, front, like, window dressing ability. I don't think it's unique enough. I planned a city-based adventure. I told my players that, and one rolled a woods ranger. It was hard. Yeah, I can fucking imagine. That's the thing about ranger, is, like, their, like, core abilities are niche, but then they're intensely powerful. Rangers are basically the assassin of the regular classes, where it's like they pick stuff that maybe they'll encounter, and while they're in it, they're insane, but they have to go into it. Otherwise, they're, like, borderline useless. Yeah, Rangers get more DM fiat, lol. Did you ever read the Deed of Paxenarian trilogy? I did not. I've not heard of that. I'm assuming it's relevant. Maybe I'll look it up. Deed of Paxenarian. Deed of Paxenarian.
And try to bait this thing into turning on me.
Okay.
I will also use my second wind.
All right, go for it.
to regain 15 hit points.
15 hit points to you, go for it. Ending Shale's turn, that brings it to Pike.
Oh.
But at the end of Shale's turn, Dragon's gonna go ahead and use legendary action to attempt a tail attack against even you, Scanlan, as you are the source of the sinking cloud that caused it to cough up. It goes,
Foolish Bart, get back into my stomach.
and whips around as its tail comes streaking overhead, and it rolls a natural 1. Hey! As it spins around, that's when your staff actually hits the back of its hide, and as it does, it kind of gooses it a little in a sensitive place.
Okay.
And the tail kind of arcs strangely and slams into the stone next to you, missing you by about 6 inches.
Great. I'll take it.
All right. I'm gonna guiding bolt him right up the butt.
What? You're in the position for it.
Yep.
All right, so what level are you casting Guiding Bolt? Third level on Guiding Bolt. All right. I'll get that in a moment. That'll put it at 6d6. So go ahead and roll a spell attack.
Pause for handfire noises.
Nice.
So go ahead and roll 6d6 and we'll double it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Double it?
Yeah,
That's a critical hit.
Whoa!
I've never done
The dragon
that before.
killer. Right up the butt.
Okay.
Right?
Kill him. Monster! Kill him!
Concho.
My Concho! Yes!
Oh my god, 24.
Good deal.
One more.
Concho the dragon.
50 points. So 50 points.
50 points of radiant damage
Right up the butt.
Up the butt.
right up Umberseal's posterior. Suddenly, as Pike still clutching onto the back of Grog, you reach and grab the symbol of Sarenrae, kind of, leaving your sword to the side of your sheath. Hold it forward, and as you do, you concentrate. A glowing beam of radiant energy shoots forward, just as Shale knocks the backside of Umberseal. The tail streaks overhead to hit Scanlan, leaves you a nice direct shot right at the dragon rump. There is a dull sound. Sit straight up for a second. As there's a burst of divine explosive energy right in the posterior. Looking back, there's now a shiny glow pulsing from the back of Umberseal's body. The next attack has advantage against Umberseal.
He's still alive.
So that's your action. You still have your movement and bonus if you want.
Okay, so I would like to. I think I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
We'll stay. And then bonus action, I am going to throw up a spiritual weapon.
Okay. Yeah, do you want your spiritual weapon to go? What level spiritual weapon? Second level? Yep.
Yeah. A really large meat hook.
Yeah.
Alright.
Wow,
Where are you sitting?
Sadistic.
Right, like it is back.
Alright, so sitting right there at the tail of Umberseal, this giant, glowing, radiant meat hook appears and goes ahead and makes a strike. Go ahead and make your spell attack against Umberseal.
27.
Alright, so that hits. Go and roll damage. It is a 1d8 plus 5.
10.
Nice, alright. Alright. You gonna stay where you are? You're gonna move.
I'm gonna stay with Grog.
Okay, so you're still piggybacking on Grog. Got it. Okay, that ends Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up. Actually, at the end of Pike's turn.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna get off of his back.
Okay, you're gonna stay where you are?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there. At the end of your turn, I can use another legendary action to make a second tail attack at Scanlan. Again,
Okay.
frustrated by this whole circumstance.
I'm sure it is.
That is gonna. That's a 20.
I use a cutting words.
You may if you want to.
All right.
So it was a natural 20.
Oh.
You can reduce the damage though. If you're cutting words.
All right, I'll do that.
Probably for the best. So for that, use Sephiroth. That's 28 points of bludgeoning damage as the tail swoops down, whack, this time finding its mark, slamming into you, sending you against the wall of the stonework, and you stumble forward back into place, feeling already the impact of the bludgeoning wound.
That's a 4, so.
So reduce that to 24.
Nice.
And half? No, it's not. Sorry, brain.
So 24 points of bludgeoning damage from the attack. However, Umberseal's next saving throw is a disadvantage because of Myth Carver. All right, now, Keyleth, what you do? What you doing?
Okay. Fairy fire. Poof, right in front of me.
Okay.
Right on top of him.
He's not invisible.
It gives everybody advantage on attacks against him.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's great. Ooh.
Yeah. I hope he's got enough hit points to make it worth it.
With disadvantage on the saving throw.
Yeah, take it, bitch.
That is a 10.
Glitter bomb. It's like a Kesha music video.
4. So that's a 4 plus 9 because of disadvantage. It rolled a 10 and a 4. That'll bring it to 13. Does not succeed. You watch as the second burst of purplish energy surrounds Umberseal, radiating a glow and a nice.
Prettiest dragon.
Yeah.
You're so pretty.
You'll always love this right now.
Disco dragon.
Disco dragon.
Fancy dragon. You guys all very. You went from not able to see the dragon to very much being able to see the dragon. All right. Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to turn into a water elemental.
Okay. You being a druid shit.
Yeah.
Druid and shit. I was going to maybe aim for like the 5-hour mark to take another break. We're gonna be here for a while yet, and the dog is pawing at me. So she might need to go out. So either way, let's take a quick bathroom and water break before doing the rest of this combat. I will see y'all in a second. Went to grab my bear and missed Pike saying the thing. No, and right as we're about to take a break. No, Topaz. I should get back to doing regular breaks. You know, I can be wishy-washy with stream time itself, but I should get back to doing the half-an-hour breaks. Or the every-hour breaks. I think it was a better kind of cadence for everybody. Damn. Anyways, I'll see you right back. Or in a second. I don't know what I'm saying. Goodbye. We're going to space? I didn't realize that that Vox Machina went on the spell jammer. That sounds like a fun arc. All right. Let's buckle in. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I have that much more to say about this combat, but this is the weird kind of dynamic with the combats is a lot of it is empty space where I don't have much to say, but I also don't want to have too much empty space on this program. But also sometimes there's like really cool and fun stuff that I would really like to talk about. So that's just the thing with combat, though. Let's buckle back in and see where the next moment is.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
Lock in with that.
Get a girl.
Let's get wet.
Want to go on the ski lift? Are you gonna stay there?
Can I move?
If you'd like to.
Am I in like his range of attack?
You gather, yes.
You gather.
Pretty big range.
Honestly, Umber's still so fucking big, I can't see what's
I'm
going
right
on in front of me.
Right there.
Is Scanlan in front of me?
Scanlan's right next to you, to the right.
And I'm you.
Can I kind of step in front and shield Scanlan?
Unfortunately, the cliff ends right there, so you couldn't get in front of Scanlan without dropping to the lower platform.
What about anybody else?
Percy is down there. You could fill some of Umberstill's space, but you're not gonna be able to guard anybody from an attack, unfortunately. Especially being an entity made of water. Not a whole lot of defensive strategy in there.
Okay. I'm next to Shale as well, right? We're all in the shit together.
Shale's over here.
Oh, Shale's over there.
And flanking from the side.
You know what? I'm just gonna
Stay there.
stay there.
All right, Grog, you're up.
I would like to run along the side of the pool and up on his left side, closest to like the entrance of the cave. Right there would be delicious.
There you go.
And I would like to go into a frenzied rage.
Yes, Rob. Yes.
Disadvantage, regular strike on the first, maybe.
You already have advantage on all the attacks because it's very fire, so you don't
not
need...
reckless, but just
Yeah, go for it.
great weapon on the first.
Great weapon. You got advantage.
Is that 20?
Oh, that would be a natural 20.
Oh, that's not gonna be good for him.
Barbarian crits, man.
Keep rolling, yeah.
Advantage.
Well, good damage for the critical, yeah.
Oh
my god, oh my god.
This and the next round are going to be really ugly.
Kill it. Fucking kill it.
Boom, boom.
24.
24, okay.
You roll, and then you double it, or you add another?
Well, the dice roll is... Well, you roll 1d12. What was that? The first d12 you roll.
The 15.
What was
I'm
the dice
sorry.
roll?
Oh, the dice roll was 12.
12. So roll 12?
Yeah.
Shit, okay, so it goes to 24. And then you add your modifier, and then roll 2 more d12s. So it's 24 plus, is it 7?
Yeah.
So plus the 2 for the axe. Oh my god. 31, 33. Plus the necrotic. Oh fuck, and that's double 2.
So that's an 11 for the second d12.
Okay.
Should we write these numbers down?
Alright, so yeah, we have to now. So it's 24 plus 2 for the axe, plus 7 for the strength.
Plus 5 for the
Hold
necrotic.
on.
Yeah,
We're
sorry.
getting there. We're getting there. Just getting math crunchy here, guys. So 24 plus 9, so we're looking at 33, plus the necrotic times 2, which is 10. That's 43, plus the 2 of the d12s, which is an 11. So that's 54, plus your last d12.
60.
Plus a 10.
You did 64 points of damage with this one critical hit.
He's a monster!
Alrighty. So that's your first attack.
Yeah.
Dragon's like, hello.
Hello. Disco dragon.
20.
20. The first strike swing.
The only thing that makes me think of is, I don't know if this was a universal experience, but my friend group growing up played a lot of Jackbox and specifically a lot of Trivia Murder Party. And that just reminds me of when you do the math death game in Trivia Murder Party, the host, serial killer host, just chanting math, math, math. But this is a totally different circumstance. It's when he's a monster.
Wide and slams deep into an already open wound left by a rogue earlier in the sky. This time the axe sinks deep into its body and Umberstill roars out in immense pain. You can see spittle and blood, both nicks kind of being jettisoned from its mouth and the sheer pain that it's feeling. You take the axe and push him in deeper and push him in deeper in and withdraw it. As you do, the blade is entirely covered in deep purplish black dragon blood. You swing for a second strike. This time it puts its claw out and catches the axe in the middle of the air. You manage to wrench it free from its grasp, but it turns its head towards you angrily.
What, can I use War God's Blessing again?
That is Channel Divinity. Go ahead and check here real fast. So,
We also have Hero's Feast up, by the way. That makes any amount of difference.
Yeah, there's Hero's Feast.
That don't do nothing.
No.
It helped you with the hit points. It helped you with
Fear.
Fear.
I'll do the fear resistance. That was
I don't remember my temporary hit points.
yeah, Channel Divinity, War God's Blessing, and you can
they're
Channel
gone now.
Divinity.
Oh, yeah, that's
Have you
right.
been hit yet?
Twice. So you can do it a second time. You can. Wait, didn't you use it between rests? Yeah, you can do it. You can do it a second time if you want to. All right. So with that, with the plus 7 makes it 30. So as Umberstill grabs the axe, stopping it in midair, you just grin, reach forward with the axe, and push it into its actual claw and roll damage.
Yeah.
Nasty boy. 27.
27 points of damage. All right. And do you want to use your bonus action?
I do.
Yes, you do.
Let's do a great weapon master, just for case.
All right.
6 minus 5 is 21.
21. As you push the blade into Umberstill's hand, it rears back its head and snaps towards you. You duck out of the way, pull the blade back, and go for a third strike. This time, however, it actually rears its actual torso up, putting its claws in the air, and you find air right beneath it. Does not strike true.
Good beans. Good beans.
Yeah. That finishes Grog's turn. At the end of Grog's turn, it's going to use its third legendary action to go ahead and make a... Actually, no, it's going to hold on to it's not going to hold on to legendary action. All right, that brings us to Scanlan.
Jesus. He's not dead yet?
For Scanlan, because you took the tail attack earlier, gotta have you roll a concentration check for taking fire. You have advantage on it, though, so that's right. Your constitution bonus.
20.
Yeah, you're fine.
Great.
So it's
I've
your
got
turn.
my stinking cloud still. I'd like to move the stinking cloud up. No, I can't do that.
You can.
You can move a stinking
I
cloud?
think it moves from a short breeze.
That's
Actually.
fine.
Yeah, you can.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Older versions of the
I don't
you
want the
can't.
stinking cloud
Yeah.
anymore. All right, so he's right on us. He's got a legendary action. This is not good. Shit. Okay, I'll
That sounds like right.
Yep. I will reintroduce him to Bigby's hand. Yes. And I'm gonna use it, I guess, as an so weak interposing hand.
Bigby's interposing hand. Alrighty.
What does that mean?
Sounds fancy.
It will block him.
Oh.
It's a talk to the hand.
I
thing.
understand.
The idea is you can use your bonus action to set it each turn what you want to do. So right now you're having it as an interposing hand. So yeah. So it prevents it from moving.
Wait, it's just moving? It can still attack.
No, the interposing hand interposes between you and the creature you choose until you give it a different command. It stays between the two of you, providing you have cover against the target, so it helps from ranged attacks.
Oh, but he won't block an attack. So in that case, I'll just attack with it.
Okay, so you're just gonna go and clench fist.
I'm going to try to finger it right in the hole that I came out of before.
Of course you are. Go ahead and make a melee spell attack.
He's the Bigby in the dike.
So that would be over here.
I think it's too easy.
It's too easy.
What I roll? D20?
D20, add your spell attack modifier.
Oh, 27. Oh, wait, with advantage? 27.
Go ahead and roll 4d8 force damage as Bigby angrily jams the magical finger back into the wound.
Rage fingering?
This dragon has been.
So many ways. I almost
It's
feel
just
bad
10.
for him.
48 plus what? It's just
It's 4d8
So
force
violent.
damage.
that's it. 10.
10 points of force damage.
Yep.
Not like this.
All right, Scanlan, you're gonna move. You stay where you are.
If I move, he'll kill me, so I won't.
Okay.
Instead, I will. Where's Vax?
Vax is over here.
Way over there?
Playing medic with my sister.
Hey,
Jesus.
I've done enough with you.
I will inspire. Who can I inspire? I guess I'll inspire good old Shale again. you don't need inspiration. You're fine. This is an old lady. I turn to Shale and say, I don't normally do this, but I find you so attractive for an old lady.
Take a d10 inspiration.
Focus on the dragon.
I can't with your eye so beautiful, so twinkling the way it looks at me. I want you to hold me in your arm tonight. Hold me in your arm tonight.
Have you ever had sex?
It was just hanging there. It was just hanging there.
Yes, I've had sex.
I mean, I was about to say, provably has.
Shale. I have a daughter.
He says this as a giant Bigby hand is just like a giant black dragon. That brings us to the top of the initiative round. Percy, it's your turn. Oh my god.
Okay, how close am I to this dragon?
You are about 10 feet from it right now.
I'm walking right the fuck up to it.
Okay, Percy, you walk right up to the dragon.
I'm pulling out the sword. And I'm going to fucking town, screaming like a little girl the entire time.
Kill it, advantage.
With advantage.
All day advantage, all day.
All day advantage.
Percy.
Come on.
Kill that fucking dragon.
14, 26.
26 hits.
All right, first damage is 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 23 points of damage.
23 points of damage, all right.
For shot number 1. Shot number 2.
Come on. Big money, no way, maze. That's good. That's good.
That's natural 20.
Yes! Sorry, excitement.
Nope. 10, 16 times 2 is
32.
It's 32. 39. That's 39 points of damage. Shot number 3. Oh, it gets worse.
So excited.
I'm going to die. Okay, so I can do better than that. No, we can't. 22.
Just wait.
Just hits.
Just hits. That's 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 18 points of slashing damage.
Alrighty.
Action surge, motherfucker.
Go for it.
This dragon.
I know, seriously.
It's 13, so that's at least a hit. Is it an awesome hit? It is not an awesome hit, it's just a hit. I'm really excited. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Shot number 2.
Oh my god.
Come on.
That's a hit. Come on.
20?
Natural 20. Let's make up for all these fucking ones.
Why doesn't Percy just always attack melee?
Oh, wow. Okay, that's
He's bad at it most of the time.
47 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Final attack.
Wait, what? How is this possible?
Because he's a fighter, he gets 3
I get
attacks
3 attacks
around.
plus an action
And he
surge for a
gets an
second
action
attack
surge,
instead of 3. So I'm basically just going
It's
thunk,
six
thunk, thunk. Yeah,
It's like a
just
John Woo film.
It's just a fucking John Woo attack.
Gift that shit.
Oh no. No. Oh, I got a hit, just barely, because it was a 1 otherwise. And that's, our final hit is, oh, that's good. 10, 14, 18, 19. 27 points of damage.
Alrighty, guys.
And I'm done.
All right, as you unload on Umbrasyl, the pent-up anger and frustration, you start slashing over and over again. You guys watch as the blade shines in the air in the presence of its naturally designed enemy. You see at the corners of his outfit little tufts of dark smoke beginning to appear. The scar of Orthax still shows when the fury builds within Percy. As each blow strikes, cutting away hunks and bits of dragon flesh and scale, Umbrasyl is heavily wounded and looking desperate. That ends your turn, I believe.
Oh my god, stop!
As a fucking bonus action?
Gave it time to rest.
Yeah.
Fuck it, bonus action. I'm just putting on the mask and just standing my ground. Fuck it.
Maybe my dragon can do it 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Vex.
Hi,
Oh boy.
okay, I'm gonna,
Actually, at the end of Percy's turn,
Oh,
it's his
there's
third legendary
Yeah, he is.
action.
I know. I thought about running.
Knowing the source of the fairy fire and extremely frustrated by the fact that it has lent to a very difficult round, it turns towards the now water elemental quivering before it, and tail comes down to smash towards your liquid form. Speaking of natural 20s.
Oh no.
Okay. Come on.
That's going to be...
You're fine.
You're totally fine.
Oh my god, you
for a
are
reason.
totally fucking fine.
32 points of bludgeoning damage.
Halved.
Halved, because of your
Because
element.
I'm an elemental.
Water elemental have resistance to damage.
Yeah, it has damage resistance against acid, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons.
Alright, so half that, so 32 to 16.
Nice.
16 points bludgeoning damage, go ahead and roll concentration.
I do like Scar of Orthax a lot. I agree. I was not entirely... I mean, I guess I'm still not entirely... I mean, I have my own theories about Orthax and Craven Edge and Vecna. So I'm not exactly sure, you know, where we are and what everything is. But I like Scar of Orthax no matter what. We were just talking earlier about, I think it was Noir asked about, you know, advice for ending a big campaign, and yeah, exactly, Topaz. And me and I think Chatter or two brought up like nostalgia, callbacks, you know, working things back in. And as a DM in general, I think that having an idea of both literal and metaphorical scars that your PCs are gathering across your campaign can be an incredibly effective way to go about not only showing their progress, but also talking about it. Because to a certain degree, levels show their progress. You know, as they get more powerful, as they level up, they multi-class, they do all of these things to make themselves more powerful. That is ostensible progress. But reminding them of exactly what they did and what they went through to get that progress is not just for the last session. You know, it's not just for the big climactic finale. It is also incredibly good and impactful. I don't think you want to do it all the time, but especially for big moments, for moments where they use every advantage at their disposal, every tool in their toolkit, when they take advantage of when luck is on their side. That's when to bring up what they did to get here. Like, Scar of Orcus is a very cool line, but beyond its just generic coolness, it is such an interesting representation, and it was so expertly placed. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't bring up the fact that Percy, you know, has this stuff. I don't think Matt has narrated like the smoke coming off of him maybe since pretty soon after the Briarwood arc, but I don't think it's been really since they were in Whitestone. At least I can't remember it off the top of my head. Oh, actually, I think when he was contesting Craven Edge, the entity inside of Craven Edge when Grog died. I think that may be the last time that they like narrated the smoke. But again, huge moment. It shows Percy's experience and his the amount that he has sunken into this world, and I think this is where we can sometimes get tripped up as fans, as theory crafters. I mean, I am famously a theorist, you know, I would definitely consider myself in that vein. But sometimes I have to remind myself of something. And what that is, let me show you something. Folding ideas, annihilation. I'm not going to actually play the video. So gotta pause. This video is about metaphor, especially when metaphor is displayed as reality. Like, Annihilation is a kind of weird and obtuse movie and book if you consider the events literally. Like, he uses the word diegetically, which, just to clarify, diegetically. Diegetic is existing or occurring within the world of the narrative rather than as something external to that world. If you consider Annihilation diegetically, it's kind of a weird movie. It's kind of strange, it's obtuse, it's not super, like, clear what's going on at any given point, and it kind of seems to break its own rules sometimes. But if you consider it through the lens of metaphor, it's actually a very clear movie. It kind of beats you over the head with its message. Honestly, it's a blunt movie. And I think that there is a similar thing going on here with the smoke trails off of Percy. Like, as a theorist, as someone who likes decoding mysteries and intrigue and hidden clues and factors, I look at the smoke rising off of Percy, and my first instinct is, oh, what is the effect? Is there still a small shard of Orcus that's left inside of him that might transmute or transform or potentially be manipulated in some way later on? What are the diegetic consequences? And I think that the real answer is that there are none. The scar of Orcus, the smoke that comes off of Percy, are not meant to be taken literally. He does not have a status on his sheet. He does not have a condition called the scar of Orcus that says when he gets mad, the smoke starts coming off of him, right? It's metaphor. It's metaphor. It is representing his time with this extraplanar entity and how that entity changed him. Even though he overcame Orcus, he got rid of the list, he let his friends ultimately help him through basically a rage addiction, he still bears that scar. He will never be truly free of Orcus. Orcus will always be with him in some way, especially in moments of crisis, in moments of high tension, in moments where who he really is coming out. You see the scars of his past. And I think that that's really cool. I have to get out of my theorist brain sometimes. I have to remember that, like, poetry and metaphor are crucial to good storytelling, and that a moment like that works specifically because it doesn't need to be real. Like, we don't actually have to consider the impact of a literal scar of Orcus or a literal shard of Orcus still within Percy. We don't have to consider the ramifications of that because it's a metaphor. And the poetic language is all of the consideration it needs. The experiences with Orcus inform Percy. They not control, but they guide who he is now. And when he is taking actions that are informed by that past experiences, you see it born on his sleeve. And that's really cool. It is something that I have trouble remembering, trouble working into my campaigns, but something that is incredibly cool if you can, you know. It could also be called figurative language too. Yeah, exactly. Like the Scar of Orcus is figurative. It is not a literal scar. And as Matthew brought up, especially when considering the Magic Initiate feat of like, he doesn't just bear the negatives of his time with Orcus. Orcus didn't just fuck him up and leave him a weaker person. It made him stronger in a lot of ways. It maybe did give him some weaknesses. It changed who he is, but it's not just a pure weakness. It just had an effect on him. He built out his character differently than might have been optimal because of this impact on his life. Is very, very cool. I think you're hitting on something Taliesin was playing with. I definitely think he was always keeping the trauma from Orthax in mind for the campaign. Magic Initiate aside, he plays it well into RP. And I think that Matt is doing Percy is a really good exemplary player in that instance. And like, Percy didn't narrate the smoke. Percy didn't call it the Scar of Orcus. Matt is doing a really good job at reading Percy there. And, you know, I've talked about personal arcs and how DMs have to balance personal arcs against player arcs. Personal arcs against party arcs. And especially a personal arc, but I would also claim a party arc never truly ends. The results of that arc and how it changes the party will always be there. And one of the things that's difficult, but also incredibly satisfying as a DM, is the fact that each arc never truly ends. You put it to bed as well as you can. You clip off as many loose ends as possible, but let's be clear, Ripley's still running around out there. Diegetically, the arc is not over, but also the arc will never be over for Percy. He can't get his parents back. He can't get his other siblings back. And to a degree, that's kind of the point of his arc. I think that's why Grog has put Craven Edge to bed a little bit more than Percy has put Orthax to bed, because that's the point of Percy's arc. Like, the point is that revenge does not fix it. It doesn't get our loved ones back. It doesn't actually fix the wounds inside of us. So even though the revenge demon is gone, it was thrown into the lava, he'll never actually be over it. And Matt, knowing and being a good DM, being a really skilled storyteller, recognizes that Percy's arc is less done than Grog's. And will always be less done, because that's part of it. It's an eternal arc. It's an eternal struggle. And so him working that in exactly the right moments, because like we talked about with balancing personal arcs versus party arcs, you can't let a personal arc take up too much time. You cannot dedicate too much session time to one particular party member, especially regularly. And him having this good sense and this restraint to wait, and for Percy to Taliesin, to trust that Matt understands what he's going for and will continue to bring it up. I mean, you can see Taliesin being affected physically and visibly by this turn, and Matt sees that and rightly determines this is when to continue the personal arc. Even in the midst of all of this party arc going on, we bring back up Orthax. We see the smoke, and we call even more direct attention to it because we've, had the smoke once or twice, but calling direct attention to the Scar of Orcus. It's why from the second or third session, I was like, Matt's biggest strength as a DM that I cannot even come close to is his dramatic timing. His balancing of those events, when to insert them, when to not. He's not always done it perfectly, but his skill in that is incredibly good, and it serves to highlight his good players even more. I know last session we talked about, or last episode, not session, we talked about one of the delineating factors of Critical Role, part of the Matt Mercer effect, is the players. The players are really standout players, even beyond Matt being a standout DM. But I will say that I think one of the core standout features of Matt is still, I will say it again, I'll always say it, I think, unless he radically changes on me, is his dramatic timing. And that ability of Matt's takes excellent players and truly makes them legendary. It is so difficult to highlight players in the way that Matt does. And it's even fucking harder to highlight 7 of them. Oh my God, I struggle so much with highlighting and giving time to 3 players. And Matt does it flawlessly with 7. It's insane. Matt's players shouldn't be able to be so good. And I'm heaping a bunch of praise on Matt right now. But his talent there would also not be so apparent and so dramatic without good players. It is a really symbiotic relationship. Yeah. That's my monologue. I didn't realize it was going to be a monologue when I started it, but here we are. Yeah. I guess long and short is Matt good and Percy good.
Slashing.
The slashing.
Constitution concentration check. So roll a d20 and add your Constitution modifier.
Yeah.
Worth it. Even if it goes, oh, never mind.
Not bad. Hang on, sorry. Just my straight modifier. It's
Straight
not
modifier.
save.
Nope.
Okay, 18.
18. You maintain concentration?
Yeah!
Needed to beat the 16.
Wow.
Oh, daddy. All right.
Well, half the damage. No, it didn't 10 actually, because it's half the damage you receive.
Half the damage I receive. So yeah, I'm good.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm golden. I'm golden.
All right, cool.
All right.
So, next, what are you doing?
I'm going to. Oh, geez. Is everybody? Who all's within 5 feet of it?
by the way,
is
Matt.
everybody within 5 feet of it?
A lot of us are.
A lot of them are.
Everything.
Matt,
is-
Shale.
Pretty much the whole party, aside
Cool.
from Pipe,
Then
you and your brother.
And I actually put a slight pin/caveat on the end of all of that. I said the Scar of Orcus, the shard, whatever. It's not diegetic, it's metaphorical, blah, blah, blah. I don't know the rest of the plot of Campaign 1. Maybe it is diegetic. Maybe there is something mechanically that will happen with, this remnant of Orcus inside of him. That's very, very possible. Part of the really cool part of D&D is mechanicizing flavor and metaphor. But it's not necessary. The metaphor and the figurative language stand on their own. And if Percy's Orthax arc is completely over, this still works beautifully. And if it's not over, it also still works. So more of what I'm saying is there doesn't need to be a diegetic answer for why he's still smoking. There totally could be. But even without one, it works perfectly. For a second, I thought you were putting a pin in it because you realized you kept intermixing Orthax and Orcus. Oh! You know, I didn't think about that. Well, whenever I said Orcus, just bleep Orthax over it. Just ignore me. Well, don't ignore me. Ignore Orcus. You hear me? Kids, just say no to Orcus. Say yes to Orthax Revenge Demons.
Then I'm just gonna attack it twice.
Okay, go for it.
With advantage.
So you stand
Advantage?
up.
Oh wait, Matt, my big B's is concentration, so that cloud's gone, by the way.
Correct, thank you.
Yeah, that was good. That was
19 plus 12 hits.
Did you shoot it in the back?
Yes, it does. Go roll damage.
Oh, can I Hunter's Mark him?
As a bonus action?
Yeah.
All right. Good memory on that one.
19 on the first hit.
19 damage? All right.
And then the second one hits as well.
All right.
17 plus 12.
Yep, go roll damage for the second hit.
23.
23. Alrighty, gotcha. All right. So, ending your turn, comes to the top of the round. Umbrasil now gripping into the stone.
I will not fall.
Suddenly, darkness begins to sweep in to the area.
Darkness.
In this area, a 15-foot radius of stone all completely around Umbrasil. All of you in this area, your vision goes dark.
Cancels out fairy fire and golden butt.
Yeah,
It's not fairy fire, this is magical darkness.
Son of a
It's not a spell,
bitch.
right?
For those of us on the outside,
fucking
we see a
bitch.
bubble of darkness where he and
A spell, Matt?
Is it a spell, Matt? Ah, it's a lair action. But I could hear it in Sam's voice. But is it a spell? He wants to counterspell that shit so hard.
No, this is an effect of the layer. Actually, fairy fire. Fairy fire was still affected if you attacked it per se, but it doesn't reveal its location currently within the darkness. However, it is technically larger in the darkness. Regardless, all of you guys that are in there, it would negate the advantage you would have from fairy fire, which would be essentially.
So it wouldn't give us disadvantage, it would just kind of go
Currently,
straight rolls.
A little bit of its piercing through resist magic on magic. However, the
Magical
rest of you just
darkness.
see most of the party disappear into a giant sphere of magical darkness that fills the space.
So we on the outside, we can't use fairy. It's just a bubble of dark. Or do we see Umbrasil
He
kind
said
of
he's
peeking
bigger
out?
than the dark, so we see
him
his
kind
head
of
You
coming
peeking
see
out.
the wings poking out the sides of it.
Okay.
You still see where he would be.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that, Umbrasil is going to go ahead and he's going to take a risk. He's going to lift his wings and head upward to move.
No, it's not.
Advantageous position.
Come on, Scanlan.
I'm gonna say, you leave when Burt Metal says you can fucking leave. And I will Bigby's hand and I will bring him back down because I get a spell on his retreat.
I love watching him look at the phone.
Scanlan's not an Eldritch Knight. What?
Consult the helix.
Helix does not lie.
Unfortunately, you have to be grasping it or grappling it to attempt to.
No, I get a full spell action.
Warcaster is only a cantrip. No? Am I remembering Warcaster incorrectly? D&D 5e. I could have sworn Warcaster was not a leveled spell. As if you can use your reaction to cast a spell on the creature. No, I'm straight up wrong about Warcaster. The spell must have a casting time of 1 action and must target only that creature. Fucking hell. I completely forgot about Warcaster. What was I thinking of? I was thinking of the one that gives you Shocking Grasp. Am I thinking of the BG3 version of Warcaster? I might be. Interesting, Samuel.
It's my lore feature.
Oh.
I get to cast a brand new fucking spell when he lifts off.
As which one? Was
Knowledge of Lore. If he retreats, I get to cast a spell.
Wait, that's a whole separate thing? What?
This is the exact same thing that happened last time.
I don't remember how this was. College of Lore. I don't know if it is.
I was about to say, College of Lore is like additional magical secrets, cutting words. I don't think College of Lore has any of that.
I don't know if that is, because what you do is you...
Or no, it's a Warcaster feature.
Oh, Warcaster.
Warcaster feature.
That
Thank you.
clarifies. I was like, I don't see this in the College of Lore.
It's
You're
Warcaster.
confusing
It's Warcaster.
me. All right. So, as a Warcaster, you have not speak for Vox Machina. You can use your reaction to cast a spell to creature rather than make an opportunity attack. So, yeah, if you wanted to go ahead and attempt to grapple,
I will grapple him and pull him back down.
and totally attempt that. All right. So, Bigby, go ahead and make a strength athletics check.
Okay, oh boy.
Beat a dragon strength. They're both pretty much. Bigby is just slightly under the strength of the dragons. Let's see. It's a roll off.
It's a roll off. Oh my god.
Come
This
on.
is a critical roll.
Oh god.
That's a 2.
It's 19 on my end. Natural 19. As Bigby's hand reaches forward, an angry, wounded, frustrated, furious Umbersoul just kicks the hand away, pulling up. Whoosh, whoosh.
Do we get an attack of
Attack of
opportunity?
opportunity from you, and you.
Down, bitch, down. And a
Without
spiritual weapon, right?
Huh?
And a spiritual weapon?
No, it does not get attack of opportunity.
Without advantage, even though he's
Not
retreating?
advantage because of magical darkness that has surrounded you guys.
Even though he's retreating in fairy fire? Doesn't like double
The
up?
darkness will give you disadvantage. The very fire
Okay.
negates that. I'm letting you do this. So
Okay, I'm letting you do this. Be thankful of what you have.
No.
22 exactly.
that hits.
20. My staff bounces right off.
Okay.
23.
All right. So Grog and Keyleth both get a hit in. Go ahead and roll damage.
Shit balls. Low shit.
There.
8 damage from the elemental.
Alrighty.
20.
20. Alrighty. So as you
25 plus the necrotic.
good to know.
And we decided I don't get my fire hands when I'm a water elemental because that would be
That's bullshit.
redundant. Yeah, all right. Yep.
Just that's bullshit. All right, so as you swing out, you arc and axe strikes across the back of Umbersoul's hide. You slam with your water elemental form. The flight is staggered and barely lands on his feet. Umbersoul,
I will take you all down.
unleashes.
Oh boy.
comes.
There it is.
I need a dexterity saving throw from Shale, Percy, Keyleth, and Scanlan.
What was that whole table?
That's pretty good, right?
That's very good.
I don't know.
Yep.
7.
24.
12.
18.
All right, Shale actually succeeded on that one.
Okay,
The
Shale.
only one?
23.
DC 23.
So you take half damage on that one.
Oh, boy.
That's going to be doing the dice rolls here. All right. So that's 62 points of acid damage, down to 31 to Shale.
31
And 31 to
resist.
you because you resist it. 62 points of acid damage to
Oh,
both of you.
both of us.
Got my armor. Does that do anything?
Armor takes it by half, so you take 31.
62. Okay.
Right, you
And
He said we're going to give all your treasure to the poor.
and with that, it takes the rest of its action to move further back its full 80-foot flight, and it's going to end up right about there.
Oh, it's too big to fit in its own house.
Now, there we go. Getting the spiritual weapon there. All right, that's going to end its turn. And that now brings it to Vax.
The twins still have advantage because it's got the fairy fire on it, right?
Yeah,
So
did he-
everyone in it.
Oh, you need to make a concentration check, by the way, from the damage you just done.
Did he get out of the darkness?
He did.
Ooh, ouch. Not good at all. Not good at all. What am I making? Just a constitution check?
Add your constitution modifier.
I'm feeling like better right now. I don't think it's really enough. 8.
Okay. The fairy fire fades as the acid consumes you, no longer affected by it.
Shit.
All right.
I do.
Vax, it's your turn. So to answer your question, no.
Yeah, nobody's near it anymore, right?
Nope.
I can help. I can keep concentration spells.
Okay. I would like to scrabble up behind it, as close to its treasure pile as I can get.
That'll be out there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw. Shoot. I'm going to cancel that. I'd like to run up its tail.
You go rushing, clambering onto the back of its tail. It swoops around and sees you doing so, but you're already quick on it. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna hold my action until somebody gets up on this motherfucker, and as soon as somebody gets close and catches his attention, I'm gonna stab into it.
Okay, good to know. All right, that takes the end of Vax's turn. Shale, you're up.
I stride up to the dragon and smack it on the nose.
Speed of 20 feet, you said? You can't quite get to it, unfortunately. That's about as far as you can move this turn.
Okay.
You can dash if you want to, but even so, you still can't quite get to it. As you're...
All right then. I'll just, yeah. I will use all my action to get as close to it as I can.
Okay, there we go. All right, and then Shale's turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay. I didn't realize it was up so quickly. All right.
Although
So,
actually, I have action surge.
You do, actually.
So I will then whack it on the
Percy?
nose.
That's true.
Fuck yes.
All right. So that's gonna be
I have 13 hit points.
Oh, 13?
Fine.
I have 13.
I thought that said 93.
I count up.
22.
You count
22?
up?
That just
Yeah.
barely
What
hits.
kind
Go
of
ahead and roll
idiot
damage.
counts up?
I know he has up. It's so backwards.
All right.
I like it.
It's like
So I
inverted
whack it for
controls.
9.
9 points of damage. Got it.
I am the inverted
You
controller.
were the
Stab,
control
it's
last
a
one.
lot. Yeah. I'm above it. Do I get advantage for that? No. Yes. I don't know.
Technically, because you are behind, you are flanking. It's just flanking rolls for this. You do have advantage on the attack.
Okay. Okay. So good. 29.
29 hits. Go ahead and roll damage with sneak attack.
9, 13, 14, 24.
24. Alrighty.
And this bonus action is gone because of holding the action?
Correct. Yeah, you just get the one action to hold. All right. So. you have
20, add 1 point to that. It was the key and dagger.
Gotcha. All right. So, so as part of your action, so you still get 2 more attacks.
I didn't add the damage. Add 8 to that. Not 1, add 8 to that. Sorry.
Add 7 more.
Keep going.
Add 3.
Nope. And nope.
Okay.
You have inspiration. You have
I
inspiration.
used it already.
God damn it.
You smack it across the
It
nose.
was very helpful.
You're useless.
Smack across the nose.
Pick a lever.
The one hit. It kind of snorts in reaction to it as it pulls back. You swing twice more. Pretty sure the head was the same place it was going to be, but unfortunately, meet air.
Yes.
Curse your sight.
He had a bit of an itch on his back. That's what's.
Yeah, got the attention.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Pike. What are you doing?
okay, I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing over to everybody over there.
Prayer of Healing.
So, Keyleth, Percy, Scanlan,
Oh,
Shale. She's there too.
I'm into this.
I'm sort of right under the dragon. I'm actually quite far.
Yeah, she's gone right. Who's that down there? That's you, Percy.
Trinket.
It's Trinket Percy.
What level's Prayer of Healing?
Big B.
I'm gonna do it at 5th level. It's a 2nd level, but I'm gonna do it.
Correct. Okay, you up to within 30 feet of you. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You can heal my hand.
And Grog.
You could also run closer.
Okay. Yeah, I'll run closer, but I'll run around, not into the pool of acid death.
That's as close as you can get right now.
Close.
Uh,
Close enough for Scanlan.
Already, it's enough for Scanlan and Keyleth.
Don't do it.
Percy needs it.
Percy needs it?
Yeah, I still am in my elemental
Percy's on
form.
range.
Is there,
With something else in it.
is there, can I go the other way around?
You can go through the acid.
No.
No.
There's only 12 points of damage.
I don't have a lot to lift. Alright, then.
It's okay. It's okay.
Do what you can.
Okay, so I'll fuck. Can I stay where I was at then?
You can.
Okay.
Stay right there.
Sorry, I'm gonna not do that. And I'm gonna guiding bolt then.
Okay. It's... You can just barely make out the position of where Umber still is. You can go make the attack, but it's going to get a cover bonus to the range.
Can I peek out? Can I move out?
You can move here if you want to, and it'll help a little bit.
Okay.
You'll only get a minor bonus. So, go ahead and make your attack.
What was that?
Yeah, go ahead and make your spell attack. Is this basic level guiding bolt? Okay.
Nope.
Nope. You try and reach around, and as it's moving its wings about, you manage to actually strike the stone, just blocking half of its form. It splashes with energy and dissipates. No effect, unfortunately.
Alright, can I tuck back in?
Yeah. You're
And I'm gonna move
there.
the spiritual weapon with my bonus attack, or can I not do that?
Move that, yeah.
Okay, I'll move the spiritual
20 feet.
weapon.
You're there.
Okay, that's it. That's what I'm gonna
Is
do.
that as far as we can move it? Spiritual weapon can move, I believe it's 20 feet. Yeah. Yes, that's as far as you can get it. All right, Pike finish
No,
turn.
60 feet.
The range of the spell is 60 feet, but bonus action, you can move 20 feet and repeat the attack.
Oh.
Keyleth, you're up.
I'm up?
Yep.
No shit. Wow. Okay, it's really far away though now, yeah?
Yeah.
Way more than 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
What is he? Like almost exactly, how far away is he from me?
Not sure.
It's about 40, 50 feet, isn't it?
Like, yeah. You're holding your action for someone to get up close.
He already
right?
did it.
So you already did it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, yeah, I guess I'm gonna dash and see if I can get to him.
Okay, what's your movement? Is it water elemental?
30 feet.
30 feet? There it is. Oh. 60, you're so close. Like dragon wings. There we go. You're so close. We'll see you there. That's fine. Then it's your turn, Keyleth?
I guess so.
All right. Grog, you're up.
I would like to stride over to Big Beat Hand. And can I take out a level... It's not level 2, it's... What do you call it? Not superior, but... Middle one.
Moderate? What is
I
it?
take a moderate
Greater?
healing potion.
You can... no, there's healing and then greater healing, so I imagine it would be probably greater healing.
Yeah, greater. Can I take a greater healing potion and chunk it to Percy?
Yeah.
So just a toss while standing at Big Beat's hand.
Sure. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to catch the tossed potion at that.
Natural 20.
What a funny.
Jesus, man.
And I will hold my...
A lot of one stack.
You can keep moving if you want.
I want to stay right by Big Beat's hand.
Okay.
And I'll hold my attack until Big Beat's hand twitches.
Alrighty. That's your Grog's turn, Scanlan, you're up.
I will inspire Grog with a little ditty that I like to call Who let the Grog down? Who let the Grog down? And I will
You conflicted in giving that inspiration. Take it, it's fine.
well, I can try a different one if you'd like.
No, perfect.
And I will pick him up with his blessing
Please.
and throw him at the
Fastball
dragon.
Bro.
Well, or send him.
Okay, so Big Beat's hand will move with you 60 feet.
You want to go up to his head? Yeah. All right, yeah, he's going up top.
Okay. Go ahead and use some of the
Fastball special.
platforms today.
Not by his mouth. Yeah. Cut his horns off.
Don't land on me.
Kill him. Cut his wings off. Tear his head off. Chop off those head fins.
We've done a lot of damage to this thing.
Yeah. Gross.
I'm leaving it to heal, man.
He's only got 400 hit points left.
So there you go.
He's looking rough.
Looking up there, Grog.
Great.
Should be more like there, we'll say. Okay, so
Can I...
Release.
Yeah.
Release the hound.
Can I
the Kraken.
get 2 attacks.
2 reckless attacks?
You may.
Reckless.
Yes, reckless.
Hello.
First one, regular.
Oh, good.
I'll use the inspiration. That's a 10, that's much better. So that's a 29.
9 hits.
Yeah, that helped.
Sure did. 23.
Plus necrotic.
No, oh.
26.
6, got it. Alright, second attack.
24.
Both hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
24.
Plus necrotic.
29.
Alright. As Big Hand lifts you up, you reach out and swing with the axe. One hit, a second hit, both streaking across the face. The second one actually cutting through one of the eyes. The eye bursts against the blade of the blood axe. And you can see now the fluids material that once were contained within are now spilling down the side of Umber's face.
Oh, ain't you pretty?
Alright. Healing.
Oh, what, me?
That was your bonus action.
Oh, well, okay. I didn't note that. I will try something else then. I will send shit. I will send my lightning bolt. What? Can I see any part of him that's not inhabited by one of my allies?
I'd say there's an arc you could probably hit, yeah.
Right in the heart.
Sure.
All right.
The heart region of the dragon.
I'm gonna shoot him right through the heart.
If you will.
With lightning.
Alright. That is a dexterity 21 save, so I'm pretty sure it's half.
Yeah, that saves.
Go ahead and roll 86 half damage.
Oh, shucks, through the heart. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that sounds. 11, 13, 19, 20, 21, 24. So there's 12.
12 points of lightning damage. Alrighty. The bolt of lightning bursts through the body. Alrighty. That comes to the top of the round. At the end of Scanlan's turn, it's going to use
Jesus
legendary action to strike down with the tail onto Vax behind as you are already in that vicinity.
Dex save?
No, this is instead going to be a 26 to hit.
Yeah, better. Oh, displace cloak. Did you do that at disadvantage?
That is instead a 24 to hit.
That does hit. I'll use uncanny dodge though.
Okay. So what would be 18 damage? You take 9 instead. From the tail. Percy.
Percy.
I'm going to take 3 shots from where I'm at. First, I'm going to take a. I'm first going to use my bonus action to chug down that potion I just got. What is that? It's a. What's the superior worth?
Greater.
Greater.
It's a greater, yes. 44 plus 4.
44 plus 4. Where are my d4s?
Here's one.
Oh, here. I'll just do this 4 times.
It's bad juju. It's bad juju. Have it on the 20.
13 points up, so that's a little bit better. 13 points. I'm so sorry. Yep, 80s. And there we go. It's a little better. All right, I'm going to take shot number 1, which is I'm going to do a cold shot to the face. I'm going to hit his other eye.
Okay.
Come on. Natural 20.
Oh my God, Percy! Stop it! Percy's being ridiculous. This is not allowed. You want to talk about... Sometimes I stumble upon the things where it's like... that I think spawn is Critical Role scripted arguments. And the Golden Snitch has to be one of them. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my God. Also, what's up, Apotheosis? It's a good Friday. This has been a very up and down episode. This has been an episode with like moments of like a lot of fun and humor and interest and like Matt doing cool things and the players doing cool things. Ooh, but it is also exemplifying a bit of having 8 players. You know, it's a bit of like, damn, dude, there's 8 fucking players. And this thing is such a bag of hit points. Oh my God. And this is something sort of interesting about single combatant fights is they don't have, or not even that they don't have, but that I don't know how to describe the single combatant. I'll describe the correlative. The opposite. Multi-combatant fights. Multi-combatant fights have this sort of sense of acceleration into the finish where, let's say you have 3 enemy combatants against Vox Machina. You have, or even like a big one like the Herd. Once you take down one of them, you know, things start to shift a little bit. The DM's taking shorter turns. There's less damage coming back at you as the players. Like, so the actual rounds themselves start to shorten. And you're, you know, in a precarious position. So the drama's high because the wide range of combatants have done a lot of damage while they were alive. But every single combatant you kill shortens the DM's turn. It makes your turns easier, like you have less choices, so it starts to collapse the decision-making that you have to do, and you're going to be in more and more and more precarious spots. And then as you start whittling down the field, suddenly all of the combatants have more singular targets that they're focusing on. So you're now starting to even kill the adversaries quicker with probably weaker stuff, depending on how you manage your resources. The correlative is, I don't know if that's the right term. It sounds right, but I don't know if that's a real word. In comparison, singular adversary combats, even if you describe the singular adversary, you know, as looking rough, as getting weaker, even if you give indications of how far into the combat they are. Unless the combat is multi-phased, nothing really changes. The enemy is probably doing a similar output, unless they have, per day effects like legendary resistance. They're giving some similar outputs and they're getting similar inputs back. Your decision making doesn't change all that much as a player. And that has its pros and cons. I don't want to make it sound like singular adversary combats are singularly bad or something. That has its pros and cons, especially if you have a very intricately designed combat with, a very intricate arena and layer actions and all of this, or if it's a combat that is at the end of an arc, big BBEG shit, big and dramatic. It can be good for the players to not know how close they are to the end. That can be really good. But the lack of change and the lack of acceleration does highlight the slowness of having this many participants. And while the drama with them not knowing how close they are to the end is a nice effect, it also means that the lower they get on resources, the more desperate they are because they don't understand how close or far away they are from the end of the combat. And so they will start to agonize more and more on every decision as their resources, both health, spell slots, features, what have you, dwindle. They will start to agonize on every single choice because they don't have a clear picture of how close they are to the end, and they don't have a clear value proposition on using any given resource. So it's, like I said, it's pros and cons. And I can't even say if it's more pro or more con in this case, but it definitely can highlight the slowness of combat in a way that a multi-combatant combat won't do as significantly. It's not that they will get freer, but they won't agonize as much over their resources when there are, half of the adversaries left on the opposite side, as opposed to when the singular Umbrasil is halfway through his HP pool. So it's things to consider. It's really things to consider. A singular combatant is much better at obfuscating the challenge. Multiple combatants make the challenge more clear. And that isn't a good or bad thing. It's just a thing. But you might want to consider it depending on the other factors of your combat.
Shit. I feel like we need to retire the dice.
Fuck no. No, I love this guy.
Right? Yeah. You're witnessing this shit.
Yeah.
You're a third party. It's good.
So
it's good.
that's
Have you and Wait never touched?
yeah, and I had a really bad day afterward. Let me tell you, that didn't turn out too well. So that's just doubled. That's 10. That's just 16 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Plus he has to make. I don't think I get anything bonus to this. He has to make a Constitution saving throw, an eyeball saving throw.
Right, to...
Or suffer, or he's going to have disadvantage on all of his attacks for this turn.
Okay, that is 9 plus 14.
Yeah, no, he's
23.
Yeah.
Fine. Dragons.
I know, it's worth a shot. I'm gonna take another shot. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for a sharpshooter to just try and do a little bit more damage to this. And I'm gonna burn another grit and get advantage on it.
Okay.
So advantage sharpshooter. And that's a good thing, 'cause that was terrible. And that was also terrible. So I miss.
All right, second shot. First one slams and blasts near the ocular socket of Umbrasil, shattering the bone but not actually damaging the eye. The second shot manages to go through the wing, but unfortunately the area is already damaged and it's minimal in the effect of the dragon. The third strike.
And yeah, third strike. Here we go. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go for advantage. I'm gonna go for sharpshooter advantage one more time. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, Jesus. All right. Do I call it or do I just call it?
No, it fell to the table.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I missed.
2 other shots, unfortunately.
Bummer.
I'm going to hide. I'm now going to pull top right and go up. I'm going up, and I'm getting the fuck back there as far back as I can get.
Okay. End of Percy's turn. Going to use another legendary action to go ahead and slam with the tail once again towards you. Vex. Yeah, it's going to be 20.
This is in the same round, so there's no more disadvantage.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. 25.
Sure.
That.
And do I blow uncanny dodge now?
Yeah, the only one reactions. Yeah. That's going to be 8 6, 14. Take 22 points of bludgeoning damage. Whack! The tail comes down, slams into you, putting you face first into the stone. You feel the blood run from your nose from the impact as the tail picks back up again. Vex, you're up.
I'm gonna attack him a couple times. How about that?
Well,
Pew pew.
okay.
No advantage anymore, though, huh?
No, it failed.
18 on the first one doesn't hit.
Arrow just splinters across the dragon's hide.
Whoa. That first one was way better. I should have kept it.
What was the second one?
The second one was 16.
16. The second arrow strikes the side of Missile's face.
Also, small note that I've honestly never really thought about, but I'm thinking about it in reference to this, current combat and current situation. Obviously, as a DM, you attempt to spread out the damage, right? You don't want a adversary to focus on one of your combatants too singularly, right? It could feel very bad. But no matter how much you're spreading out the damage, let's pretend that you're not, because the point I'm going to make is kind of the same regardless of if you are or not. When you have 8 players, if you are pitting 8 players up against a challenge that is their equal, compared to 4 players pitting them up against a challenge that is their equal, let's just consider the power and the overall resources of each side in that equation. Because when you have 4 players, when your player side has taken an eighth of their HP, right? All of the players combined as a unit, an eighth of their HP, unless it's like all on a wizard, is probably not going to take down any singular combatant. But it will take down a combatant in an 8-player party. A fourth of the HP is going to take down one of the players. In a 4-player party, it's going to be 2, at least 1, maybe more, in an 8-player party, depending on, HP distribution. So there is also a consideration when considering a bunch of players to exactly how you want the progression and the pace of the combat to feel. In any given combat, if they are going up against an equal challenge, it is more likely that an individual PC will go down compared to a party going up against a fair challenge with less players in it. It's a weird statistical oddity, but it's true. So, something you have to consider then as a DM is, okay, in a situation where one of the PCs is more likely to go down, how do I want the overall combat to feel? Like, how do I want the pacing to be visible and delivered to the players, especially if one of them is down and not doing anything? Again, it's all consideration. I'm not saying that Matt's doing anything right or wrong here. I'm not saying that single adversary combats are bad for 8 players. But there are considerations there, and there is a consideration in when you have this many players, pitting them against a singular adversary. I mean, this is the same thing with 4 players. A singular adversary that can stand up to, 4 PCs has to have a shitload of health, and it has to do a lot of damage per hit. And when you have 8 players, so the overall HP pool is more distributed amongst more combatants, but they're still up against an equal challenge. That equal challenge, that single adversary, has to do so much damage. And if it does too much, or it gets a crit, or something happens to accidentally put too much of the damage towards a single combatant, you raise the risk of one of your PCs going down very early in the combat even more than if it was a more spread out situation with several adversaries. So, like I keep trying to caveat, that's not to say that you have to have, you know, a certain number of adversaries or whatever, but the numbers get a little interesting and the feel of the combat gets a little interesting when you break it down to a single adversary on the other side.
Fortunately, once again, the wood shaft just streaks across, broken and destroyed by the impact. That ends your turn.
Oh, no, I still have a bonus action, so I'm gonna hide with my bonus action.
Okay, you can do that. Go and roll stealth. You got sneak attack? Oh, no, nothing hit. Sorry.
Really?
Sorry, I was trying to be mindful.
Really just do that?
Trying to help. Failing miserably, but trying.
Do I still have Pass Without Trace?
No. Hunter's Mark, got rid of that.
20.
20, okay, good enough. Okay. Top of the round. I'm going to go ahead and say that magical darkness fills this entire sphere once more, encapsulating Grog, Vax, and everybody else in the area of the dragon. Vision is taken. You are all considered blind and have disadvantage on any attack rolls.
Who?
Dragon.
Everyone.
Dragon does not seem to be.
And is it we're blinded or we're blind where we are?
Blind where you are.
Dragon does not seem to be
affected
by it. The dragon.
I'm not affected by that though because I'm outside of the bubble.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Actually, let me see something.
You don't forget.
Another 5. Yep. All right.
Breath recharged.
Umber Seal is going to turn up towards you, Grog.
Oh Jesus.
Yep. Here it comes.
The head kind of peeks out of the darkness for a second, as right before it fills your space, and it says,
I will finish this.
You hear a familiar sound of gurgling, and then out another time. This is going to go for everything in that vicinity. That's going to be Keyleth, Shale, Grog, Trinket, and Percy.
Did I not get cover? I was pushing
It, like,
okay.
carved.
No. All right.
As far as you can go with your movement.
Okay. Okay.
So I need dexterity saving throw from all of you guys.
Fuck.
Womp womp.
For the big one.
Blowing that last reroll. It's better.
It's like a 23 save, right?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck no. I mean, like I rolled good, but.
But it doesn't matter.
No.
18.
10.
6.
It's 20.
Oh.
I guess I should do a cutting words just to help a little bit.
What's the range on cutting words?
Oh, probably 60,
60
30.
feet, yeah.
Is it
We're
further than
still
that?
near you.
Damn it.
Unfortunately, distance of the bar. Just make sure.
No, you're probably right. It's
60 feet, yeah. So, that's 66 points of acid damage.
Woo,
To
Daddy.
Grog, to Shale, half to you, 3 and 66 to Percy.
Trinket's unconscious.
Trinket is unconscious and dissolving.
I'm unconscious.
Percy is unconscious and dissolving. Grog,
I'm good.
you're good. Hit points.
I have a question. Because he attacked me, do I get my retaliation attack on him?
Yes, you do.
Kill him. Kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him, motherfucker. Kill him.
Small additional factor, also, again, with their HP spread out over more bodies, it makes AoE spells much, much more effective. And this is a lesson for both players and DMs. Whenever a side has more combatants than another, so like if you're ever comparing two sides, and I mean this might be, I don't know, this might be obvious to some people, but maybe it's you know, you haven't thought about it quite this way. Whichever side has more combatants is weaker to AoE in a fair fight, in a fair challenge, if these two sides are you know, are balanced. So a dragon with a breath attack is going to be even better against an 8-player party. And I should also specify, this is maybe the thing that people haven't really considered. It's not just that it's better, but the degree to which it is better goes up the more imbalanced the sides are in terms of number of combatants. Again, in a fair fight. Because you are spreading out the power across multiple individuals. You're also spreading out the health. So a breath weapon is going to be substantially more effective against a group like Vox Machina than your traditional 4-player party.
Shale, what do you at?
This will depend on this roll. I've got Stone's Endurance, so I'm going to try to use my reaction to reduce the damage, and I reduce it by enough to keep me up.
Fantastic.
She's got grit.
Get it, Shale.
Perseverance.
Oh, sexy.
Right, Grog, go for
2
it.
points.
Oh, shit.
Not with advantage.
Oh, it's reckless?
It's not. Well, the reckless is for your actual attack.
Well, the first one was 18, so...
Pretty sure it is. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Just the internet doesn't yell at me. It's yelling anyway. It always yells at me.
I believe in you.
It's a 27. So.
This fucker's gotta be close to death, right?
Nope. I mean, like
During this turn, not rounds. Yeah.
Okay,
So yeah.
27 was the first one.
27 was the hit?
Yep.
That hits. Roll damage.
18.
Plus necrotic.
Thank you. That's a 22.
22. How do you want to do that?
What did the fucking necrotic do it?
Oh god.
So, held aloft by Big B's hand, acid sprayed in your face. Two of your friends on the ground unconscious and dissolving. In the center of the Dragon Slayer, Grog, strong.
Oh, that has to be. That's a clip from Legend of Vox Machina. Umbrasyl peeking his head out, saying, "I will finish this," and then Grog retaliate, attacking, actually killing Umbrasyl. That's a clip from the TV show. Guaranteed. Absolute clutchest of clutch kills. And the line, like what's the fucking subreddit, like immediate karma or something, instant karma. Yeah. That's a fucking clip right there. I wasn't paying attention now. My phone is at 4%. Oh no, you were riveted.
Jaw. How do you want to do this?
I rear back with the blood axe and I swing for the hinge right where his upper and lower jaw meet, and I'd like to cleave up under his skull into his brain.
As you lunge forward, the darkness fills you. But the instinct, the feral instinct that you've grown up with is enough to know the source of that pain. The source of that acid is also the source of victory. And as you swing wide, the jaw still extended from the blast of acid, you push through it as it's spraying into you, and the sheer force of your blade hits the edge of the jaw, and you push, and you push, and you hear from the back of the throat, as the acid is projected, the gurgle of horrible, shrieking pain. The stream stops as the blade goes towards the base of the skull, pushing forward and upward. You divide the actual mouth of Umbrasyl like that. The darkness flicks out as you guys watch, Grog descending, putting your foot now onto the front of the dragon's neck. You stand up, getting hold onto where the wound is there, still living, the one working eye filling about wildly. You reach up and grab the edge of the nose, bring the axe up with the other hand, and slam again and again and again. As you do, the eye rolls back, the whole body begins to fall limp as it crumples backward. Vax, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm very unconscious.
Okay,
I got you. I got you. 25.
25? Okay, you dodge out of the way as the dragon plummets to the ground. What was Trinket's maximum hit points?
It was 60. But he was at 53 when he got hit.
Remaining damage. So, Umbrasyl's body hits the ground. The two arms reach up and the body still continues to pull itself backwards. You pull out of the way, the head kind of lulls around the jaw, now grossly, cartoonishly open, just giving out these horrible choking sounds as the blood and bile and acid all kind of mingle. It tries to talk, bubbles just continue moving forward. Before it stumbles, the arms sprawled out, its head falls limp to the side as the eye twitches and then falls still.
I run over to Percy. I run over to Trinket.
I drop my water elemental form.
I touch Percy and I cast heal on him.
Nice.
Alrighty.
I
Percy.
cast cure wounds on
As you stand there, Shale, watching the dragon fall as Grog Strongjaw, the once runt of the herd of storms, slams the blade over and over again into the dragon's head. A little part of you is a little jealous, and another part proud. And a little sad that this was not the time for you to lose your life in battle against a mighty dragon.
Shale.
Can you believe it?
Shale jumps into acid.
Yeah.
Just walks in.
Dissolves.
I can make that joke in 2 weeks. As you go and bring Trinket around for a second, using the last bit of your the magic that's been afforded to you as a ranger, Trinket comes to. A lot of the fur has been kind of singed off and spotted, flesh with acid burn, but is conscious and alive and weak. Trinket leans forward as you're cradling his head and kind of just licks the side of your face and tucks its nose into the side of your shoulder.
You were so brave in here.
You go ahead and help Percy get off the ground. You come to consciousness again, and you see Pike's hand touching yours as she lifts you. Suddenly, a surge of invigoration hits your body, and you find yourself feeling a lot better than you did a few moments ago.
Yeah, what am I at?
That's
70 hit
70. So I'm
That's major.
heal, man. Bears don't fuck around.
I saved it just in case.
Holy shit, Grog!
Holy shit, Grog!
Job.
I run over to Grog and I jump up on it. Jump on it.
Yeah, Grog!
Sit on his foot. Yeah, monster.
Oh, that hurt.
Wow.
I will remove my dragon tooth necklace and pass it off to Grog.
Oh.
No, Shale.
No, you must take this. You've got many more battles left in you. This is going to serve you better than it ever served me. And just so you know, I don't know what the herd would do, but if you ever go into battle again against other dragons, you know who to call. I'll be
Shale.
ready.
Yeah, the wielder of the magic stick of nose wappiness. I will wear this with honor.
All right. So whenever you spend hit dice to regain hit points, you double the number of hit points restored.
What?
With the necklace?
Yes.
Wait, you.
You double your hit points you restore.
I thought it was bullshit, but it's not.
That's reals.
Look, Matt is into giving the players magic items, especially, smaller ones like that. And I think this is, I'll say it like this. I think this is very cool if Chris and Matt talked about it beforehand. I think this is a super, super, super cool way to deliver a magic item to a player, is to have, an elderly member of his old herd played by a guest PC giving this item as a symbolic reward and rite of passage. That's an awesome way to deliver the magic item. Now, if they didn't talk about it beforehand, I would say that's a bit of a dick move on Chris Perkins' part. I mean, a skosh of a dick move to assume that you can give that to Grog. But I choose to live in the more optimistic world where they did talk about it beforehand, in which case that's a very cool way to give a magic item to the party. That's super, super cool. Neither caught up just as Umber fell. Dun, dun, dun. Guest players are a fun way to get items in the game. Yeah, that's a really, really cool way, if that was the intention. Which I'm going to choose the happier universe where it is. Thoughts on that? The kit of this guest PC was inspired by Broomgate. Give the guest PC magic items that the party could potentially be deliberately given. I mean, it's hard for me to give a detailed take related specifically to Broomgate, because I have only ever included, guest-controlled NPCs with, I've never just, given them magic items that I wouldn't have, given an NPC, which obviously the players could steal from. So I have never... I honestly don't want this to even come off as a critique, because I don't blame Matt for not having anticipated this, but I would never give an item to a guest player, to a non-permanent player, that I am not cool with the party at large having. But I don't expect Matt to have anticipated that, and I recognize that the way that they're doing guest PCs and guests in general is very different from how I've ever done it. So I don't feel like I can give a super detailed take, other than that I wouldn't have done it in the first place. But if I was going to have a PC like this, I would still try to ensure that I'm cool with items being given to the party, and or, especially after Broomgate, I would just confirm with the party, hey, the guest PC is going to have some magic items, don't take them. But again, that conversation is not something that I feel like is reasonable to have expected out of Matt ahead of time. In retrospect, it's, probably necessary, but I would have never expected it ahead of time. So I don't feel like I can expect it out of Matt either.
You're a tank.
You finally have some hit points.
If you seek another dragon.
I mean, it depends on the extent of it. I mean, I definitely am generally aware of some things, but there might be a larger extent that I'm unaware of. I kind of thought that Broomgate was like done and put to bed. But because I mean, when was that? That was Chris Hardwick's character from the Pyra. So I think that would have been in the 40s because it's when they go into the elemental. Or no, they don't go into the elemental plane of fire. They fight outside of it. But yeah, I think that would have been like the late 40s. And they've had some like breaks. I guess that's only a handful of months, but yeah, I don't know. I just kind of assumed that it was done and put to bed. So maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. I don't know. Hard to say.
Dragon to kill. You might meet us in Whitestone. We're forming an army there.
I just might.
Keyleth drops elemental form and goes over to Vax and grabs him by the face and says,
You have to lean over for that.
He's a little boy.
It's like 16
Tiny little boy.
It's so.
Lift him by the head.
He's like a little voodoo doll of them.
Yeah. I'm not pygmy or anything.
He's Chucky. Just picture you're talking to Chucky.
Keep it going, Keyleth. Just mug down with him.
Maybe they should wait till later.
I tap him on the face. I say,
Business with the lollipop.
so glad you're not dead. And then I walk away.
I'm gonna shake that off, and then I'm gonna do a once around the entire chamber and look around for any traps I can find, especially around that pile up top. But also, I don't know that they'll be here, but I'd see if there's anything like what we saw in Krieg's cave with crystals in the wall.
Oh, the stones.
Little peaky stones.
Make an investigation check.
Can I look for those too, since dragons?
Oh, you may.
22.
Oh, he probably doesn't need my help. Oh, I get advantage on all dragon things.
You do.
All dragon.
All dragon related.
Doesn't matter. I rolled shit twice.
Bear's alive, it's cool.
Tail at 12.
Well, okay. You guys spend the better part of the next 15 or so minutes kind of glancing around and trying to find any sign of these strange kind of obsidian spheres that were previously in the lair of Krieg or Brimscythe. After coasting through the crates and the barrels and the gold piles and the various artifacts and trinkets and things that are just kind of strewn about this back corner, no sign of anything like that.
What about weaponry in that pile of shit?
What about all the stuff in that pile of shit?
Yeah.
You want to rage loot?
There's a lot of things in there.
I was first on the pile. Are there any weapons in there?
Scimitars?
There are weapons. There are 2 glaives, or polearm glaives. There appear to be a number of pieces of ornamental armor, very, very beautiful, like made of gold and platinum that were either used for ceremonial reasons or just adorning some sort of popular hall.
Keyleth walks over and pulls out her hunk of qual.
Yeah.
It's true. I guess most of this is going to be from Westrun or the surrounding areas. I was thinking about anything that might indicate the human alias of Umbrasyl.
Put up.
Qual, I'm gonna qual it up all over the top of the gold, see if anything lights up with my Wi-Fi detector. Doesn't want to feel like it is.
Strangely enough, no. Nothing seems to glow in the vicinity of the hunk of qual.
And no other blades?
We have 2 glaives. Pull this up here. Going through the whole hoard, as it is 11:20, we may pick up the actual looting element at the beginning of the session.
Okay.
We'll be here for a while.
Okay.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
So-
Look. Agree based, and also like, yeah, you don't want to end your big momentous combat with a bunch of accounting work. I think the best thing to do here, not even saying that I would think of this in Matt's place or in the moment, but watching it as a third party, I honestly think the best thing to do here is to end the session after the how do you want to do it and send them all of the generic loot. Like, you know, they're going to loot it. So send them all the generic loot that they'll just find, and then hold back anything interesting or anything that they might have to like do an extra search for until potentially the beginning of the next session. And start with that. So you've got all of the generic loot out of the way between sessions. And then at the start of the next one, you only have the interesting things, which will then very naturally ramp up the session. Really nice ramp up material, where it's not too involved. It's not like hard RP where like, you have to be really into your character. It is the DM presenting you with a bunch of things to react to, which is a way easier to like work into a session than some other things. Now, I say all that again. Third party, I'm still they're still coming down off the adrenaline. They want to keep playing. I fully get it. Coming at it from my comfy little chair. With much less adrenaline. I think that's the way you should do it, but I get it.
Yes. Well,
Very adequate.
We have to go back and get Fassbender.
Dibs on weapons.
Yeah. We're totally going to go back. We're going to return a lot of this gold to Whiterun, Westrun, all the towns.
Well, all the gold that we can definitely prove came from Westrun we'll bring back.
I agree.
With Westrun
All
mark.
the other gold that's just sitting around. I mean, we should
Could have
probably
come
just
from
take to
anywhere.
help the battles.
Fair game.
Plus, it'd be nice to give Shale some gold to take back to the herd.
Who?
Shale.
The herd. Thought the herd's okay.
Some of it's still
There
alive.
is a great remnant. The herd will live again, and with Shale's wisdom.
Yes.
There were still a few members of the herd still alive, like a good half dozen.
Yes, and
They
was
fought bravely.
baby mama was still preggo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's also very lean times in Westrun. Most of this gold should go back to Westrun.
Most of it.
Did we contribute any of our own gold into this pile?
That's back in the. That's back in Westrun.
I can return with the
the
remnants
trap.
of the herd and gather up whatever you don't take.
And bring it back to Westrun.
We'll divvy it up later.
Yes.
Let's divvy it up.
If we take most of the gold that came from Westrun, we're a big pack of assholes.
I said we
Oh.
weren't going to. We're going to take it back to Westrun.
You're a tiny pack of assholes right now.
Is he still tiny? He's still
3
tiny.
hours.
Dude. So us talking on Wednesday in 55 part 1 about all of the morality stuff, all of the are they heroes, are they not? Even at the time, I mentioned that Vax has had kind of a crisis of conscience about this, but he was going through his crisis of conscience right before Thordek came. Am I getting the timeline right? I might be getting the timeline slightly wrong. But this has basically been, besides the romance with Keyleth, this has been most of Vax's personal arc, has been what is a hero, especially the leader of a bunch of heroes. And it is very interesting. Yeah, surprisingly prescient. How does he do it? Of, them, I would say, like, they are rich. They are kind of beyond rich, especially in, like, a post-tyrannical regime world. Where they just killed one of the main members of the regime. They are so wealthy that their wealth might as well be infinite. The people of Westrun would let them crash on their couch, let's say. I think you would probably not have even too hard a time convincing the Westrun Treasury, what still exists, to lend a helping hand or couple of gold to oncoming battles, right? For practical purposes, their wealth is infinite. And so them trying to weasel more gold out of this horde rather than giving it to the rebuilding efforts in Westrun. This is what I'm talking about when I brought up Whitestone, and I was like, the main point of Whitestone was to kill the Briarwoods, not free Whitestone. The main purpose of killing Umbrasyl and saving Westrun was to kill Umbrasyl. for the party at large. But now we're getting into an actual conflict, which is cool. This is now like starting to display Liam Vax's personal arc and contradictions. And I will say, I don't think that like romantic feelings like need explaining, but I do think that it presents a connection point between him and Keyleth of part of the reason that he likes or loves Keyleth is because she, to a degree, represents who he wants to be. She is the moral center, and he's trying to get there. Whereas his past, his sibling, is maybe one of the more self-motivated within the group. Comparatively. Even Scanlan has a person outside of himself that he is now motivated by being Kaylee. But I think this is a really cool moment that actually starts to hit on this thing that I interpret as part of the core of Vox Machina so far, is they all are, being, how did Liam put it? If we take most of the gold back that came from Westrun, we're a big pack of assholes. It's like, yeah, if they take most of the gold, they're not the heroes at that point because they don't need it, and Westrun does. And it is very, very cool to now see that personal arc coming up against this wider Vox Machina morality. Very, very cool and interesting. I like it a lot. And I like it as the arc of the person that within the first 10 episodes, I was like, oh, Vax is the leader, you know? It's like Vax is the leader of Vox Machina. That's how I identified him. And this is a really cool morality arc for the leader of a bunch of people where you go outside, you encounter Kynan, and Kynan's like, I want to be like Vox Machina when I grow up. And then fucking Vax is talking to Kynan, and he's like, yeah, champ, you can do that. And then he looks over at this asshole, and he thinks back to what they have done and or not done. And he's like, do I want Kynan to be like us? Like, Scanlan will talk up the legend of Vox Machina all day long. The Amazon show is Scanlan short halt propaganda, and you heard it here first. But Vax is now wrestling with being the leader of a bunch of people that, frankly, the outside world is probably mischaracterizing, probably looking at too rosy and thinking, can we live up to the reputation that we have? Because right now we're not. It's cool. It's cool. I like it. I recall us talking about him struggling with morality right before the Chroma Conclave attack. Yeah, I think that was it. Because I was debating if it was before Briarwood or not. But yeah, he was having this morality crisis, and then Thordak comes in and he gets new purpose. But now he's realizing, even with this new purpose of deposing the Chroma Conclave, there are more and less heroic ways to go about that purpose, which is cool. Plenty of social capital, yeah, but shiny disease has no cure. You're so right. Yeah, they're more anti-villains. Yeah, I think you're right about anti-hero. They definitely, most of their actions have a net, I think, heroic, whatever we would call that, effect. But they do heroic things for kind of non-heroic reasons a lot of the time. And when presented with optional heroics that don't go towards kind of their main goals, they frequently choose not to pursue them, like now. Except for Vax he's doing it. He's coming around, which I love. I think that's really cool. You know, we're protagonists, not heroes. Yeah, maybe they'll get there, maybe not. It's part of what makes the narrative part of these games so interesting. Absolutely. I could not agree more. Like, I think it is super duper interesting for this leader of this group of protagonists that is effectively saving the world to say, we're not saving the world good enough. I do not want our legacy to be, yeah, they took down the Chroma Conclave, but, you know, they mostly enriched themselves in the process. It's very Avengers throughout the course of like the later MCU with like Spider-Man with like the Spider-Man trilogy, the Tom Holland Spider-Man trilogy, where like you're seeing all of the destruction and the collateral damage of the Avengers, and like some people really don't like the Avengers, even though they're the heroes, they're the protagonists. It's that sort of feel where it's like, yeah, the Avengers saved the world from the Chitauri, but the main goal was defeating the Chitauri and not necessarily saving the world, which is a really weird delineation. But I think it's one of the core struggles that Vax is experiencing right now. We stole a city's worth of gold and left them destitute after the city got torn down, and that's the legend of Vox Machina. Yeah, precisely. But I love that Vax is kind of pushing against that. It's really cool. So, anyways.
The gold that came from Western, we're a big pack of arseholes.
I said we weren't going to. We're going to take it back to Western.
You're a tiny pack of assholes right now.
Is he still tiny? He's still tiny?
3 hours.
Yeah, probably another 2 hours.
Whoa, it's only been an hour?
You
No.
have probably another like 20, 30 minutes or so before it fades.
We need Fassbender. Let's collect this and collect other...
Yeah.
Keyleth, you're gonna butcher this dragon, right?
Yes, 100%. I start going to town on...
Because this is going to be worth a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Does anyone... Percy, do you have any extra vials, empty vials for blood?
We should get some of the blood and put it in the bag of colding.
Hey, Percy.
Yes.
So glad you're alive and not burning in acid. Do you have any extra vials?
Do I?
Checking in your various pieces of equipment.
The physical of padding his physical pockets is so funny.
You have on you as opposed to what you have stored elsewhere. You had a few vials.
I have stuff.
They are a little jangly when you reach for them and you realize they've been...
You have empty potions.
What the hell? YouTube served an ad? I've got the automator off. I've got it all on manual. What the fuck, YouTube? What are you doing? That's so weird. I mean, thank you, YouTube, for not serving pre-rolls, but come on. That's so weird.
Potion bottles.
Been kind of crushed.
Yeah,
Oh, we have some empty potion bottles. Yeah.
Hand mine over from the one I gave.
Yeah,
you.
the one I used. So.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
We'll take that 16 for a 27 nature check. Yeah, 27.
All right, so as you guys are gathering the elements
I don't even know who that is.
of this dragon's horde,
I maybe don't want to look it up on stream. Now that I thought about it, I'll look it up after.
gathering the equipment, the art pieces, the relics, all things that were part of this. And it is, especially since, you know, as far as dragon hordes go, especially for an ancient dragon, it isn't huge. Which leads, and with the recent moving in, you get the idea that this dragon's true horde probably exists elsewhere. This was either a temporary layer or was intended to be the new layer, and the process of transitioning hadn't quite begun. Most of the gold here seems to have been what was given to Umbrasil by the herd once they had taken over Western.
Maybe he has to give it to Thordak in like a dragon pyramid scheme.
Yeah, totally.
We don't find any, like, any of those glyphs like there were in...
They looked for that already.
We already looked for those.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there's
Not the circles, I meant the glyph, like the transportation glyph that we beamed into
that you
his...
saw in Kriegslayer?
Yeah.
No. You do know from having one made by Allura within your keep before that they take quite some time to actually ingrain. Dragon's only really had over a week or so.
Okay.
So, gathering up the materials, the remnants of that that horde, you guys descend down the mountain if you wish, or is there anything else you wish to accomplish within the?
I want to harvest some scales, some blood, and some teeth.
Right, and based on the roll you made. So, we have 2 empty vials that you managed to acquire.
Plus my 3.
Plus he had 3 in his bag of holding.
Okay.
Can I just help her out?
Yeah, it's difficult because with the nature of Umbrasil's death, as well as being a creature that is naturally caustic and acidic in a large portion of its body form, like that, there was a mixing of a lot of the blood that has caused it to become impure. While vialing it, so you get 3 vials of the blood that are still pure and viable. Everything else seems to actually dissolve through the glass upon
I
contact.
can put it in the bag of colding, and then it'll keep it.
I can assist with any of the cutting because
That
I've got the fuck up sword, so I will assist him.
You managed to
Hand the
pull.
3 vials of blood to Vex to put in the bag of colding.
Many dragon's teeth were sundered in the ravaging of Umbrasil and Grog's furious storm of axe blade strikes. However, you do manage to harvest from the body unscathed 14 ancient black dragon teeth.
Yes, we should make some sweet necklaces. Any scales?
Friendship charms.
Friendship bracelets.
Quite a lot of scales here, yes. It's going to take a long time to harvest what you can off this body, but a lot of the areas have been damaged from the various wounds and such. How much time do you want to spend?
I think we could just
to harvest
camp
scales?
here for the night.
We could just camp here for the night.
I mean, as long as the other dragons don't realize that we've just done this, would I know if they would know?
You have no idea.
I don't know if it's actually safe to just hang out in this dragon's lair.
You know what we can do is we can make the magic mansion in that cave off to the side, in the very
That's
back
a
of it.
wonderful idea.
And that magic trap didn't.
And we
set
haven't
it
sprung
off.
the magic trap either, so that's just none the wiser.
Okay.
All right, I'll spend as much time then. I'll stay up as.
I think I called this. That they would kill Umbrasil and then cast Magic Mansion and wait for the others. And then the others would show up and like taunt them outside of the Magic Mansion. I'm almost positive I talked about this. I think I talked about it as more of a timer, and I actually don't think that I thought that they would kill Umbrasil before it happened. But maybe I did. Actually, obviously now they would. Dude, that's crazy. We'll see if the other dragons show up. That'll be the real delineator, but that's so funny. Yeah, I also remember it being more of a joke. I don't remember taking it seriously, but here we are now. Yeah. And yeah, Topaz, we are quickly approaching that point, especially if the various companies involved stop playing nice, like all of the AI companies taking YouTube transcripts, even though that is super explicitly against TOS. But YouTube doesn't litigate because Google is probably doing the same thing. And the moment that someone actually calls foul, it might all fall apart. But we'll see.
As long as I can throughout the night. If I hear any disturbances, I'll come back to the mansion.
I'll help.
All right.
Once we get to the mansion, Shale will bid the group farewell and head down to Western to let the rest of the herd know what's happened, about the great triumph of the bearded king.
Yeah.
As you come down and
I'm killed by now, Bear.
I was eaten horribly in the Bramblewood, never to be seen again.
Nobody hears the tale of the bearded king.
Forever the herd will grog that asshole.
Such a
No, you come down, and as you speak with the remnants of the Herd of Storms, many of which, a number of them did survive the battle, though scarred horribly. Many did lose their life in the battle with Umbrasil. Zanror, Aura, recovering all right. However, the numbers now thinned down to a simple 12 members of the herd. As you speak with Jorah, he looks to you and says,
Shale, you live.
Horribly in the Bramblewood, never to be seen again.
Nobody hears the tale of the bearded king.
Which, battle with Umbrasil, thinned down to a simple 12 members of the herd. As you speak with Jorah, he looks to you and says,
Shale, you live. Have you word of the mountain?
Obviously.
Have you word of the mountain, the dragon?
I toss one of its teeth at him. He will trouble us no more.
Grog.
Bygone.
Good. Good. Takes the tooth and gives it to Warra. Well,
It's the work of those adventurers.
Vox Machina, they call themselves.
They are truly great.
Good. Any greatness in this world. We,
Don't be so glum, you old fool.
He kind of grins to
This is a
himself.
day of glory. A great battle has been won.
It is. But there's been a lot of cost in it, too.
There's always cost. We will all die, it just depends on how. We died fighting a dragon, and we lived fighting a dragon. What more do you want? That's the smile I want to see.
Journey, not destination, old Chris Perkins. Journey before destination.
Glad you're back, Shale. Your wisdom stays strong.
Well, now the Kevdak's out of the way, maybe people will listen to what I have to say for a change.
We've been talking here. I think the Herd of Storms died in battle with the dragon. There's not many of us left.
But there are other herds.
There are, and while we lost the Rivermore, I think maybe it's time we went and joined them.
I like that idea.
The damper lands, better for raising children. Take a break from all this warring and go back to a simple life. Will you come with us, Shale?
Of course.
Good. We set out tomorrow.
Yeah, totally.
That's on. We plan.
He's learned.
You guys set up for the evening, resting your sore, bruised bodies, smelling the ruin of the Black Dragon as you prepare for an evening's rest well earned. We will close this evening session. Well fought, guys.
Holy shit, one
Bum 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 brum. At dawn we plan. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's see. Oh, we got the normal post-session cooldown to 27:47.
One down.
Oh my god!
Is there like a hot springs in this mansion?
Yeah, no
There
shit.
can be whatever you want.
I want to pass
Take
out.
like a week off
There's a
to
white
vacation.
Soap. We need a good soap to get this stink off.
I need shots.
It's amazing. You imagine why he didn't mention it before, but Scanlan does indeed have a hot spring in his
It's amazing.
The best.
No, it's magnificent.
It's magnificent.
Guys, a big thank you and round of applause for Chris Perkins.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll pick this back up again next week on Thursday to see what the next adventure holds for Vox Machina. Now that one of the 4 conclave remaining have fallen, I can tell you the death of one dragon, I doubt the others, upon hearing of it, will be anywhere near as careless as Umbrasyl was. But there are more vestiges to find, more allies to acquire. Who knows where their dangers lie in the realms of Tal'Dorei and beyond, outside of the Conclave's threat. We shall see in weeks to come. Guys, thank you so much for staying up with us tonight. Rest well. And, is it Thursday yet?
Yeah.
See you guys next week.
The little wink. The little wink. Oh, boy. Okay. Whew. Good. That was a good one. Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think. Is that the first, like, real. I feel like that's the first real boss fight in a while. Really, since the Briarwoods? Sphinx fight, kinda. But I think since the Briarwoods. Since, like, the 30s. It's the first real boss fight. That's cool. It was an interesting fight. I think that the dungeon itself. Oh, Kevdak. You're so right. Kevdak. Yeah, Kevdak. Yes. Yeah, I think Kevdak counts. I think that Kevdak. It's really strange. I think that your post Umbrasyl murder part. I mean, it gave me even more theory fodder that it's Jamon Sword. Everything about that gave me more theory fodder for that. I was waiting for more. I was waiting for, like, strange sand being in the corner. So, shit like that, but it didn't come. Yeah, I think that Kevdak is still my favorite combat so far. But Umbrasyl was solid. solid. It is definitely, yeah. I think that the layer wasn't quite as, I don't know if intricate is the right word, but it wasn't doing as much as I expected or would have wanted, but it was still very, still very solid. And I really liked the sucky acid pools. I thought that was cool. That was a really interesting layer action. Yeah. I mean, it's no acid sprinklers, but I think it was good enough. Any predictions now that Umbrasil is dead? I think we're gonna get follow through on what Vax wanted, and especially with the not intro necessarily, but with the points of Keyleth and Vax before the actual Umbrasil fight, as well as almost directly after, as well as the immediate kind of conflict between the moral conflict within Vox Machina right afterwards. I think that we are going to do exactly what Vax wanted, because on the way to Westrun, he mentioned going into the Feywild in order to check on, I think Singorn is the name, which is where their father is, as well as get the vestige that's at like the cursed tree. I think it's a bow for Vex. So I think we are going to go into the Feywild, see the twins' dad, get the bow for Vex. But I also think that there's a possibility that depending on how much Liam wants to dive into Vax's stuff, that here's a bit of a prediction, right? In the discussion about the morality, I highlighted that like Keyleth is kind of who Vax wants to be morally. Like she represents the moral code that he wants to attain and that he wants to lead by. Whereas Vex, his twin sister, they survived together. They, grew up and quasi, it seems, formed this group. I mean, Liam literally formed it. But they are in a different situation, Like, Vex has this, shiny disease because they needed it back in the day. But they've moved beyond it. But she hasn't. She's the same person she was, the person that Vax, to a degree, is trying to move away from. So, all of that said, if I remember correctly, which actually I think I can look. Let's see. Let's see if this fits within our current knowledge. So, we have items, we have vestiges, we have, I think, Fenthras? Bow that felled the Titans, lost in the Feywild, acts as the heart of a cancerous tree. Yes. So, this is the one in the Feywild. Obviously, meant for Vex. A piece of loot that Vex will obviously want for obvious reasons. But there's a bit of a catch. It's in the Feywild. And if you know about the Feywild is meant to be an extreme, hyperbolic, exaggerated version of the material realm. The Feywild is not an an outer plane, like the plane of fire or the plane of water. It's the equivalent, the kind of lighter, more chaotic equivalent of the Shadowfell. Both of them mirror the material plane, which means if there is a cancerous tree at this location, there is a material plane reflection of that cancerous tree. Who knows what it is? But I'd bet you it's something really nice and... Oh, wait, I had a brain blast. Ooh. Okay, this would be number one, sick on Matt's part if I'm right. And I also will feel very good if I predicted this. This bow, heart of a cancerous tree in the Feywild. Feywild, warped, reflected version of the material plane. There is a grand total of one special tree that we are aware of in all of this campaign. There is not a bunch of cool, fun trees running around. It's not like every city is built around a nice little sun tree. There's one, baby. And it is the moment that Critical Role became what it was. Potentially the biggest moment in this campaign so far. And what better way to send us into the new era than to present it with its accursed warped counterpart? But the worst part, chat, if the bow is the heart of, I don't know, we'll call it the moon tree, whatever. If the bow is the heart of the moon tree, I think it would stand to reason that removing said bow would kill the sun tree in the material plane. Maybe it's even the fucking sun bow. I don't know. But removing it from the cancer tree, from the moon tree within the Feywild, is going to decimate and potentially remove the sun tree from the material plane. Vex is going to want to do it. Keyleth is going to say, we can't remove the sun tree. I have a connection to the sun tree. Percy has a connection to the sun tree. It's nature incarnate. It is the gods inhabiting the material world through our nature and our fauna. You can't destroy it for a piece of loot, for a piece of treasure. But Vex argues this is the thing. This sunbow is going to help us take down Thordak. You think that the sun tree is going to be around much longer if the Chroma Conclave remains in power? Which, I'm just going to give a little bit of a side. The Chroma Conclave hasn't really done fuck all since... since they came into power. But maybe now that Umbrasil's dead, there will be a new reckoning. Maybe Whitestone actually gets threatened somehow. Potentially. But now we have the ultimate decision point for Vax. Because Vax is the leader. Vax wants Vox Machina to succeed in their mission, in their purpose. Taking down the Chroma Conclave is what got him out of crisis mode. Is he going to give that up for a tree? Is he going to delay that? Is he going to cost other people's lives? Because what? Because the means aren't justified? We're trying to take down these dragons. What, we have to do it a particular way? And it would drive it home like crazy if Keyleth said, well, we gave back the gold in Westrun. We could have used that to take down the Chroma Conclave, but instead we gave it to the people of Taldore. If we take this bow, we take away the Sun Tree, we take away their hope. For a slight advantage, we took down Umbrasyl without the bow. We can do the same to Vorugal, to Thordak. And Vax and it all comes down to Vax. And potentially his dad foreshadows the decision inside of Singorn. There's all sorts of fun stuff you could do there. But that's the theory. That's the prediction. Oh, that'd be fun. Wouldn't that be fun? Hey, I'm back. My phone completely died. No, Matthew, you missed the end. I had a good theory towards the end. I'll say it. But it's shiny. Look, that's what Vex will be saying. And with that, with my theory set in stone, and absolutely 100% accurate, I think I will retire there for the night. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I am not 100% sure, but I am, oh no, I just got back. I know, Matthew, you'll have to watch the VOD. I'm sorry. But I just did some hot theorizing. It's not going to get better than that. I should not keep going. I will diminish the theory just by proximity if I kept going. So I'm gonna call it there. I think Wednesday, hopefully for 56, maybe. It'll depend on IRL stuff. But that's my goal slash hope. And yeah, Quackers. Have a good day. Yes. Good evening, good morning, good day, goodbye. Good on Tasha. Yes, exactly, Pharaoh. So thank you so much for joining. I'll see y'all later. Goodbye.